12 rules for life, and Beyond Order, 12 more rules for life. I've been asked by the Honourable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the Conservatives who are listening, we failed as Conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jefffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow, too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're
Yes.
obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly
Okay.
what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so 1 a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, you know, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah,
and
average people, yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, and then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were
Yes.
introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out.
Welcome to the National Citizens Inquiry as we begin day 1 of 3 days of hearing in the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario. Commissioners, for the record, my name is Buckley, initial S. I am attending this morning as agent for the inquiry administrator, the Honourable Chess Crosby. I'd like to begin for those that are watching online that are not familiar with the NCI to give a brief description. We are a volunteer, organized and run group that really just decided that there had to be an independent inquiry into how all levels of government dealt with COVID-19. And so with this ambitious goal of appointing commissioners and marching them across the land, we now find ourselves in our 8th city and our 22nd day of hearings. I think we've heard over 250 witnesses, both expert and lay witnesses. And I have to say that we're quite amazed that this has happened, because it's happened only because you have volunteered, you have poured yourselves out in many ways to make this happen, and you've supported us financially. Each set of 3-day hearings costs us approximately $35,000, and so I'm always instructed, because of the necessity, to encourage you to go to our website, NationalCitizensInquiry.ca, sign our petition. We want you to sign our petition just so that it's obvious that we have public support for this initiative, and we also want you to donate to help participate in funding these hearings as we've been marching forward and basically taking action. I have also been encouraging all of you. We have had literally crickets from the mainstream media. We've had one CBC story, and even media that we would expect to be extremely friendly and covering what is a historic event have been obvious by their absence in most cases. And yet the word is getting out, and it's getting out solely because you have been taking the initiative. You've been sharing our tweets, you've been sharing us on social media, and we're still being, as far as I can tell, excuse me, I always get a frog in my throat in the morning during, just before I do my morning opening. And today is no exception, but we'll power through. We have, we've actually had just an incredible reach on social media, and it's solely because you have been sharing us. We're still being search banned on Twitter, so most of us, because of the Twitter files, have just assumed that Twitter is not censored, but I don't know about Twitter Canada, so we're still inviting you to tweet Elon Musk and hashtag NCI and ask why, when searches are done, basically we're not always showing up. And we ask every single time you send a tweet on anything connected to COVID or government response to COVID that you add the hashtag NCI so that we rise in the algorithms. Together we can get the word out. And I can share that within my own family, there have been members who, it wouldn't matter, who it was, Robert McCullough, whatever, like big names, credible people. There's no way I could get them watching a video or anything like that if I was to send it or share a paper. But there's willingness to watch these proceedings. And there's willingness because witnesses being put under oath, being led by lawyers that have volunteered but professional counsel, done in a professional way before commissioners that are independent and who also question the witnesses, resonate. And it resonates because of what judges refer to as the ring of truth. So if a judge believes a witness, sometimes you'll hear in a decision, that witness had the ring of truth. And the NCI is about getting to the truth and promoting the truth. So I thank you for participating. Now, I wanted to talk this morning. I actually wanted to share something with you. I'm not going to share it yet. I'm going to hold you in suspense. But I want to give you a different understanding about something that you've experienced. Everyone hearing this will have experienced what I'm going to refer to, and defining it differently, naming it for what it is, will change you. Because when we understand something differently, our mind actually changes. So our neurons are wired differently. We change our mind. And language and how we define things is extremely important. I don't know if everyone has read George Orwell's book, 1984, which I think was written in 1949. It's quite prescient. But if you haven't read it, you should read it. One of the things that comes out in that book, in his uncanny prediction of how we would move into an authoritative state, is the control of language with the ministry of truth and what's called new speak, where new terms are used, and listen carefully, old words are erased from the language, because we communicate our ideas and we hold our beliefs in language. You think in language. And so if the government can control our language, they literally can control how we think. And so for generations going forward that will not have the use of words that we are now banning, they will not be able to think the same way we think. And so when I define something for you differently today, understand that that's important. And when you read news stories about universities and other institutions banning words from use, understand what is happening is it's part of this movement to gain control of our minds and how we think. And we need to take that very seriously. Now, before I continue, I wanted to thank everyone. We had a bit of a scare at the NCI earlier this week. We had one of our team members fall ill, and the NCI family became very concerned. This person doesn't know, but I mean, I was getting emails from even the commissioners, like, how is this person doing all of this? There was extreme worry. And so the NCI is not a religious organization. It's a group of volunteers of different beliefs. But I want to thank the NCI because I asked for a call for prayer to go out, and the NCI allowed that to happen. And people did pray. And God responded. And what touched me is a lot of you communicated to us. And it was touching, actually. I'm choking up, sorry. But it was touching to hear that you were praying and that you were concerned. And it was a beautiful experience. And I'm sharing this because all of us can call to mind times where we've basically experienced love, because that's what this was. It was a collective expression of love towards one of our team members. And what we experience when we experience love is we have a sense of joy, and you all know what I'm talking about. And we have a sense of peace. And I want you to call that feeling to mind right now, because we've all had those feelings where we have felt touched, where we have been literally choked up because we've experienced somebody else loving, or we've participated in loving someone else. And I want you to understand that is a state of freedom. That is a state of mental freedom when you're experiencing peace and when you're experiencing joy. And I want to contrast that to a different state. And to illustrate part of that, I want to speak about a witness that testified last week in Quebec City, Francois Amalea. And for those of you who are not familiar with Francois, he resisted the mandates, all of the mandates, masking, curfew, vaccination. He resisted. Quebec was under a curfew. I think it was an 8 o'clock curfew. That's what the government called it. Remember, language is important. We could use other terms like martial law, because what's the difference if at a certain time you have to be in your homes or face the consequences of the state? So I'm told on Valentine's Day, when Quebec was under martial law and had a mask mandate, that he went to the police station after the curfew, not wearing a mask, basically announcing that his love, freedom, was being held in the jail, and he was clearly making a political protest. So understand, he's attending at the police station after the curfew, not wearing a mask. Now, the police at this point have a decision. They have a choice. Because they could have made the choice. They could have said, okay, this guy's making a political statement. We're just going to ignore him. We're just going to carry on our business, and sooner or later he's going to get tired and he's going to go home. They could have made that choice. But rather they made a choice to exercise power and to arrest him. And I don't know how long through all of his mandate resistance he spent in jail, but my understanding is it was a number of months. And I view him, and he was a political prisoner. There's no question he was resisting to make a political statement because he disagreed. So Francois was a political prisoner, and we have political prosecutions in Canada in 2023. I just expected growing up that they would be few and far between. I mean, even liberal Western democracies, which I thought we were, has the odd political criminal proceeding. But I hadn't anticipated that I would watch truckers who were clearly engaging in a constitutional right to protest, being subject to criminal proceedings and civil proceedings, and having bank accounts frozen with the intent of setting an example for the rest of us so that we will not do what they did and put ourselves on the line and subject ourselves to political or prosecutions, basically criminal charges, civil proceedings, and having our bank accounts frozen. And I have to say that it's really starting to bother me that we are not supporting the truckers, that we are not creating a political uproar over what's happened, that we are not ensuring that their defenses are financed, that we're basically not ensuring that they're taken care of. I'm mindful of, we had a witness in Red Deer, Radina, who had come from Poland, and she had been at the start of the Solidarity movement. And they were small in numbers. And their leadership was, I keep forgetting the word she used, it wasn't arrested. It was some other term which basically communicated that the state had separated them from their families, and they were no longer able to be leaders in the movement. And what the remnant did was took care of the families. And we need to take care of our truckers. I'm having trouble today, so forgive me. So let's get back to Francois Amalea, because a couple of days ago he was attacked on the street in Quebec City. And after he was attacked, he started the video on his phone, and in the video it took, you can see, he was kind of basically attacked a second time. He just made an attempt to catch the people who had attacked him on camera. And what you see is you see around 5, it looks like males, all in black, hooded, wearing masks, so you can't see their faces. Now, so you can't tell who the attackers are in any way. Now, this would not be a race attack upon Francois. We can't speculate about the motivation. My understanding is he's thinking this particular attack might be because of his activities in resisting having transvestites basically attend at schools and do story time. But that's just speculation. And isn't it curious that he has been a visible, basically freedom fighter standing up to challenge the government narrative peacefully. He attended as a witness at the NCI in Quebec City last week. And this week there's a rather alarming video of him being physically attacked in Canada. And if that happened to any of us, we would be afraid. We would truly be afraid to have 5 or 6 hooded and masked people physically assault us. And as I was thinking about how I would be afraid, something else happened in Quebec City. So basically, we got visited by somebody that I knew personally, and that person's brought a friend with them. And I was having a conversation with them, and they were talking about the very beginning of the pandemic. And they were talking about part of the experience I had forgotten about, whereas at the very beginning, literally it was changing so fast, you didn't know day to day what was happening. Like I remember I was living in Alberta, and I happened to be in BC at the time, and I was wondering, like, do I have to get back soon? Like, are they going to close the border? Like, remember, and they were saying, oh yeah, well the announcement would be, at noon every day. That's when you would learn what new restrictions were being imposed, because it was just happening so fast. We were just, what freedom am I losing today? And that got me kind of back into the experience. And I want to take you back there, because I actually want you to get back into that emotional fear and confusion that we experienced. Because we did cower in our houses. Do you remember that? Do you remember being told to stay home? And we stayed home. And in the audience, I see people nodding their heads. We wore masks when we didn't want to, and after we realized that they were of no benefit. We closed down schools and dramatically affected our children in a negative way, and in ways that for some of them they will carry for the rest of their lives as a burden. We participated in police state rituals such as showing identity papers to be granted permission to participate in privileges being granted to us by our master, the state. We were in actual fear of our government, and you remember that. And worst of all, and our true shame, was our children watched this. Our children watched us react in fear, live in fear, and participate. And we did it because we were afraid. I was afraid. I felt real fear. At one point I was worried, and this was before Rachel Notley in Alberta was talking about sending people to the doors of the unvaccinated, but I was concerned that the government was going to go to door. And I see people nodding their heads. They understand. And we felt helpless. We felt like we had completely lost control over their lives. Now, do you feel that again? I want you to feel that again. I want you to feel that darkness again. And the reason why is I want to name it. Because you will call it fear. And I call it the spirit of slavery, which is a very different thing. Because that feeling that you felt, that is what slavery feels like. I'll say that again, that feeling that you felt is what slavery feels like, because it is slavery. When you have the experience of slavery, you can't go against the wishes of your master, because in your mind you're enslaved, you're afraid to go against your master. So let's call a spade a spade. Let's call slavery slavery. And do you understand, even just me now naming it differently, it should have a different feeling. Because when it's fear, you feel afraid. When it's slavery, you feel angry. Now, you consented and you participated because you were afraid of the cost of freedom. And most of us are still consenting and we're still participating because we are afraid to pay the price for our freedom. So we cower in obedience, even now. I mean, we don't have mandates now. We're not told to wear a mask. We don't have a curfew. There's still vaccine mandates. There are still places where you have to wear a mask if you have to go into a hospital or medical clinic. And why are we allowing that? Why are we allowing that lie to continue? We're still cowering. We're not taking care of our people subject to political prosecutions. We are still cowering in fear. So let's go back to Francois Amalea. Because remember, he spent months and months in jail because he refused to cower in fear. I want to read to you something he wrote. And I think I'm going to read it to you twice because it's too important not to sink in. He said, "I feel more free within the four walls of a jail cell with a clean conscience than I would standing outside whilst respecting the measures and collaborating with the lie." I'm going to read that again. "I feel more free within the four walls of a jail cell with a clean conscience than I would standing outside while respecting the measures and collaborating with the lie." So Francois, in a cell, actually experiences freedom because he has peace of mind. He is free in his mind. He does not have the spirit of slavery in his mind. So he actually will willingly take a jail cell to have that peace that comes from standing for your convictions in your mind, because he's going to reject the spirit of slavery. Let's contrast that with you and me, submitting to a curfew, wearing a mask while showing our ID papers with a mind of fear and slavery. So who is freer in that scenario? Francois in a jail cell? Or you eating caviar after you show your identification papers at a fancy restaurant? And more importantly, whose children are seeing the example that is going to enable them to live like free and dignified human beings going forward? And I hope for all those listening that that is a rhetorical question. Now, I will advise the audience or those participating online that at the present time we are still waiting for one of our 4 commissioners to arrive, and she should be here shortly. Our rules permit us to proceed with 3 commissioners, and then there will be a responsibility on the commissioner that is not yet here to watch the evidence. And so I'm pleased to announce our first witness this morning, Dr. Denis Rancourt. Denis, can you state your full record, or full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, Denis Rancourt. Denis is D-E-N-I-S. Rancourt is R-A-N-C-O-U-R-T. And if you say Rancourt, that's fine.
And I'm so sorry, because names are important, and I mean no offense by getting your name wrong there. Denis, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, by way of introduction, you have a Bachelor of Science, a Master of Science, and a PhD from the University of Toronto. These are degrees in physics.
Yes.
You have been a Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada international postdoctoral candidate in prestigious research laboratories in both France and the Netherlands.
Yes.
You became, and I'll just use their anachronism, you became a National NSERC University Research Fellow in Canada.
Yes.
You were a professor of physics at the University of Ottawa for 23 years, attaining the highest academic rank of tenured full professor.
Yes.
But more importantly, and I will ask you to explain this point, as a researcher at the university, you were a researcher in interdisciplinary research, so you weren't just tied to physics. And I'm wondering if you can please explain for the audience that, and then after you do that, you've been invited here today to speak about some things that flow from all-cause mortality data, and I'm just going to ask you to launch into your presentation.
Okay. It's very common for physicists to be more interdisciplinary than some other areas of science. I ran a large laboratory that did interdisciplinary research, meaning that we used the methods of physics and mathematics to analyze problems in everything from environmental science to planetary science to theoretical physics to biogeochemistry, including interactions between bacteria and minerals in the environment, those kinds of things. So I was the lead researcher in a laboratory that developed techniques to study these problems, and we wrote more than 100 articles in scientific journals about these questions.
Thank you, and I'll ask you to go into your presentation.
Okay. So well, before I put the slides up, I'd like to say a few things. And I want to start by giving you my conclusions. I've been working on all-cause mortality and its analysis for more than 3 years, and I've written more than 30 reports about it, detailed scientific reports. Some of them are more than 100 pages long, with many figures and graphs and detailed interpretations. And I've come to the following conclusions that I will try to demonstrate, how you must come to these conclusions by my material here that I brought today. And the conclusions are as follows. First of all, if governments had done nothing out of the ordinary, if they had not announced a pandemic, had not responded to a presumed pathogen, have done nothing other than what we normally do when we have a high season of mortality in the winter, then there would have been no excess mortality. Nothing special would have happened. That is a conclusion that I hold firmly from analyzing the data. So in that sense, there was no pandemic that caused excess mortality, none at all. There was the usual ecology of pathogens, viral, bacterial, whatever you want to imagine. There's a huge ecology of pathogens that we live with. They're always there. We get sick, we recover, sometimes we die. That's all true, but there would have been no excess mortality beyond the historic trend if we had just left things alone. So there was no pandemic in that sense. The second point I'm going to be making is that the measures that governments applied, which I would think of as an assault, there were many different kinds of assaults against people, and those assaults definitely and quantitatively caused excess mortality in many jurisdictions and at various times during the pandemic period. Very significant deaths. In some jurisdictions, relatively little, and so on. And the final point is that the vaccination campaign, the COVID-19 vaccination campaign itself, definitely caused excess mortality in indefinite peaks that are seen that are directly associated with various vaccine rollouts of different doses to different age groups and in different jurisdictions. And you can see those excess mortalities immediately. There is no way to escape the conclusion that the vaccines definitely caused death in a significant number. And I'll give you what those numbers are in my presentation.
And just before you start, I will advise the commissioners and the public that your CV has been entered as Exhibit OT1A, and I think it's 50 pages long. And you spoke about papers that you wrote that we have entered as an Exhibit QT1, the papers that you provided to us. And so those are available to both the commissioners and the public. And I'm going to ask if you are adopting those papers as true as part of your evidence today.
Absolutely. Those are all papers that I authored and co-authored, and everything in them is from me and is true to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you.
So I could move on to my slides now, and there we are. So that's just the header. I want to say a little bit more about my background. There are 5 areas of science that I'm an expert in as a result of studying these various questions. One is nanoparticles, small particles in nature and in the environment. That even the new vaccines, the mRNA vaccines, are produced are nanoparticles, surrounded lipids and so on. I'm an expert in nanoparticles, their stability, their chemical reactions, how they form, how they disperse in a fluid, and so on. I've written scientific papers about this. I'm an expert in molecular science, and by that I mean chemical reactions of molecules. I worked in a prestigious national chemistry laboratory when I was a postdoctoral fellow in France. I have done theoretical work on molecular dynamics. I know how molecules bind to various surfaces, to each other, and so on. I know a lot about the intimate details of molecules and atoms. I know about statistical analysis. I've written scientific papers on advanced statistical analysis methods, such as Bayesian inference theory. I know about error propagation. I've written about that. I've taught it at the graduate level. All of these areas of science are areas of science that I have taught to graduate students in every science, in every faculty, in every department, science department and engineering departments. I used to do a graduate course on scientific methodology, which I had developed. I'm an expert in modeling, meaning theoretical modeling. So I've done modeling of the dynamics of environmental systems, and now I'm doing modeling with co-author Joseph Hickey on epidemiology, the classic theories of how things spread, the dynamics of that through a population. We have written 2 papers on that recently, and in both cases, the editors refused to even review them. We appealed one, and we won that appeal, and both have now been peer-reviewed. And so I'm a modeling expert. And finally, and not least, I'm an expert in measurement methods. And I mean by that, how can we know things in science? There are a whole bunch of important measurement methods. They include diffraction, spectroscopies, microscopies, including electron microscopy, and various bulk property measurements. I have taught all of these methods at the graduate level. I had an electron microscope and several spectrometers in my laboratory when I was a lead researcher at the university. So that's my background. That's why I feel I can read a scientific paper and really understand what it's about and so on. I do this work with several collaborators that we work closely. I want to name them here: Marine Baudin, Joseph Hickey, Jérémy Mercier, John Johnson, who is a professor at Harvard University, and Christian Linard, who joined us in our discussions and in our work very recently. I've written more than 30 articles about COVID-related matters, large reports and articles. They are on my website. My website is very complete. It's organized by section, NationalCitizensInquiry.ca. And I prepared a book of exhibits for this testimony, which you have and is now entered as an exhibit. It contains almost 900 pages and many of the key articles for the conclusions of today. So this is just the index of that book of exhibits. And the last one there, article number 87, is actually an article written in 2019, which is a very thorough analysis of geoeconomics and geopolitics since the Second World War, because I think that gives the proper context to really understand from a social point of view what was going on here. So, as I said earlier, these are my main points. There was no pandemic in the sense of causing excess mortality. It's the measures and the assaults that caused mortality during the COVID period before vaccination, and then when they rolled out the vaccines, that caused definite excess mortality as well. So all of this is based on all-cause mortality data, and I wanted to show you what that looks like. This is all-cause mortality by month. You can do it by week, by day, and so on, but this is by month for the USA since the year 2000. Now, we've had this kind of data for more than 100 years in many Western countries. Because February has only 28 days, there's a little dip in February that you can see there, and that allows you to see where February is. And you can see that the mortality is seasonal. It's all in the northern latitude countries, it's always higher in the winter, and then you come down to a trough of mortality in the summer. And the Y scale here doesn't start at 0. You have to notice that. It's expanded. And this goes right into the COVID period. So you can see that in the United States, that last one of kind of a bluish color there is the mortality in the entire COVID period, which is significantly higher than the mortality before, if you look at the historic mortality. So we've put the COVID period, which was when the pandemic was announced on the 11th of March, 2020, we start the COVID period there, and we put that in a certain color. And then you can add all the deaths per month for all the months of the COVID period, and you get a kind of total deaths for the COVID period. That's the black dot that's higher than the others there. And you can take the same duration period and move backwards in time and do that sum, and that's the other black dots. So the black dots allow you to see the historic trend of the mortality on the time scale of a COVID period, if you like, and you can see that it increases very gradually. That's because the age structure of the population is changing. The baby boomers are coming of age to be older and are dying more, and you see those kinds of effects. But what you see also in the United States, this is for the entire U.S., is a stepwise dramatic increase right in the COVID period. So that's the kind of data that we analyze. We can look at it by state, 50 different states, by city, by age group, and so on. That's the mortality. So this data cannot be biased. You're simply counting deaths irrespective of what people died from. There's no bias here. This is all-cause mortality. And so you've got that extra filter, which is by age, by sex, by jurisdiction, and as a function of time. So it's very, very powerful data. This is the kind of data that allows you to spot heat waves, earthquakes, wars, anything that will perturb the population to the degree that it will cause mortality is immediately seen in this kind of data. And just as a note, I want to make it clear that the various pandemics that were announced between the Second World War and before COVID by the CDC in Canada, where they estimated the number of deaths and so on, none of those deaths are detected in all-cause mortality. In other words, there was no excess mortality related to the past so-called pandemics. And that's clearly described in our papers. This is now, we're still in the United States, and now we're going to blow it up on the time scale. We're going to go from 2016 to the present, and now the data, instead of being by month, is by week, so there's a higher resolution there, and you can see in detail the evolution of the all-cause mortality as a function of time there, and you can do that quantification. So just to show that you can go higher resolution here. And one of the very strange things in the United States is that for the first time in the historic record, there were peaks of excess death in midsummer in the United States. In the southern states where it's very hot and where people's lives were basically dissolved and they were dramatically perturbed in how they normally deal with poverty and heat and so on, there were actual deaths, extra deaths in the summer. Now, in the United States, when you integrate that all-cause mortality in the COVID period, and then you look for social factors that correlate to that on a by-state basis, this is the strongest correlation that we found for a single social factor. We looked at many. It shows a correlation of all-cause mortality integrated over the COVID period on the y-axis as a function of the fraction of the population that is living in poverty. And this is what we call in science, this is technically a very strong correlation. So the Pearson correlation coefficient is plus 0.86, which is unheard of in the social sciences. And it's not just a correlation, it goes through the origin, which means it's proportionality, which means that if in a state that would have had no poverty, there would have been no excess deaths during the COVID period. Okay, so there's a strong correlation to poverty, which is one of the pieces of evidence that allows you to say that this is not a virus. Because a virus, and COVID in particular, is said from clinical studies to kill mainly elderly people, and it's even exponential with age. So we find instead that we correlate to things like poverty, but if you did this kind of a map, which I didn't bring, as a function of age, median age, or number of people living in the state, fraction of the population that is over 80 or over 65, and so on, no matter how you slice it, there is absolutely no correlation with age, which is a definitive proof that this cannot be COVID, as studied in clinical studies.
Can I just stop you, Denise? So
yes.
You're basically sharing with us that this chart is showing that people that had more poverty were more likely to die, and that's not a function then of a virus. It's a function of something else?
That's right. Not just more likely, as you would say in a weak sense if you were a scientist. This is the strongest correlation you'll generally see between a socioeconomic factor and something happening in the population. This is an incredible graph. So this shows an absolute, not just correlation, but proportionality to the size of the population living in poverty. This shows that the COVID period, on the scale of the nation in the United States, killed the poor in proportion to how many poor there were. And there are the other strong population correlation factors are, for example, how many people are living with disability. Are certified disabled, cannot function in society, need to be supported by the state. The number of people with those programs in the United States is also a very strong correlation to whether or not you died. And so the United States is a very special jurisdiction that has large amounts of both disabled, poor, obese, people suffering from diabetes. All of these things correlate to whether or not you were going to survive the COVID period. Okay? And that is why the United States, in proportion to its population, had a much higher mortality than Canada did. So even if you take the population into account, taking the population into account, Canada had 5 times less excess mortality than the United States, 5 times less. So in other words, if this was a virus, it refused to cross the Canadian-American border. It was causing, presumably causing death in the U.S. to this degree, but would not cross the border into Canada. That virulent pathogen did not act in Canada. So that is impossible in terms of epidemiological theory. That is strictly impossible if you want to believe that theory. It's thousands of kilometers of border, 2 of the biggest economic exchange partners in the world. That cannot happen. So that's yet another line of evidence that this was not a viral respiratory disease pandemic.
Can I just ask you one more question?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. But do we know what factors of poverty might have played in? Like, might it have been, that the poor do not have as good nutrition, or, don't access treatment, or things like that? Like, are there any other...
Yes. We tried to answer those questions in our large papers, and we concluded, well, that's a very interesting and deep question. What we found was that this death was occurring mainly in the poor states in the south of the United States, where it's also very hot, and those are populations that normally get many, many prescriptions of antibiotics in the winter. So they have a high susceptibility to bacterial pneumonia infection, and they normally get treated. But during the COVID period, all Western countries cut antibiotic prescriptions by 50% or more, including the United States. So they were not treating bacterial pneumonia, and these people always get them, always have this problem, and were not being treated. And so we believe, and the CDC has agreed based on death certificates, that a co-cause of death in the great majority of the so-called COVID-19 deaths is bacterial pneumonia. So we know that there was a massive epidemic of bacterial pneumonia. We know that it was not being treated up to standards whatsoever, and we believe that mechanistically this is what killed the poor, obese, and so on. Okay? And there were other factors as well, and we discussed them in detail in our papers. Now we're still in the United States here, and this is the percent increase in mortality. So it's the excess mortality expressed as a percentage of what the mortality would normally be. Now get this, by age group. This is now by age group, and this is before vaccination was implemented in the COVID period. So we're starting at 11th of March 2020 and going up to the end of 2020 before we start vaccinating. And we can see that excess mortality expressed as a percent for the 10 most populous states in the United States here, the different colors, goes from something like 5 or 10% for the 0 to 24-year-olds and goes up to something like 20, all the way up to 40% for the other age groups. So it's very, very high, and it's high across the board in relative amounts expressed this way for all the age groups of young adults all the way to the elderly. Okay? And then if we keep those 10 populous states and look at what happens in the period where you're vaccinating, because the rollout was very rapid, you get a very different pattern like this, where the 25 to 44-year-olds are affected up to 60% excess mortality on a relative basis. So the structure of the age structure of the mortality has changed now as you move into the vaccination period. That's the kind of analysis that you can do. This is just to illustrate. Now, in Canada, so that's the United States. So remember, in the United States, you have this massive increase of mortality in the COVID period there at the end. Well, so remember this mortality versus time, and remember that step where you have a regime of higher mortality at the end there in the COVID period. Now let's compare to Canada. Here's Canada in blue. Forget the red line for now. The blue is the all-cause mortality by week in Canada from 2010 to the present, all right? And what you notice is that there is no stepwise increase. There's virtually nothing happened relative to the summer trough baseline, if you like. There's nothing special happening that's visible in the mortality. This is in heavy contrast to what you would see if something real and important happened, like a war, or, for example, the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl in the United States. These give large mortality increases. There's nothing like that in Canada. So nothing special happened in terms of mortality in Canada at first look, coarse grain looking. But now if we look at the details, we will see things. Now, I want to contrast that with what Theresa Tam and her co-authors said in a scientific paper. They actually said from a modeling study, a bogus model, that if they had not applied all the measures, masking, distancing, vaccination, and so on, that there would have been approximately 1 million extra deaths in the COVID period in Canada. So I represented what that would look like in red here. In the COVID period, I distributed that million deaths uniformly, just a simple model to show what it looks like, and that's what the million extra death that they're saying that they prevented would look like. Now, I have to explain, that is absurd. Nothing known historically can cause that kind of mortality. And to affirm something like this is absolutely ludicrous. For example, if that is true, then why did the measures not reduce it by only half? Why did the measures not reduce it by only 80%? Why did we come down to a mortality that happens to be approximately exactly what you would expect historically? It makes no sense. There's one universe in a million where this could happen by accident. So this is absurd. This is the level of scientific propaganda that our government scientists are putting out these days. Now, we'll take a closer look at the mortality in Canada now. So I have now shown this on a scale where Y starts at 0, and we're seeing the all-cause mortality again. And now what I'm doing is I'm integrating over what we call a cycle year. So we go from summer trough to summer trough, and we integrate the mortality. So it's total mortality per cycle year, if you like. And that's the integral points are there. And you can see a small increase relative to the linear historic trend in the COVID period for those 2 cycle years. Very small, but you can quantify it. And there's also details, of course. We'll look at those. This is the same, but now it's by on a different Y scale, just so you blow it up a little more and you can see it more clearly where the excess mortality is at the end. This is by cycle year again. And now I'm showing it by calendar year. So I'm actually, the last point there is the total number of deaths in 2022. So this data for Canada just came out a few days ago, and I made this graph. We made this graph, and this shows that the excess mortality since the COVID period started in 2020 did not decrease whatsoever because of this huge vaccination campaign. Remember, the vaccines were supposed to prevent serious illness, and that means prevent death. And there is no indication that this military-style vaccination of everyone reduced deaths whatsoever in Canada. In fact, 2022 has significantly higher deaths than the previous 2 years, one where you were vaccinating and one where you were basically not vaccinating. So the deaths are higher now in Canada. That's the situation in Canada. They've created circumstances where the deaths are higher in 2022. Now we can compare the all-cause mortality for Canada to the vaccine rollout in this graph. So the dark blue line is the cumulative number of vaccine doses administered to the population. And you can see that when the rollout starts, you get an extra peak on the shoulder of that winter peak there at the beginning of 2021. And that is a very strong peak, especially in Ontario, for people that are 59 years of age and older. And then you can see that the third dose rollout, which is this significant increase, gives you the highest winter peak we've seen in a long, long time. And there are other details. So we can blow that region up and look at it again and label some of the peaks so that I can discuss them. That vertical line arrow pointing up is the start of the pandemic. That's when it was announced, the 11th of March 2020. What I call peak A is a very important peak because it is a surge in mortality that occurred immediately after the pandemic was announced. But you have to understand this peak. We're going to look at it in some detail. It is very heterogeneous from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It did not occur in several Canadian provinces. It was very prominent in Quebec. And so it depended what you were doing in those jurisdictions to fragile people who were in hospital and ICUs and care homes and so on, whether or not you were going to cause deaths during that peak. We're going to look at that peak some more. I can point some things out. That peak C is the one that arises because of the doses 1 and 2 rollout. Peak E is the very high peak related to the third dose rollout. Peak F is a peak that occurs when they rolled out a booster to the elderly. And some of these peaks come out more significantly when you look at different age groups. But this is just to give you a broad view. And D is an example of a heat wave peak. This was a heat wave that occurred in southern British Columbia at that time. And so now we're going to look at peak A, what we've been calling the COVID peak, that arises immediately after the pandemic was announced. And that peak is absolutely huge in the United States. So we're showing some of the states where it is the largest. And this time, all-cause mortality by week, in fact, is normalized by the population of the state. So you see that you get this complete overlap normally and the seasonal variations. So we're looking at Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York. And we see that peak that fires up right after you announce the pandemic is massively different from state to state. There were about 30 states in the United States that did not have such a feature. And it's exactly at the same time whenever it occurs, and it's very, very different in magnitude. All right? That same kind of peak happens at the same time in different parts of the world. So there are hotspots when just after you announce the pandemic, you get these massive peaks. And they're shown here for Lombardy, Italy, and the region of Madrid, and an area in France, and so on. These peaks occur in very specific hotspots, but synchronously around the world. Now, I want to insist on this. That, from an epidemiological standpoint, is strictly impossible, because the time from seeding of an infection to the sudden rise and measurable rise of mortality is completely uncertain. It is a factor that is extremely sensitive to the details of the population, the institutional structure, and so on. It cannot be the same everywhere, even if you fly seeds out by airplanes at the same time to everyone on the same day. You will not get peaks of mortality that occur synchronously. It is impossible. They vary. That time between seeding, depending on the size of the seed and so on, and the maximum in mortality varies by many, many months. It can even be years. So that's impossible. This was the first thing I said when I saw these peaks, as I said, this is not a viral respiratory pandemic. This has to be peaks that were caused in those jurisdictions that were hotspots. And in fact, in Lombardy, Italy, in that region in particular, they said, don't stay home, come straight into the hospital, we'll treat you. And they were putting 2 people per mechanical ventilator when they were sick enough. And so they were doing horrible things, and there was a massive killing of people, I believe, in that peak. Now, we're going to study that peak in some detail across Europe. I'm going to show you some maps. And this first map is just to remind you where the countries are, and when you look at the other maps. But also, I put in blue here some borders. Now, those borders are interesting because you'll notice in the maps that I will show you of the magnitude of that mortality peak mapped on Europe, that the virus, if it was a virus, absolutely refused to cross these borders. Absolutely refused. There's no crossing of these borders. Now, that's, of course, that's absurd. A viral respiratory disease is believed to spread, and it does not need a passport, and it does not respect borders. So that's yet another proof that this was not a viral respiratory disease pandemic. So let's look at these maps. We're going to start in January 2020, before the pandemic was announced. And what I'm representing here with the different colors is the intensity of the excess mortality in January, integrated for January. So basically, January was an ordinary month, and you're around zero for all of Europe. February, same scenario. Nothing special is happening. Now we hit March, which was when the pandemic was announced and when this peak arose. And there you go. Those are the hot spots. So you can see northern Italy, large regions around Spain, around Madrid and Spain, and so on. And what you'll notice is that you do not cross the border between Portugal and Spain. You do not cross the border between Spain and the southern France. You do not cross the border whatsoever into Germany. Germany was completely protected from this excess mortality at that time in the pandemic. And so Germany did not have these excess deaths whatsoever. And then as we go down off this peak, March into April, we're still on the tail of that large peak. Those regions are the same, basically, and those borders are not crossed whatsoever. And then we get into May and June, and the peak is over. All right? And you have to ask yourself, what caused that peak? Well, we've talked about it somewhat. And we are now looking at everything that was done in that period specifically that could have caused this excess mortality. And what we're finding in many jurisdictions is that hydroxychloroquine, HCQ, had many, many prescriptions, a super prescription of that drug in the jurisdictions that had this peak. Germany was not doing this, and they did not have the peak. Spots that were doing it, counties and so on, that had high prescriptions had a lot of deaths. Now, this is not the only drug that had that peak. So what basically was happening is emergency MDs were told, this is a pandemic, we don't know what it is, it's a new virus, do what you can. And at the same time, there had been the suggestion that hydroxychloroquine could be very effective. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I think that some people were very reckless in prescribing it to their seriously ill patients. And this drug has the property that it has a very narrow and well-defined window of utility, of utility for treating people. And if you go in excess of that, it becomes a toxic chemical. And so it is quite possible that in the jurisdictions that did not know how to use this drug, and we know they overprescribed it as much as 2 grams and so on. So we believe that that's one of the drugs that would have caused this peak. Another one is the various sedatives that were used often in combination with the mechanical ventilators and so on. So this is ongoing research that we're looking at. So now I want to get into, I hopefully by now I've convinced you that or at least that there exists evidence that there was no pandemic and that it was the measures that were killing people before vaccination. Now we want to look at vaccination. This is, well, the first thing I want to say is that there is absolutely no doubt that the vaccines cause significant death. There are now dozens and dozens of autopsy studies that show a causal relationship between the vaccination and its effect on the cells and organs of the body, and that would have caused death. There are many autopsy studies that show this. Adverse effect monitoring is showing a peak of death immediately following vaccination in the first few days, very definite peak of death, followed by an exponential decay of death that lasts at least 2 months. We showed this in detail in one of our papers. There was a survey study done by Professor Mark Skidmore that just asked people, do you know anyone close who died that would have been due to the vaccine, just immediately after vaccination? And on the basis of that scientifically performed survey, they found that in the United States, about 300,000 people would have been killed by the vaccine. There are many, many studies now showing that there are induced pathologies, meaning sicknesses, disease related to having been injected. There are more than 1,250 peer-reviewed scientific studies analyzing and showing vaccine harm. And our work is to look at all-cause mortality, and we calculate what is called the vaccine dose fatality rate, meaning what is the risk that you will die from being injected on a per-injection basis. So that's what we're going to look at now. This is a list of some of the recent autopsy studies, and there's some more there. And now we're going to look at the vaccine period.
And Dr. Rancourt, we will make your slides an exhibit so that the public and commissioners can access and actually see the references.
Perfect. Thank you. So what we did when we started looking at the vaccines and whether or not their rollouts could cause death, one of the first things that drew my attention to this is 4 studies came out in various scientific journals about India. And India is a difficult case because they don't publish national high-quality all-cause mortality data, so you have to actually go on site and go into the various provinces and the various institutions and gather the data yourself to some degree. And so there were 4 studies that did this, and they all found the same thing. They found that there was no excess mortality when when the pandemic was announced. Absolutely everything was normal. And then all of a sudden, many months later, there was a huge surge, huge, massive surge of deaths. And so they showed this and they explained that India had this huge peak in mortality. And none of the 4 groups of researchers mentioned that surge in mortality was occurring exactly when the vaccine was rolled out, military style. And I said, how is this possible? How could they not even mention it? So I wrote an article critiquing them and pointing out that this is exactly when the rollout occurred. And therefore, it allowed me to calculate that those deaths were due to the vaccine. And I single-authored that one. 3.7 million people were killed in India by the vaccine. 3.7 million. And this is because they targeted elderly and sick people. India actually put out a list of 12 comorbidities of very sick people that if you had those, you should be vaccinated right away. And they just did something that was called the Vaccine Festival. That's what the Prime Minister called it. And they said, go and get your sick and elderly everywhere, make sure everyone gets vaccinated. And they killed 3.7 million people. So the vaccine fatality rate that I calculated for India was 1%, which means that 1 out of every 100 injections caused a death in India. And then we said, well, okay, let's look at this for Western countries and for other jurisdictions. So we looked at all the data we could from the UN and tried to identify countries that would be easiest to study at first. And Australia jumped out at us because Australia is a country that had no excess mortality whatsoever during the pre-vaccination period, and then a huge increase in mortality, a new regime of mortality when they rolled out the vaccine. So we said, let's target Australia and see what's happened there. And you can see that integral value in the vaccination period jump up for Australia there on this graph. And this is a blow-up of it. So you see mortality by week in Australia, and you see the vaccine rollout, and you see that as a consequence of the vaccine rollout, there's a higher regime of mortality right there. And we also see a peak in their summer, our winter. Remember, Mortality is higher in the experienced winter. So in the southern hemisphere, mortality is higher in what is our summer, during the period that is our summer, but it's their winter. And so there's seasonality like we normally have, but here in the middle of their summer, they have a sharp peak right there. You can see it, and that coincides exactly with the very sudden rollout of the third dose of the vaccine. And I'll show that in detail now. Here's the rollout of the third dose superposed on that peak of mortality for all of Australia. And it is the same thing for each of the states in Australia. So this is Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, and so on. You get this rollout of the third dose and a peak in mortality that accompanies it. So on that basis, we can calculate things, which I'll show you in a minute. But first, I want to do a little bit of around the world of these kinds of correlations. So this is Mississippi, which is something happened that was very unusual and very sad in the United States. They decided that they needed to have vaccine equity. So large financiers and companies and pharma-tied interests decided that people were not being vaccinated enough in certain states in the United States, so they will have a vaccine equity program, which was highly funded. They hired thousands of people, and they went and vaccinated the most vulnerable people living in various homes and so on. And so in the poor states, you can see that vaccine rollout. You can see that increase in the cumulative doses being given there, and that is the equity program, the vaccine equity program. And then you can see that huge peak that is coincident with that in mortality for the 25 to 64-year-olds. Now, we see that large peak, which is bigger than anything else, that coincides with vaccine equity in basically all of the poor states in the United States, so Alabama and so on, okay? And in those jurisdictions where you get that state, you have the same vaccine dose fatality rate as they had in India, so 1%. It's massive for that peak. This is a peak that occurred in Michigan, coinciding with the initial rollout of doses 1 and 2. And that same peak occurs, or meaning the same properties occur in Ontario, where it's very important. Now, this is a summary of all this data. I'm getting to the end now. This is vaccine dose fatality rate expressed as a percentage by age group. And you can see that for the most elderly, it goes up to almost 1%, even in Western countries. So this is Australia and Israel, where they have really good data on a by age group basis of both doses and mortality. And you can do this. We were the first to do this. This is the first data that was produced that shows that the risk of dying from the injection goes exponentially with the age of the person being injected. And the doubling time of that exponential is about 5 years. So for every 5 year in age, your risk of dying from the injection doubles. And this proves that it was absolutely the opposite of what you should do from a public health basis to go and vaccinate the most vulnerable in terms of being elderly. It is the risk to benefit ratio is completely out of whack. You are injecting people that are at high risk of dying from the injection when you inject the elderly. And this is the first quantitative demonstration of that for Australia and Israel, where we're able to do it. And you can blow up the bottom of that exponential, and you can see that the young adults are above the exponential that holds for the more elderly adults starting at around age 40. So there is a plateau of risk of dying from the injection for young adults that is maintained. And you see it if you do a semi-log. For those of you used to looking at these graphs on a semi-log basis, you can see that plateau in the mortality risk from the injection for the young adults there. Relative to the linear part is the exponential part on this kind of graph. So you can see what people are talking about in terms of sudden deaths of athletes and young people and so on in this kind of data. And this is just to show you, for Israel, the coincidence between the various dose rollouts and peaks in mortality. Now this graph here, is for all ages, but it's even more noticeable when you do by age group, you see. Look at the relationship here for the 80-plus-year-olds between when you roll out the doses and when there's a peak in mortality. And this is 70 to 79-year-olds, and this is 60 to 69-year-olds. So you vaccinate, and that starts a whole period of induced deaths as a result of that. And this is 50 to 59-year-olds. And so we summarize that data for Israel by calculating the vaccine dose fatality rate by age group by dose number. And we showed that as you go to further and further doses, the risk of dying is higher and higher, even when you discriminate by age group like this. So again, that particular graph is not published yet, but that's coming out in one of our next publications. And that's on a semi-log basis, what it looks like. And so this is my conclusion. Every jurisdiction that we've looked at, India, Australia, Canada, Chile, Germany, Israel, New Zealand, USA, and many others, including all the European countries that you saw, always gives us the same result. There is a risk from dying from the injection on a per injection basis that is between 0.05%, that's for all ages in a Western country, all the way up to almost 3% for the most elderly people that are fragile. So we always fall in that range in terms of the risk of dying from these injections. And consequently, we can calculate that that must be a property of the vaccines, and therefore, on the scale of the entire world, given the number of doses that were administered, the vaccine must have killed approximately 13 million people worldwide. And in India, we know for sure, we quantified it, 3.7 million people were killed in India. In the USA, we now have good reason to believe, and different methods giving the same results, the surveys that I mentioned, our method and so on, gives about 300,000 deaths in the US, compared to 1.3 million deaths for the entire COVID period. So it's a large fraction of the COVID period deaths in the US can be directly associated with the injections. And in Canada, we're still quantifying, but the number is going to fall between about 10,000 and 35,000 deaths that are directly induced by the vaccine in Canada, that were. And you remember, I showed you the graph where those deaths are they're larger, they're not smaller when you vaccinate. So that concludes my presentation.
Now, this is looking at deaths. I'm just curious, so it doesn't show whether there's any benefits. It just shows that we have excess deaths. And I know that sounds like an odd question, but it's just the public messaging has been the purpose of the vaccine, the benefits were that it was reduce our symptoms or make the experience of having COVID less severe. And I'm wondering if you can give us your thoughts on that public messaging.
Well, I have been concentrating on data that is robust, that is bias-free, and that data is mortality, all-cause mortality. So I confine myself to saying everything I can say about mortality. However, I note that they are claiming many times that the vaccination would have caused less severe illness. Well, if that's not related to death, I don't know what is.
Right, severe illness, or death follows severe illness, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that this is just speculation, but your speculation is that the public claim about reducing severity of illness is likely not.
Well, as a scientist who reads the literature extensively, I can tell you that the trials, the pharmaceutical industry trials that would have looked at safety and efficiency of the vaccines are highly flawed. They're completely rigged. I think rigged is not an exaggeration. They exclude vulnerable groups, which are exactly the groups that are being killed by these injections. They exclude them from the trials. So you cannot know if particularly fragile, very elderly people would have been killed by the injection because it was never tested.
And then my other question is and I appreciate you have to wait for the data to be published, but vaccination intake, my understanding is, has dropped as time has gone. I'm sorry, vaccination intake has dropped, so fewer people, for example, are taking the boosters. Are you seeing any reflection in all-cause mortality with a less robust uptake of boosters?
In most countries, excess mortality is now dropping and is coming back to normal. There's a subgroup of countries like Canada where in 2022 the mortality is higher than it was even before. And those are countries of concern for us that we're studying now in detail. Boosters generally most of the population is refusing the more advanced boosters, and therefore they're targeting the elderly more, supposedly to protect them. So that's part of the reason that we measure on average that the booster doses are more lethal, because they're also being given predominantly more to elderly people, but they appear to be even more lethal when you take age into account, as I showed today with these graphs, where there's somewhat higher risk of mortality with the higher doses. But all of this is occurring together, and sometimes we can't unpack the data enough to really answer some of these detailed questions.
Thank you. And those are the questions I have. I'll see if the commissioners have any questions for you. And they do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranco, for this very comprehensive analysis. You did actually point it out to a number of conclusions that I think are pretty well founded based on your analysis, but there's still more questions to be examined. And for example, without getting into too much speculation, I was wondering whether you've examined causes for the targeted population of disabled, especially in the south of the United States, like Mississippi or other places, that also happen to be area where the industrial agriculture is very, very active. And we know from many studies that industrial agriculture use extensively glyphosate, which is, in theory, helping the yield, but that's something we can debate. But what we've learned from many studies now that are coming in the last decade or so is that glyphosate is a very toxic component for the microbiota. That we had a scientist presenting in Quebec City that was mentioning that there was a pretty good correlation with respect to sensitivity to all kinds of infection, including COVID, as well as a propensity for people that had a bad microbiota to be more susceptible to vaccine toxicity. So I don't know whether you've explored that in terms of big number, and if you could, at this point, draw some sort of correlation between the exposure to glyphosate making population much more susceptible to infection. That if you don't treat, as you pointed out, will result in...
Yeah. we did look in detail into glyphosate use on the U.S. territory, and we looked at maps of that, and we compared those maps to excess mortality maps and to poverty maps and so on. So we did examine that in some detail. It's difficult because, you know, we're talking about correlations. We don't really know. We don't have specific patients where the presence of that toxic substance was analyzed in their blood, and we know that they died, and we know they were injected. You know, we don't have those things that you would have in clinical studies, so we're looking at correlations. And what I can say is that it's difficult because there is heavy glyphosate use in some states that are very poor, so the two are together, but there is also heavy glyphosate use in agricultural regions which are not particularly poor and don't have, you know, a high prescription of antibiotics, for example. So it's very difficult to unravel, but I would say that we did not find clear evidence of a glyphosate effect. Let's put it that way. On the scale of the nation, looking for correlations, we did not find that.
My other question has to do with the number of, I would say, disabled population in the States that, according to your analysis, seems to be much higher than what we have in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
And that could explain one of the differences we see between the two countries. But do we have in Canada a population that we, even though in lower number, that could be
Absolutely.
in that category
Absolutely.
and that suffer more from the measure?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't, you know, I didn't say everything we've done. Obviously, there are 30 articles. But in Canada, it's clear, for example, just to give you a few examples, even though the mortality is much lower than the U.S., it's still quantitatively, there is excess mortality. So, for example, in Alberta, young men at the beginning of the pandemic, when the energy sector was closed down, have a very high excess mortality, above anything else, okay? So there was huge suffering among young men in Alberta that is directly seen in the excess mortality. And this correlates with increase in homicides, suicides, drug deaths, and so on. So there's tremendous suffering that can be induced from the all-cause mortality in Canada, young men. Now, there were also many Aboriginal working in that sector, and so we looked at Aboriginals, and we found that the highest mortalities among young men were in provinces where there were many Aboriginal people. So not just young men. So there's definitely a correlation in Canada between the fraction of the population that is Aboriginal and the excess mortality. We definitely see that. And it's going to be in our next paper about Canada. So that is certainly a fragile group in the same way that disabled people in the United States are a fragile group. Absolutely. And I'm sure it's co-correlated with things like diabetes, obesity, and so on. But yes, that's an identifiable fragile group in Canada. So young men whose lives were devastated by losing their jobs in the energy sector and Aboriginal are the two in Canada that we found that were most striking, let's say.
Another question I'd like to try to put in perspective the magnitude of death that are correlating with the vaccine rolled out in the States, and you and other people are coming with numbers in the range of 300,000 over a fairly short period of time. If you put that in perspective with the significant excess death measure in the States from the opioid crisis, that took place over a much longer period of time, but clearly that was so important according to some analysis that it did decrease the life expectancy in the United States. So what would be your assessment of the death toll for the deriving from vaccine in terms of life expectancy, and how would you compare that to the opioid crisis in terms of death toll?
Okay, so when we identify mortality that we believe, that we come to conclude is due to injections, it's due to the vaccine, we actually see peaks that are synchronous with vaccine rollouts, whether it's different doses and so on, like I showed you. And that includes in the United States. We see peaks that are synchronous with the rollouts. That's one thing. Now, in order to see that, it has to be strong enough, so there have to be enough elderly people or fragile people that are injected and so on. So the equity program was just shocking in the United States, where you really see the peak associated with that. So that's one proof, if you like, even in Canada and in the United States, that the vaccines are definitely killing people. But the other argument is we always see the same death risk by injection. So we tend to believe that even though the United States is very complex in terms of its mortality, you know, peaks in the summer, all kinds of things, and certainly these other factors that you mentioned, that we expect that the same risk of death by injection would be the same in the U.S. And that's how we obtain our kind of global number, our global estimate. Now, to be clear, we studied the U.S. in great detail before we first quantified in so many countries this vaccine death fatality rate. So now we're more certain than ever that this is a real number and that it is a given for these types of vaccines. So that's how we estimate our 300,000. So when I say that the vaccines cause death, I mean that the death occurred soon after the injection and gave rise to a statistical feature that cannot be there by accident. But that doesn't mean there were not comorbidity conditions. Of course there were. There's age and many different illnesses, and if someone is highly exposed to glyphosate or, you know, and so on, a clinician would be able to tell you. So you're basically challenging, I think, the number for vaccine deaths in the U.S. on the basis that there are other cofactors. And yeah, it's true, there are other cofactors, but I have become convinced that this vaccine dose fatality rate between 0.05% all ages combined all the way to 3% for the most elderly, including in Western nations, is a hard number. We are, every time we do it, and remember, we're doing it for peaks that should never occur there, that are exactly coincident with vaccine rollouts. And just to give you an example of how much resistance we're getting in this work, the 4 articles on India that didn't even mention the vaccine rollout, there was a 5th article on India that looked at Bombay, I believe, in more detail, the large urban center. And they saw the same peak again, but they argued that it was due to the Delta variant. Now, we looked at that, and we were critical of it because when you look at what they actually did, they adjusted the virulence of the so-called presumed Delta variant in order to get the mortality that they were observing. So it was not an ab initio determination of the virulence of the pathogen they were proposing. It was adjusted virulence in order to explain the death. That's the level that they are pushing these variants. And when I read the literature on variants, I think, wow, this is incredible, because they're very small populations that are being analyzed and not selected at random whatsoever. They go to clinics, they're analyzed, and from this they use computer models to, they claim, tell us what fraction of the infections are due to a particular variant. They make these wonderful graphs with computers. It's completely unreliable. When you read the methodology that they're using, they admit in all the footnotes how unreliable it is. And I am shocked to see scientists reproducing those graphs of how many variants there are and which variants are arising and the proportion of making these beautiful graphs straight from these websites that are funded by pharma. I'm shocked to see scientists using them and believing them and interpreting their own studies in terms of the prevalence of these variants. I think it is garbage science. That's my impression. It's not my direct area of expertise. You asked me a question, so I'm overflowing a bit, but I think that the variance stories are garbage. That's me. And I have direct experience of that with India. Now, there were peaks in Australia at the same time, if you believe the scientific literature, at the same time that the Delta variant was causing this peak in India, it was the Omicron variant that was causing something in Australia, But really, the peaks in Australia that they were concerned about were exactly coincident with the rollouts of the vaccine. So I did a deep dive into how they determine these variants and decided for myself that it was garbage, and that every time I needed to challenge it, I would look at what they did, and I would point out the errors and the incorrect assumptions. So we did that for India. And I could go on about every time I read scientific articles claiming things about COVID-19, and I find huge errors. This is bias. It's not science, it's bias. Sorry, I'm going overboard here. I'm stepping outside of my all-cause mortality expertise, but I'm shocked at how the degradation of science in general.
Maybe a last question. I mean, your analysis is very thorough, but you're using method which are pretty standard method, right? So how is it that no other team has done similar analysis and generate data that would either confirm or challenge your data in a meaningful way?
Well, there's not a lot in the peer-reviewed scientific literature, and a lot of our work is also not peer-reviewed. But there are people looking. There are more and more ad hoc scientists, if you like, looking at all-cause mortality data, and some of them are making very useful comments. Now, with my statistics background, I was able to develop. Our group was able to develop statistical analysis methods that go far beyond classic epidemiology. Because the classic epidemiological view before COVID was to simply put essentially a sinusoidal curve through the seasonal variations and to try to extract something from that. And it's not a sinusoidal curve. There's big problems with that. So we had to kind of, in a sense, reinvent the wheel to develop really more robust methods that include error propagation and everything. So we've done that. But any trained scientist of the government or an academic researcher who knows about statistics and understands data can do this. And Statistics Canada does do good work on mortality and does quantitative work and error propagation. So they can all do it. But for some reason, they don't want to see it. They don't want to... the data leads you to concluding things like there was no pandemic and the vaccines caused death. And they don't want to see that.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Doctor. I have a couple of questions. You were, in your discussion, talking about different age stratifications and the effects of the vaccines and the peaks and whatnot, but you didn't specifically talk about probably two of the most helpless, two of the most at-risk age groups, at least not specifically, and that is babies, both prior to birth and after birth. Did you look at the incidence of death in the womb and death of babies throughout that time period?
Well, no, we didn't look at it. We confined ourselves to all-cause mortality data that could be obtained on a per-age group basis. And so we do go, for example, we have many countries where we can look at the 0 to 5-year-olds, and things like that. But these are small numbers of deaths, in relative deaths. You'll remember one of the graphs I showed that the relative increase in all-cause mortality for the youngest group was fairly small compared to the other age groups. So it's hard to detect quantitatively from this kind of method. However, it's the kind of thing that's easy to do from clinical observations, right? You can, all deaths are recorded, and premature deaths and so on. So other researchers using other methods should be able to do this very well.
Yes.
Yeah.
We heard testimony, I think, was in Quebec City from one of the experts with regard to pregnant women getting the vaccines, and I believe under questioning, one of the witnesses said that it was conceivable that a pregnant woman through the course of her pregnancy could get 3 shots. The first one in the first trimester, a second one a month or so later, and the third booster when just before delivery. And they also talked about the correlation, I think it was a statistical correlation between the number of vaccine injections you got compared to the risks. And again, I'm guessing that you hadn't looked at those numbers.
Every time I read the safety evaluations done by the pharmaceutical industry in order to get these vaccines approved on an emergency basis, it's like I'm in a nightmare. It's incredible. That's all I can say.
Well, one of the other things that came out in testimony, previous testimony, was that doctors were seriously promoting the vaccines to pregnant women. And we also heard that there was no, one of the reasons for that is they said pregnant women were susceptible to COVID. We also heard there were no or few studies about confirming that pregnant women were. And I'm wondering if you looked at the mortality rate of women, reported mortality rate of women in pregnancy. There are statistics available from Statistics Canada that report, I think, the incidence of death prior to COVID in pregnant women was 1 in 15,000, and I was wondering if you looked at whether there was any kind of increase in that.
Well, again, this is that's a specific area of mortality, if you like, very targeted, and the numbers are small compared to on an entire jurisdiction or by a whole age group. So I don't have the resolution to look into those things by the methods that we're using, but I have to say the following thing. When they justify these dangerous medical interventions on the basis that you may get COVID or that you're susceptible to getting the so-called COVID, you have to ask yourself, what the heck are they talking about? Because my all-cause mortality data, which is absolutely robust, suggests that there was no particularly virulent pathogen on the planet. It did not happen. Now, clinicians and emergency people are wearing glasses where they look for it because they've been told, and they're seeing all kinds of things that they would see at other times if they've been told the same kind of thing. So they're wearing their COVID glasses. Everyone's getting kind of crazy. But in the end, there were not people dying in the street in most places. There was no particularly virulent pathogen. People have to grasp that. There is no fundamental reason to do anything special. And this is now a completely firm conclusion. If mortality cannot be used to draw this kind of conclusion, then we're living in a mad world where whatever they say is true. It's all about whether there was something that happened on the planet that killed people. I can look at all-cause mortality and I can see an earthquake in Chile. I can see a heat wave that lasted 3 days in Paris. I can see a world war. I can see the Vietnam War. I can see an economic downturn as causing an increased mortality. I cannot see any of the previously declared pandemics after the Second World War. They're not there. So we have to reset our thinking and start to recognize that the virologists have been exploiting us and have been screaming fire where there's not really anything present as far as I can see. If we can't go back and look at the actual data of who's dying, where and when, and what does it correlate to, then we can't do anything.
You know, that kind of leads me into my next question, and that is, you were talking about estimated vaccine deaths in Canada, and you put that number estimated around 30,000 people. Being a statistician and interested in history, can you tell me when was the last time something happened in Canada that caused 30,000 deaths?
Well, it sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot when you look from the perspective of all-cause mortality, in the sense that, there's a seasonal variation, and every winter far more people die than in the summer. Yes. So on that scale, and also the amplitude of that seasonal variation has been decreasing historically since the Second World War. It was much higher, and it's been decreasing. So it follows the health status of the population, the age of the population, but also the living conditions of the population. And it is dramatic to see in European countries, for example, how big it was just after the war, and the very gradual decrease. And then you can see, beyond just the age structure changes, you can actually see large economic downturns and a shift in economics, if you like. You can see that as a gradual increase in all-cause mortality. So these are big effects, and so even though 30,000 from a forensic point of view, they killed maybe approximately 30,000 people. We're refining that number. They definitely killed people. This was a huge crime. But in terms of the scale of the mortality for the whole nation, it's maybe not that great.
Well, I guess perhaps I asked that question in the wrong way, because you have an overall excess in mortality, and a portion of that in your presentation, you said would have been caused by some of the measures, some of the other effects of the measures, and some of the vaccines. So in an all-cause excess mortality over that period of time, what was that number, plus or minus?
Yeah, I think the mortality in Canada, roughly speaking, because we're still doing the analysis for Canada in detail, I think even though the mortality on a per capita basis in Canada is much smaller than the U.S., factor 5, okay, the situation is similar to the U.S. in that there was a lot of mortality before the vaccine rollout, and then there's a lot of mortality that continues after the vaccine rollout, and there's a good portion of that mortality that's directly due to the injections. I think that is generally true in Canada as well. Like the mortality of young men in Alberta happened before the vaccine rollout. And the higher mortality in certain provinces is before the vaccine rollout, and that continues. There's still that trend. So the strongest evidence we have is when you get an actual peak in an unusual place that is directly synchronous with a rollout of a booster or a dose or something like that. So it's similar in that sense to the U.S. But Canada is unique in that 2022 is a high mortality year compared to the previous 2 years, and there are only about 10 or 20 countries that are like that, and Canada's one of them.
You talked a little bit about Statistics Canada, and we had witnesses in previous hearings that didn't use Canadian numbers. They talked about Australia, they talked about United States, they talked about Germany, and what they said was that the statistics available in Canada are not there, and they are delayed significantly. For instance, the Statistics Canada still has not released final numbers on mortality for 2021. Did you experience issues with getting the detailed mortality numbers in Canada that this other researcher had? Yes.
At the beginning of the pandemic, where I wanted to get to work as soon as possible, it was very hard to get good mortality data for Canada, even though many other Western countries, including the U.S., were putting them out very quickly. So we wrote to the people responsible in Canada, and we shamed them. We said, look, here are the other jurisdictions. This is what they're doing. We're supposedly in a pandemic here. You cannot not put this data out. And within a month, we started getting data. I'm not saying we directly caused that, but we were among the voices that voiced very serious concern about their slowness. But they remain slow and behind many European countries and the US. And for example, I showed today the year 2022 for Canada. Well, that came out a few days ago, but it's been out for quite a while in most other places. So it's slow. And there are certain provinces on a by province basis that really lag behind others. Manitoba is a good example. They're very slow. We still don't have Manitoba's data that should be up to date. It's far from it. So when we make comparisons between provinces, we have to leave Manitoba out just because it's so darn slow to get the data. But the national data is reliable, and it has just come out for 2022. But most other jurisdictions in the Western world have many months more data. Mm-hmm. So Canada has been slow, and I don't understand why that is.
Mr. Buckley, did we not, after testimony previously, did we not send out an invitation to the head of Statistics Canada or a responsible person in Statistics Canada to attend these meetings and discuss this with us?
Commissioner, I can't say from memory if we specifically sent one out to a Statistics Canada person, but I can get that over the break and report back.
I appreciate that. Also, Doctor, your statistics deal with what has happened. And when we're talking about vaccine deaths, is it not reasonable to assume that if you're giving vaccines that are causing immediate death, that there's a strong possibility or a possibility that long-term deaths will continue to accrue because of that? And of course, we have no idea what that will be in the future.
Yeah. Okay, well, in terms of answering that specific question, a more powerful approach is to look at adverse effect monitoring. So we analyzed, in one of our papers, we analyzed the VAERS database. And in that study, we showed, which is among the studies that I've given you, we showed that there is an immediate peak that lasts a few days right after injection. And then we show that there's an exponential decay from the time of injection of death, and that lasts at least 2 months. And you cannot have an exponential decay with such an unusual decay time if it's not causally connected to the injection. Okay, so we're sure of that. Now, there are probably all kinds of other physiological effects, and they may last a long time, and people are talking about accelerated cancers and so on. What I can tell you from all-cause mortality is that there are many jurisdictions that from the time of the initial vaccine rollout and where they're maintaining the vaccines and so on, you enter a regime of higher mortality. It's a very definite regime of higher mortality. The summer troughs don't come back down to where they should be. It stays high. And that is the case in Australia, Israel, many jurisdictions. So there are clean countries like that that allow you to conclude that there's probably like a long-term resistant kind of effect on the death. And you have to appreciate that from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, it's extremely complex. The populations are different, the treatments are different, the pathogens are different, everything's different. So for example, it was a nightmare, and we spent years analyzing the US data, just trying to understand why each state is so different and so on. Finding the correlations that we did was a lot of work. So it's going to be almost impossible from all-cause mortality to say that there are deaths induced by the injections that are a year later, for example. I think that's going to be impossible to say from all-cause mortality. So I think there you have to rely on autopsies and things like that.
I guess what we're saying is we're never going to know because certain jurisdictions have, we've heard from testimony, certain jurisdictions have forbidden autopsies on COVID-19 death patients. You know, when deaths go up in the long term in different areas, of course it wouldn't be a year later if there was rapid cancers or something else, it wouldn't be necessarily, you see that happening now, they wouldn't necessarily relate it to the vaccine, but you would think that that would still be reflected in an increase in all-cause mortality. But I guess due to the complexity overall, between jurisdiction and jurisdiction and province to province and city to city, I guess we're never going to know the answer to that.
That's true, but also I would add something else. When you study all-cause mortality, you quickly realize that it's a very robust feature of a population. It's really hard to get more deaths than usual. You have to have an earthquake or something really special. So you generally have a certain amount of death per population, given the culture and the health status and everything, and that's very robust. So any of these excess mortalities that we measure, that means something very dramatic is going on. Mm-hmm. And like I said, we've seen economic depressions, wars, we've seen those things, and that directly. So you have to do everything that we see related to COVID looks like a societal transformation that was imposed. That's what we're seeing. And it's really about the measures, including vaccines. This was an assault against people, and it killed many people. That's really the conclusion. And I can't see how to get around that. And the other big thing, which a lot of scientists have a hard time wrapping their heads around, is there was no specially virulent pathogen. There is no evidence of the spread of a viral respiratory disease. In fact, there is counter evidence that disproves that could be the cause. Yeah. Scientists have got to look at our data and wrap their heads around that, because many of their sentences start with, they got COVID, we had to do something, there was a high probability of being infected, which are the populations that are most at risk from getting COVID, this kind of thing. They've got, that thinking has to be reset. Otherwise, we're never getting out of this, and they will keep doing this whenever they want. They will declare pandemics whenever they want, and they will assault the population in these kinds of ways anytime they want if we don't start resetting it. And the way to reset it is to use hard data that cannot be disputed, and that is mortality data.
Mm-hmm. My last question, and I wouldn't ask this of any other witness, and the reason I ask you this, Doctor, is because you're not only a statistician, you're a physicist, and that means a particular thing. Physics is a very fuzzy thing, and you need to ask all kinds of basic questions and understand where you're going. And you are a professor of business, as I understand, as well, so you look at a broad range of things and causes. And so my question to you is this: why? Why did they do this? Why did they potentially cause the deaths of millions and millions of people worldwide? And I know the statistics numbers don't give you this answer, so I'm boxing you into a corner here, Professor. But I'm asking, when you were looking at these numbers and you were seeing these conclusions, you must have asked yourself, or your team must have asked, why? And I would like to know what those discussions may have been, if you're comfortable in
I don't know if I'll let you into that room. One of the articles I included in my book of exhibits is an article I wrote in 2019, which is about geoeconomics and geopolitics since the Second World War. And I believe that that really gives the proper analysis framework to answer a question like that. I believe that this was a military rollout of an injection. I believe that it was, they wanted to be able to practice and demonstrate that they could inject everyone. Now, many commentators have said, well, why would they want to inject people? And injections are the most powerful bioweapon, in the sense that you don't have to rely on transmission of a disease which could affect your own people and this kind of thing. You're directly injecting the body of a person with something. So that is a very powerful thing to be able to do. For the military to be able to roll out injections of an entire population is a very powerful thing. You can target certain groups, you can target certain jurisdictions, you can do whatever you want if you have a way of injecting everybody in a military rollout very quickly. Now, therefore, the injection itself can be a weapon, but also it can be the antidote to a bioweapon. So it can be a way of providing an antidote to your population of a bioweapon that you have released. We're talking about biowarfare. This was an exercise, in my view, this was an exercise in biowarfare. And the Russians have said it that plainly. They have talked about the biolabs that are in Ukraine that they have now, taken and have all the data for and so on. They have talked about what's going on here, and they've given examples, historic examples of bioweapons and what it looks like when they're used and so on. So this has been analyzed by other countries. Our media don't talk about it, but in my view, geopolitics did not disappear like they like us to believe. Geopolitics has been continuous and is the biggest wheel that drives the world. And when you analyze it, you see what happened when the Bretton Woods Agreement was withdrawn from by the U.S. unilaterally. You see what happens when the USSR dissolved. You see huge tectonic shifts in the economic structure of the planet and how populations are affected by that in Africa, Latin America, elsewhere, including Europe, Japan, and Canada. Canada had many socioeconomic transformations as a direct consequence of the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the accelerated globalization, so-called globalization, that occurred immediately afterwards. So these are the big trends, and war is a big part of it. The Pentagon has said it is going to destroy China in the next 10 years. The biggest part of the Pentagon budget right now is to encase and encircle and isolate China. There's a military base and naval presence like we've never seen before around a country that is thinking, what do we do, and how do we defend against this, and can we sign an agreement with Russia to have these supersonic weapons that destroy ships, and all that. This is the level that these people are thinking at right now. So COVID is just part of that. It's just part of that, in my view. That is my view. I've dared to talk about it. I've analyzed it from my perspective, but it's just an opinion.
Dr. Rancourt, I'd like to thank you for that testimony, your courage to give that testimony. It gives a perspective to this whole thing. Folks sitting in the audience, including myself, when you're watching the numbers, and I have a numerical background, but when you watch the numbers, it has a certain meaning. But when you put it into human terms, the way you just did, that's probably the first or second most chilling thing I've heard in the last 20-some-odd days of testimony. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
So, Denis, there are no further questions from the commissioners. So, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for coming and testifying today.
It was my pleasure. It was my honor.
So our next witness today is attending virtually, Natasha Gondek. Natasha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. So right. I know that you have a slide presentation that also introduces you, but I want to, after I swear you in, introduce you a little bit. But can we start just by having you stating your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
My name's Natasha Marie Gonek. First name is Natasha. Last name is Gonek, Gonek.
And Natasha, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So my understanding is you have a lot of experience in investigation and basically regulatory colleges. So you have been a workplace health and safety advisor. You have worked at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner as an investigator. You have worked at the Alberta College of Paramedics as a senior advisor, complaints and investigations person. You have worked at the College of Registered Nurses of Alberta as an investigations officer. You're currently a consultant, advisor, and advocate, and you're here to share with us some of your thoughts and findings concerning colleges and changes in their disciplinary procedures. So I think I'll just ask you to start explaining that to us.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to share my presentation, and I do have some additional appendices, so hopefully they'll move a little bit slow or, smoothly as I go through them. I'll just see. Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen, although,
yeah, there
sharing? You go. Yes, now we see your slide.
Okay. It's just not coming up on my large screen.
But I'll ask David if he'll put okay.
That's okay. All right. So you went through some of my background, and I'd just like to add a little bit to what I've been doing since the end of my employment for not consenting to providing my personal medical information as a investigations officer. I have been consulting, advising, and advocating professionals, patients, and their families. This has included advising in relation to regulatory complaints, union issues, patient care concerns, other employment-related issues, and the level of harm that I'm witnessing due to everything from the COVID measures is it ranges from patient death, neglect, refusal of care for not submitting to either testing or masking. It's abuse, there's suicides, alienation, inappropriate care from regulated professionals, refusal of care because of vaccine injury, and then disciplinary action by employers and regulators. And this is kind of what I want to get into today. Okay, so like many others have testified here, I've been gathering information and evidence since kind of COVID came into the picture, and as a investigations officer at the time, I really looked at what our role was in ensuring that...
Natasha, can I just stop for a sec? Can you turn your volume down a little bit on your side, because we're getting an echo coming back?
Sure. Hopefully that helps.
No, I think we wanted your volume turned down a little bit.
Yeah, I did turn it down.
Yeah, that is a little better. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. No, that's quite all right. So the first thing I want to talk about is the actual role of a regulator, because I'm not sure that the public is as well aware of what these regulatory colleges are. So just a brief little outline of what the colleges do. So the colleges are private, non-for-profit corporations. It does vary with the setup a little bit province to province. I'm just going to speak in some generalities. And they are designated to self-govern the profession in their province. And in Alberta, we have the Health Professions Act, and the very number one mandate and role of the college is probably the most important thing for people to understand as I share information, is that the college must carry out activities and govern its regulated members in a manner that protects and serves the public interest. And it's for this purpose that the colleges are 100% membership funded. They do not receive any government funding. And the regulators are to be independent from the employers in the industry, any stakeholders, and are not to operate as an extension of the government. They are actually there to provide the oversight of the professionals that they regulate. And so the oversight during the pandemic, as this started to roll out, when as an investigator I looked at it, that we had more obligation to protect the public at that time, and even more obligation to ensure that the public was properly informed and that members were properly instructed to continue with open discussions, to discuss what they were seeing on the front lines, and number one, to make sure they were still acting in the best interests of their patients, no matter what direction they were being given. So I have a slide here to bring up first, and it is from the Canadian Nurses Association. And so in Canada, the Canadian Nurses Association sets the Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. And these are adopted across Canada by most of the provinces to ensure consistency. And so this organization has put out a document called Nurses' Ethical Considerations During a Pandemic. And for the purposes of this presentation, I've just cut and pasted page 8 of this, and I've highlighted some sections on it that are extremely important. And I want people to keep in mind some of the previous testimony that they've heard of especially from nurses who are being disciplined by their college, when I read these highlighted sections. So the Canadian Nurses Association Code of Ethics establishes dignity as a primary nursing value. They go on to say in here, while nurses and nursing students are the primary whistleblowers in the healthcare system, too often they face negative consequences for speaking up about ethical issues in their practice. This potential for negative reprisal has a silencing effect on nurses' voices. And yet, when we look further, there was a final report after the Ontario SARS Commission, and they stated that ethical practice is supported when health system administrators and governments listen to and act on the concerns raised by nurses, other care providers, and the union that represents them. It says here that nurses' voices are an essential resource in preventing and mitigating the harms a pandemic will cause to the dignity of people in their care. And we've heard a lot about the actions and the harm of vulnerable people, and this ethical considerations actually address this as well. It says vulnerable people such as residents in long-term care do not lose their right to be treated with dignity and respect, even in pandemic circumstances. In all situations, especially during a pandemic, it's essential that the healthcare environment encourages nurses to use their voice. Such an environment sponsors openness, encourages the act of questioning the status quo, and supports those who speak out in good faith to address concerns. They specifically identified the COVID-19 pandemic and said that some nurses are speaking out through the media. Nurses must not be made to fear using their voice in this way, because nursing is one of society's most trusted professions. Nursing administrators, regulators, and professional associations all share the responsibility to support nurses speaking the truth about what's happening at the forefront of the pandemic. And I think that document probably echoes quite heavily with a lot of the people listening who've heard the stories of and witnessed, even in their own groups of people, the practitioners that are being disciplined for following actually the guidelines of those who write their code of ethics for their profession. So the big question is, why are the regulators choosing to operate in a manner that actually questions their ability to self-govern the profession in accordance with their legislative requirements? I mean, I've been asking this question from the beginning: where's the direction coming from? And why are they just going along with that instead of properly advising the profession? So when looking at the regulatory structure, the thing I'm actually going to address right now is some information that hasn't been presented, as far as I'm aware, before. And this is, I haven't seen it in any other testimony, and it's related to fees. And the regulatory structure specifically keeps the colleges and the regulators out of setting fees. They must not set fees and negotiate for any of those treatment for service or act as an agent for that. And so at this point, we're going to move into the first of the examples that I have on that. Now, this was a document put out by the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Program. There it is. All right. So just a little bit of a background is, healthcare professionals in many fields have billing codes, and they're able to charge fees, and that's how they're reimbursed for their services. Nobody's saying that there's anything wrong with that. These professionals, however, are very aware of their obligation to ensure that they're only performing and billing for care that the patient requires and has consented to. So the regulatory bodies in this case are responsible for ensuring that the regulated members are following proper billing practices and that they're investigating complaints related to improper billing or fraudulent billing. So the regulatory bodies would also, in that, be responsible for cautioning their members should the government put out a fee for service that may put their members into a position of a potential ethics or practice violation. And there's an overarching principle that we look at when doing an investigation is, when there's a fee for service involved, is just because you have a billing code, just because one's provided and you can charge a fee for that service, does this mean you should? Does this mean they should have? And so that's, when we look at, from an investigative standpoint, that being provided, it does raise flags here in relation to the fees I'm putting up now. So the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Plan put out this COVID-19 vaccine awareness program. Now, just prior to this coming out, our Chief Medical Officer of Health here had publicly discussed the need to identify low vaccine uptake areas. And also, please remember, the Alberta government was offering in June of 2021 $3 million in lottery. So 3 prizes of $1 million to uptake more vaccines into people. Later, they then, in September of 21, offered a $100 gift certificate for anybody who took the shots. So there was a lot of incentivization going on at the time. So this bulletin went out to physicians, and hopefully it's easy for people to read. But this came out in July 2nd, 2021. And I would like to scroll down to the physicians in targeted areas. So this is where local geographical areas were identified by the Alberta Healthcare Plan and the officials. And I'd like people to take note of who was being targeted directly with this billing code. And I'll go into what the criteria was for the physicians. So the detailed notes of this were telephone advice and counseling to a patient or their agent regarding COVID-19 vaccine, and the billing code allowed them to bill $20 for that telephone advice. It was a temporary code to support COVID-19 vaccine uptake in local geographical areas where vaccine uptake is lower than 50%. And those are those previously identified in the table above. There were some criteria to this that the physicians had to follow, is that this could only be claimed for a patient who had not yet received a first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. And it could only be claimed when the physician provided the counseling or education to the patient or their agent regarding COVID-19 vaccine, and that the physician or a qualified healthcare professional determined the eligibility of that patient for the COVID-19 vaccine by accessing their immunization status, and that would be on NetCare. Now, when I saw this information come out, and it's not easy to find, but it raised a significant flag in, you know, the process that was involved in being able to access and call these patients. So this is a position already where there's an imbalance of power between a physician and a patient. These are patients that are not asking to have their doctor look into their COVID vaccination record. They're not consenting to that. They're not consenting to the nurse accessing that record, or whoever that other agent might be with access permissions, to determine their eligibility. And then the phone call from the physician where the patient hasn't asked for that to occur. Those are all very significant patient-doctor issues that really could lead to some pretty heavy coercion, or the inability for a patient to feel like they can say no. It may, you know, it really does damage that physician-patient relationship if that individual did not want that consultation and did not want to be assessed in that manner.
Can I just stop you for a second, Natasha? So, yes. And this billing code is also for promoting the vaccination, not for giving advice as to whether or not you should be vaccinated. Am I right about that?
That's correct. So, and this was not for providing the vaccination. This was simply for calling and providing education. It was their awareness program. So it was for them to call and provide education to that patient.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
Yeah, and then there were two other bulletins that came out from Alberta Healthcare. One was July 16th, opening it up, and it was also relaying the information, and it opened it up to all physicians in the province. These were also allowed to be retroactively claimed. And then I did find one more bulletin, August 17th, 2021, again related to the same program. And then they were allowing an extended time to be able to bill for that service. So the criteria did not change. Now, the other billing code that I want to address is in relation to pharmacists. And, you know, I'm not sure if pharmacists themselves actually had a code for calling people. However, I have spoken to many seniors that did inform me that they received a call from their pharmacy. They were told they were eligible to book their COVID-19 vaccine. And they had said they didn't ask for that phone call. So it would be interesting to be able to go in and see, you know, all the billing codes that were provided. And in that, it would probably be the easiest investigation to complete, because anybody who was participating in doing this would be tracked based on all their billing, plus all their access to the system, where they're inappropriately looking into a patient's medical record without being asked for that assessment. So in relation to the pharmacies, so the pharmacies had a program set up, and I will apologize for the look of this document, but every time I open it, the document seems to degrade more. I'm not sure what that's about, but I've tried saving it about 6 times now. So this is a bulletin put out by Alberta Blue Cross, and pharmacies were given there was a program set up in Alberta COVID-19 Pharmacy Immunization Program. And there were a bunch of bulletins coming out. And this one was from March of 2021, where the pharmacies could enroll to participate in this program. And they actually had to fill out a form, sign up, and there was some training involved for them and their staff. to be able to be considered for expansion into providing vaccines. This document did not talk about any of the fees involved. However, when we move forward into April of 2021, the next bulletin did indicate the fees that were coming. And I'll just briefly say that, pharmacies do administer publicly funded vaccines, and they are compensated for that. So that's not uncommon, that's not inappropriate. It is part of what they do. And those in Alberta, the publicly funded vaccines are influenza, pneumococcal, and DTaP. And the fees for those had just been increased to $15. So there was a ministerial order in March 22nd of 2022 for the increase, a couple dollar increasing those vaccines. However, when we roll out to this pharmacy immunization program, we now go down and there's codes for everything, for every age group eventually that were added. But here's the claims process, and it's first mentioned in this April publication that claims for COVID-19 immunization will be eligible for $25 per service fee. And so there's a question here as to why, when pharmacies are already provided with the ability to provide these publicly funded vaccinations, and they already had a fee schedule in place, why was there a $25 fee added for pharmacies that actually provided the COVID vaccine and only related to the COVID vaccine? There wasn't an increase across the board. In May of 2021, sorry, I'm just sharing this, there was an update to this, and this update is quite interesting because here they announce that Alberta Health has applied a premium of $10 per dose, increasing the fee from $25 to $35 for COVID-19 vaccination administration on a Saturday, Sunday, or statutory holiday. And they were able to retroactively bill for that increased fee. And you can see that these are Blue Cross documents. I haven't edited them. They're degrading on me for some reason. So, there's not an issue with being reimbursed, when they're providing care. But when you're looking at fees, you're looking at incentivization. And when you're personally witnessing advertising in your community and on social media for clinics, and on this weekend we're going to have a clinic related to COVID-19 vaccine at such and such pharmacy. There were signs all over our neighborhoods. There were signs on our social media pages, and there really needs to be a wholesome look at why was this occurring? Why was the incentivization there? And why was there no oversight on this? And doctors and nurses and pharmacists who were giving vaccination, what other incentives were they potentially receiving? I think that's also something that needs to be looked at quite heavily. There's when healthcare providers are given a code by the government, when a professional is given that opportunity to charge for their service, they are then knowingly making a choice to participate and follow whatever the steps are in order to obtain that. And I want to make that really clear. These aren't people doing this without the knowledge of what they're doing, without knowing that they should be considering whether what they're doing to access patient records and cold call patients, or bill for those put in for those extra fees and run extra clinics on a weekend. They have knowledge of what they're doing. So I believe that, you know, there really does need to be an investigation that you know, traces that flow of money. And we didn't just see that in healthcare. We saw it with governments, with service providers, with foundations, institutes, employers. You know, were the professionals actually cautioned over their ethical violations by their regulators? And you know, there's a federal document that I'm going to share that actually links in to some of this. And I encourage everybody to go to their regulator's website and look at the communications that went out. There were very specific communications going out, directing physicians, directing patients, telling them there's very few exemptions for any of these mandates, and really giving inappropriate communication about what should be discussed, and that other members should report somebody if they see that they're discussing something outside of the given speaking points of their health provider or health agencies. Now this fund actually gives some overarching look at where some of this information and where some of these programs might have come from. And I'm not sure if anybody's ever looked at this page, but it was actually kind of stomach churning to go through and see all of the agencies, the institutions, the educational institutes, and who they're targeting. But I wanted to bring this in because it might close some of the gap on what we're seeing here. And I'm going to identify just a couple of lines out of here. Is this through the Immunization Partnership Fund, the Government of Canada is helping close the gap among populations with lower vaccine uptake by enabling informed vaccination choices. So that's the purpose of this fund. And I'm only going to highlight the first point on here, because it states that this funding is designed to protect Canadians from COVID-19 and other vaccine preventable diseases by supporting our health partners in 3 areas. And again, the first one is the most significant. It says to build capacity of healthcare providers as vaccinators and vaccination promoters. Now, let that sink in for a minute. I mean, this directly undermines the duty of care that healthcare providers have when handling their patients. You know, this type of statement looks to the grooming, the funding of education programs for professionals, so that they're pushing pharmaceuticals and government messaging. And again, I encourage every Canadian to go look and see where their $45.5 million in funding went to. And I mean, you can just look at some of the first ones. Alberta International Medical Graduates Association, and they were targeting improving COVID-19 vaccine literacy acceptance among newcomers. You know, there are specific groups identified in here: Native communities, Black individuals, they have newcomers, they have long-term care targeted, they have youth targeted, pregnant women. The list goes on for pages and pages. Please go and look at your regulator's site and to some of these documents that I'm pointing out. I'm not sharing anything that isn't publicly available, and some of it's just really, really hard to find. So when we look at all of this, you know, the biggest part here is, well, how did our regulators fail? I mean, the biggest part, the biggest question, and the biggest thing that I've seen in the people I've been helping, the patients that I've been helping and helping guide in the system is, you know, whose interest did these regulators act in when they were directing their members to only convey the government and health authorities' messaging? And that is very clear on the regulator site. And there are a few that didn't put out communications to their members. Well, you know, your silence as a regulator in there if you weren't saying anything and thought that that was okay as well, it's not.
And Natasha,
You know?
we're getting a little tight on time, so I'm just going to
Okay.
ask you to focus as we move along.
Yeah, most definitely. So, you know, there was interference in the physicians and in their ability to treat their patients and direct their care, as well as in other caregivers. These regulated colleges have a check and balance for our system, and that completely failed here. The disciplinary processes have been compromised, and there hasn't been procedural fairness awarded to those who have complaints against them, and I've been direct witness to that. So every complaint that comes into a college needs to be addressed, but it needs to be addressed from the merit of the complaint, the risk to the public, and the violations of that professional's obligations. But the regulator's role really must come before the parroting of the health authorities, those medical officers, the government, and media messaging. Because if they're not providing a check and balance, then who then is watching over and making sure that they're following their first mandate to protect the public? So I'd like to just close by saying that, you know, government regulators and health officials, as well as the media, armed medical professionals, other professionals in other fields as well, employers, with messaging that convinced them that it was acceptable for them to violate their code of ethics, standards of practice, and the laws of our province and our country. And they did it all under the guise of public safety. And those people then used their free will to choose to act as agents to inflict that harm, whether it was mental, physical, social, psychological, or financial, on their patients, families, employees, customers, or their friends. And I'm like, the level of harm that I've witnessed in our population could and should have been stopped had the governance part been doing their job. I think the public should really seek to have some independent multidisciplinary investigation teams assigned to conduct some audits and to conduct full, wholesome investigations. You know, if we're going to hold some accountability, and everybody's seeking accountability.
And Natasha, I'm just going to ask you to focus again, just because we're tight on time. Can I turn you over to the Commissioner for questions, or is there another?
Most definitely.
Okay.
That was.
And the commissioners do have questions.
Yes.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I want to make sure that I understood what you said. Did you say that a normal vaccine, like when they give you something that wasn't the COVID vaccine, they get about $15, $15 for that?
Yes, that's correct. It was $13, and they were that was changed in Alberta, was changed to $15.
Okay, so if a doctor was to give us whatever vaccine apart from the COVID, it was $15. Now, if I understood you correctly, that in Alberta, if they gave you a COVID-19 vaccine on a Sunday, they got $35, and if they phoned you the day before, they got another $20. So they were making $55 a vax in Alberta under that program. Is that correct?
So the $35 was for the pharmacy fee. That $20, there may be a fee for the pharmacist. I have yet to be able to find that any fee schedules. They're really hard to find. However, that $20 fee was for the physician to contact a patient in relation to going for their first shot.
So so the doctor gets paid something for giving a vax. We just don't know what it is. And the $20 for the phone call is above and beyond that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also talked about this federal program, and you showed one organization in Alberta, at least when I was looking at the slide, they got whatever it was, $499,000. Did you look into the ownership of those organizations that were receiving the money?
I have very briefly, but if you go to that site, you can see it's pages and pages and pages of organization. And that's, again, one of those things as an investigator that I know I'm going to deep dive on when I have a few moments to do it, because there's a very important link that once I start diving into some of these documents, that you see some of the organizations that are linked to it, or people that are linked to it, and you see where that funding goes. You get that COVID-19 to zero kind of group, and you see there's pretty consistent funding when you start looking at the agencies. And yes, so I haven't looked at it, but it is on my list to do.
You also talked about programs, generally speaking, we're talking about programs that were either from the Alberta government or the federal government, which were focused on promoting the vaccine. Did you find any programs financing for doctors to become educated themselves about what was in the vax, what were the side effects of the vax, so that they could properly inform their patients so they could make an informed consent?
No, I did not see that. The only thing that I have found is often on the regulators' websites or the association websites, they are linking back to Canadian government forms and documents, as well as, and it'll be deeply embedded in there. Some of them are actually providing that link to the adverse event reporting system within Canada. And I know the surveillance in Alberta has significant listed, I mean, it's probably 20 plus pages of adverse events that they're looking at, but nothing specific that educated doctors that I've found so far. It really is bumping them back to the Canadian guides that have been put out by Health Canada.
So in your words then, they were spending lots of money to promote it, they were spending money to inject it, but they weren't really promoting the, I don't know, what you call it, the owner's manual about the vax.
Not that I've seen, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to summarize what I think I've heard from your talk, which is, to some extent, if one agree on the premise that we were in a very dangerous pandemic that needed to be contained using this unique approach, which is the massive vaccination, if one puts the right incentive in place, both positive to reward people that are going to engage in vaccination, and to some extent negative for people that would do anything to undermine the vaccination, you end up with a pretty good scores in terms of numbers of people being vaccinated. My question is, to what extent does the regulatory framework call people to question the premise of this major social engineering that took place, and that to some extent, on the positive side, can show that a good collaboration between government and private sector can actually yield some very, I would say, positive result if your goal is really to deploy the vaccine rolled out. But on the other end, at the get-go, what's the countermeasure that could actually question the premise of the whole enterprise? Is it something in the framework of the regulatory or in the culture of people that are working in these environments that could or should actually question the premise?
Well, in the regulatory framework, these regulators, had the responsibility to question what was coming out from government, right? So that with their mandate to protect the public and regulating their members isn't just to adopt that government message and adopt the government programs and to push the implementation of the only way that the regulatory framework works is if those regulators are able to critique and criticize and push back when there is, number one, the potential for harm, or if the messaging puts their members into the position where it may create harm. So, you know, the regulatory function in this case, it completely imploded.
Thank you.
And Natasha, that being all the questions from the commissioners, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for attending and giving evidence today.
Thank you for having me.
Commissioners, I need your procedural direction. We have a hard start at 1 o'clock with a witness attending virtually from Europe. I was hoping to squeeze in another quick witness, but I appreciate we have not taken a break since the morning. So I see we need a break. Could we have a box lunch, so I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, spend 15 to 20 minutes on this witness, and then just have a quick lunch. Okay, so we'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honourable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims, and we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear, then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we recommence day one of the Ottawa hearings. I'm pleased to announce our next witness, Kathy Jones. Kathy, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Catherine Frederica Jones, Kathy, C-A-T-H-Y-J-O-N-E-S.
And Kathy, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Now, you're a fairly well-known media personality. Can you share with us a little bit about your, I guess, your career?
Yes, I'm from Newfoundland, and I, as an actor and comedian and satirist and writer, I worked on CBC from 1986 in a show called Codco, where we, it wasn't strictly about the news. And then in 93, we started doing This Hour's 22 Minutes, and I spent 28 years on that show because I don't know when to quit, I guess.
Right. So, and just for people watching internationally, This Hour Has 22 Minutes was a syndicated comedy program, and you worked at that for 28 full years. Now, you were still there when COVID hit. You weren't there for that long.
Yes.
Can you tell us kind of what happened to This Hour Has 22 Minutes and I guess basically the CBC that you experienced when COVID started to hit?
Yes, well, 22 Minutes was just basically trying to comply with the mandates and the protocols that came down with the pandemic. And in March, as we were leaving work in 2020, we were off for the summer, and I heard talk of a pandemic that was happening, and I was like, really? Okay. And then I went back to work in the fall of 2020, and I was completely, a complete rebel with all of the rules and all of the stuff that was happening. It struck me as completely crazy making that they would take my temperature to go into. I fought every day. I had a really rough time those last 6 months, and not because these people weren't trying to be kind and wonderful to me, but because these protocols just completely, I found them insane. Because first of all, I'm a person who comes from a background of natural health and working with my own body, and I would be a person that wouldn't take a flu shot because I'd be looking at the ingredients and stuff like that. And when I started investigating what was going on with the shots and what the PCR test was and all that, I was a pretty difficult person to deal with. Watching an audience watching comedy wearing masks was just like, I think there's an emoji on my phone of a giraffe with its brain exploding, and that was me. And so I found it really, really challenging because just before that, I had been reading a book by James Nestor called Breath, about how it's important to breathe through your nose because the nose actually has all of these great qualities of having nitric oxide in it and these little hairs and everything, and the nose would block viruses. And if we just breathed more through our noses, everything would be okay. And the whole, dismissal of the human body as capable of handling itself if it was healthy was really, it really jarred me. And I found it particularly offensive when people say, would you put that mask up over your nose, please? And I was like, but the nose works. The nose works for humans. So the whole thing just really, I hung in. I was really not fired for not taking a shot or any of that stuff. I was going to be leaving anyway. And I just left a couple of weeks early because I was just breaking down. When they would say, it's time for your test, I would start to look around. At some points, I would actually look at the vent in the ceiling and think, maybe I can go out through that vent. It was really, I was really finding it very irritating. I was shocked that more people would just and I realized how many people have spent their lives thinking the doctor is right and the government is good, and I was like, the government has never made any decisions except for based on profit. And if you think this neighborhood should be preserved, if a guy comes in with money, they're going to build condos there and your beautiful buildings are going to be gone. The government, all of a sudden, people who should have a healthy district, we used to make fun of the government, but suddenly it was like they're right this time. And it was, it's like, I think it's because of the fear, I think they made people afraid. And I was listening to Robert Kennedy early on, and he was like, as long as people are afraid, they will do anything. And if they think they're doing the right thing, they will do anything. And a man will never believe a fact if not believing it, his salary depends on not believing it. There's all of these things that happened that I was insanely aware of, and of course I was whipped up into somewhat of a frenzy with a lot of us when we realized what was happening in this country, went into a complete overdrive that made our children say, get some help or something. And over the last 3 years, I think we've integrated the information, and we've found a way to be within it. But it was a rough couple of years realizing what was happening in this country and being so shocked that more people, it takes a long time to adjust to the fact that many people that previously I was intimidated by because they were intellectuals really didn't understand what was happening at all, and it was really shocking to me.
Right. So when you left the CBC early, and you were very frustrated with the attitude they were taking. Now, after you left the CBC, what was your experience of the pandemic? Because you went back to Newfoundland, is my understanding.
No, I live in Halifax.
Okay.
Yeah. My experience was, and is today, that healthcare is in shambles, and you only have to look at the documentary about Bernie Madoff to talk about regulatory boards. The regulatory boards have been asleep at the wheel forever, and completely everybody seems to be, bought and owned. And I'm completely devastated by, any time that I turn on CBC and hear them, whipping up the fear, and it was just, the whole thing was crazy making. And then the whole 2021, finding out who was taking the shots, people that I loved, and being really scared for them. It's been a rough ride for many of us who saw what was going on. Yeah. And I feel like the media is complicit in a very disastrous scenario in this country.
And I just want to follow up on that, because I understand your career was as a comedian, and yet you were at the state broadcaster for 28 years.
Yeah.
And so I imagine there was a culture there, and you kind of just vicariously would have known about their approach to journalism and that. And we've heard from Mr. Rodney Palmer about a change, and I know we're going to be hearing from another witness tomorrow about a change. And I'm just wondering, how did that, first of all, did you see a change in the culture with COVID at the CBC, both when you were there and afterwards, and what you thought about that?
Yeah, you know, we were free to be satirical. We were free to mock what was happening. And, you know, I don't think people see what's happening in this. A lot of people don't see what's happening in this country. And what kind of country do we live in? And what is Canada becoming when, you know, when we can't, you know, when it gets pretty serious if you know, people have been canceled. I mean, I'm pretty, you know, exasperated with, you know, the lack of coverage of what's really going on in this country. I wasn't part of the journalistic side of things, and I prided myself on not listening to the news, which was kind of like, you know, that's just my style. But, you know, it's pretty disgusting what's happening, that you know, doctors who have dedicated their entire careers to, you know, science, and that they have been, you know, lost their jobs and been disciplined for speaking up about things that make sense, that doctors whose patients maybe have a better outcome but they aren't adhering to the rules are doing okay, but doctors, you know, are, you know, who actually have better patient outcomes are losing their jobs because they actually want to be healers. There's never been a more crazy-making time in the history of the world, I don't think. And I'm shocked that CBC is still, you know, I listen every now and then to see what they're saying, and I hear them sort of like being chirpy and kind of podcasty when they say things like, hey, you know, the battery for the electric vehicle is going to weigh as much as the world, you know. And they're like, but I guess that's just the way she's going. It's like, I don't understand why we aren't going, hey, wait a minute, let's do some journalism here. Let's figure out what's really going on here. We're not really doing any investigative journalism in this country anymore. You can tell that, you know, if Mr. Johnson gives a lot of money to the country club, you don't get up at the talk and go, hey, that guy. You don't make fun of your sponsors. And unfortunately, that's the way we've gone. And, you know, I've been horrified that, you know, if your brother did a B&E, he wouldn't be able to get a job in this country. But criminal pharmaceutical companies who have paid the biggest fines in history are like, oh, you know, let's take anything you got on offer. Like, I don't inject things from criminals. I just don't. And these people shouldn't be able to walk the streets, let alone, you know, tell us, mandate their product. This is a dangerous situation we're in, and it freaks me out, yeah.
And just my final question for you is, you're starting to become active. You're starting to do things to kind of try and wake people up reluctantly. But just tell us kind of what's going on with your mind in the journey that you're experiencing there.
You mean, am I becoming an activist?
Yes.
I don't know. Because, you know, obviously, you can tell that I'm a neurodiverse person. I have severe ADHD. I find it hard to you know, to be concise. But, you know, there's nothing else to do. But what I feel is that a lot of people who have an intuitive sense of what's going on, we're not the typical intellectual, you know, straight people, as I would used to call them. We're actually kind of the rebels and the black sheep. A lot of us who meet each other, we realize that we're not the people in the family that would have been the people who would do things in a very, you know, sensible way. So what we need, I feel, is to come back with simple messages, like the messages people are getting, like do the right thing kind of thing. I think we need to come back with a campaign of advertising to battle the advertising. Like, we've got Du Maurier is the best cigarette for pregnant people. So we need to come back with, hey, have you thought about this? We need messaging. And I would like to connect with other activists in the East Coast and start these campaigns of information. And I think we need to work locally. I think that so many things that our government does without consultation, they need to be brought up short on what they're doing. City councils, local governments, we need to start locally. They put smart meters on our house and interfered with our electrical system. They never asked anyone. They don't ask us when they've increased the electromagnetic fields with small cell microwaves. They haven't asked us in this country for a long time. There's nothing to trust about this government, and I'm on board with, it's nothing, everyone feels like, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? But the truth is, this government has never been our friend, really, and they've just been pretending. And now their true colors have come out. They really don't care as long as they're making a ton of money. And as far as I'm concerned, the money's in vaccines, and the money's in telecommunications, and the people's health can just, who cares? So I'm crazy, as you can tell. But the government made me that way. That's what I was saying. Like, 2 years before this happened, it was worse than smoking for old people to be alone, to be isolated. 2 years before this happened, children should eat more dirt. Suddenly, everybody's taking the microbiome off their hands. Everybody's not breathing properly. They're not allowed to express themselves. The whole thing horrifies me on such a level. The isolation of old people, all of it goes against human life. We need each other. We need to breathe each other in. We need to smell each other. We need to be with each other. And Canada is proving to be full of classist, ignorant people. And I'm worried for Canada unless these people, wake up. And the only way they wake up is when they have somebody in their family who they can quite clearly see was injured, or, and people think that they're in with these guys. I think Canadians think that they're part of these. They think they're friendsy-wensy with these people, but the fact is, in a totalitarian regime, which is as quickly becoming, you're nobody's friend. Really, there's no play there. You'll never please a psychopath, right? That you can't, no matter how fast you dance, there's nothing you can do. Eventually, they come for you. And there's no way to win in this situation. They really need to be knocked back a couple. And the members of Parliament, I don't know where they are, but if they'd stand up for the people, they'd still have a job in the future. They're not going to have a job in the future sticking with this guy, the guy who's the Prime Minister up there. That guy. He's approximating human behavior. Now I said bad things about the Prime Minister, so I won't have much of a future.
Well, thank you. Those are my questions. I'll see if the commissioners have any questions for you. And there are one.
Oh, hi.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones.
Yeah, thanks.
My question is, I kind of relate to what you comment on. And my question is, there's going to be a next time. What about, how do we prepare for that?
Well, just that if the people that are starting to wake up now know that we are here and we have studied protocols, we've studied, I think that we need to come back together, People need to trust the black sheep of the family, trust us. We're here. I mean, I don't know what we do next time, but I hope, gosh, don't tell me there's a next time. Oh, God. That is the crazy-making part of all this, is that there didn't seem to be, I think you wear yourself out trying to talk sense into people. If we can turn the tide so that people do become aware that they're being messed with, then we'll have more people going, oh gosh. I mean, there's people in this country who really think that because of the false flag thing in Ottawa, that all of those blue-collar workers and wonderful people that came together were actually, you know, like, all, you know, this is crazy. It's crazy. So I don't know. What do you think we should do? What do you think? I know you're supposed to answer the questions too. You know, what should we do? I think we need to. We have to have a campaign that shows people that humans can survive this. We don't have to roll over for these people. You know, we need to work locally. We need to say all the people who live on Whiteway Street will not have a 5G tower on our street. You know, all these people, we need to go neighborhood by neighborhood and say to our city council, by the way, you're not doing that over here. You know, we need to work locally, and we need to let people know what's really going on. You know, that masking is really, you know, obedience training, and that, you know, like, I don't know, because I really think people want it to be over so badly that they don't want to even watch the National Citizens Inquiry because they think, oh, for God's sake, that's over. It is not over for so many people who worked so hard in this country on their careers, fire chiefs, paramedics, nurses, teachers, all these people who worked so hard in good faith in this country to be shocked out of their minds at what happened to them. You know, we really... I don't think people understand that the fallout and the effect on the healthcare system and what's being dismantled here. And for what? This is not the world we want to live. They're trying to digitize humanity, and we need to fight back. Fight back. Fight for our, you know, for being allowed to be in this world. We need to be little tiny rebels every day. A woman told me to put on a mask the other day, and I said, yeah, sure, and you promised to get your head examined, okay? And my friend was like, Kathy! But it's like, you gotta fight every day, I think. And it, and you know, because, I mean, what else are you gonna do? What do you think we should do? Okay, you guys ask the questions. We will ask the questions. Okay, I don't know. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
So one last question, and then we'll take a break.
Okay.
I'll make this an easy one for you. In terms of the smart meters, are you saying the smart meters are not so smart? Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
My question is about, you mentioned those who are owned and those who have sold their soul in some regard or they're bought. And I'm just wondering, you're free. I wonder how we can take your freedom and liberty and be an example to those who are bought and owned and change their perspective that being a slave is not the answer.
Yeah. You know, I am free, but all of us who've spoken up are, you know, luckily I have, you know, $100 in the bank to last me, hopefully, from, you know, saving, because in this country when you're on TV you don't get royalties, you get bought out. But like a lot of people, I'll never do another, you know, comedy festival from CBC or another debaters, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a lot of, you know, sources of what I can do. I need to be an independent, you're right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand how I would convey that, because I don't think people see it that way, because it comes to security and feeding your family and, you know, trying to, you know, but I do feel that a lot of people who refuse to see what's going on have been fooled into thinking that credentials really mean something, and that, you know, and they don't know how to let go of, you know, what they think is their right in this country to have, you know, everything that they have. But I think that the water is rising, and it has been for years. It used to be that only very poor people were treated very badly by this government, and then the water started rising, right? And it's like, it's going to rise so much that there'll be more people joining, and there'll be more people named Karen on our team. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have to take a break. I'm sorry
Thank you
that.
very much. Thank you.
Kathy, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, sincerely thank you for coming and sharing with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to take a break till 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Oh, yes, and for those of you on Facebook, we are going to cut our feed over the lunch break, and so please log on, and we're just doing that because we get timed out after 8 hours.
Hello, Dr. Raoult. My name is Jean Dury. I'm a lawyer in the private sector, and I'm the one to ask you questions. To welcome you, I thank you. We're really honored that you're with us, and we honor all the work you've done that we've followed here in Quebec. So, as a beginning, we're going to talk about some subjects that you know well. So, first of all, you've said on some ways your work was to find some solutions to many diseases. So it is really important to underscore that. So that's really important. That's the way that we're going to walk together, because we were in front of a new disease. I'm not a scientific and a neophyte, so if I make mistake, you can correct me. I have no problem with that. So let's go back in 2020 in March, when we received the information that there were a pandemic. I would like to know if you're able to explain to the commissioners your notion about the fact that we call this a pandemic. Were we in the presence of a pandemic? First of all, forgive me, bear with me. It's maybe looking pretentious. I want to speak to you about what I've done in my life before. I am not far away from the scientific. I'm one of the more noticed in the world about all the report I've done. Well, described everywhere. I've been before that been talking about the bioterrorism theory that I've done a report on that, and I've never thought that so important. I made that report to tell the people how to manage pandemic that are coming. So I have really precise view on that. So I created an institute to see about that, and we had a bigger contract to make research about the new pandemics. I'm not marginal. Maybe you look at my hair, but I'm not a marginal. I've been published in any journal, scientific journals and reviews. So that's false to see that the idea of what I have been putting on was managed as a consensus, but actually that's not true. The anesthesiologist, since 30 years, have been playing a role exclusive of testing the medication into chronic diseases, hepatitis, SIDA. So this link between the infectiologists and the pharmaceuticals became essential. So those researchers never been doing anything else than those working in those clinical diseases and provide provide results that have been analyzed to be published in the Lancet and other review. So the situation was at that point at that moment. So mainly, all the states have been looking at those researchers that didn't have that kind of experience into epidemic, but instead in chronic disease. That's all they've been done, like in the States. So the new disease and epidemiology are really out of situation. Really, something has to come in. So it became chronic infections. So there was all that set up with the pharmaceuticals. So the consensus that we've been talking about wasn't built on researchers that were working in that situation, but they were working into the chronic disease medication from the pharmaceutical. So those medication was bought by from startups to the big pharma, and the results was it's 3 on 4. Those results that was written things about that particular situation. So that's how is pharmaceuticals are so heavy in that, so that the indirect buyers association with those specialists. So we're right now in a situation that wasn't a reflection on epidemiology, but was going to integrate that were working on those infectious diseases, and they were focused on the chronic instead of like SIDA, instead the picture of the epidemiology. So the definition of a pandemic is more likely like something that is new, that will look at all the planet at the beginning, and maybe we'll see more. It was looking like epidemic coming out from Chinese. There were secondary cases in Europe, Italy, Germany, before there were a generalization. So I think now that under our analysis that we're still on its way, there's a phenomenon that happened after that the virus came into France. The pandemic virus was built into a laboratory. So it would appear 2 mutations that would multiply by 100 the errors. So it will become really mutation. So the 2 epidemics of those twice before, so SRAS and mass corona, that wasn't, you haven't been lucky to have that in Canada, this SRAS, because this virus adaptation was really bad. That was really close to the SRAS. So we were looking at some result that was going to go away itself. But those 2 mutations that we had here and that you had in Canada too, and we've been talking about that, the spike. So that was giving a better virus adhesion. That was speediest way to mutation. That's why it gave great child. That was doing roll one after the other one. So that was starting from that moment that virus could be really epidemic, because it was moving, changing so fast. So there were first episode that was a normal epidemic, that was going to a typical epidemic with a bad infection, but then would appear a lot of episodes that I would be the first one to call variant, but people were not going to say that. But then in England they start to say that in England, so we have accepted variant. So I start to talk about that. So we're in face of multiplied virus. So your question is more deeper than you're thinking. We have been analyzing. We've been doing a lot of analysis about those variants. What is really interesting, some of those variants have become epidemic, alpha, delta, omicron, are pandemic. We find them everywhere in the world. So, but others have been really restricted to some area. So, like, the one who have killed the most, that's called the Vison. It always stayed in Europe. That's the Vison variant. It only stayed in France. Another one in Spain just stayed in Spain, and other, like in England, some variants stayed just where they were. They never became epidemic in the world, so they've done limited epidemic. So it's ununderstood so far. So we don't know why, but virus just implant somewhere. We start to have some data on that, but those viruses are getting tired, and if there is no fertile new mutation, they will die. Otherwise they bring the end of the epidemic. Before we keep going, I will have to ask you a cementation. So thank you for all you've said. So that's going to be the Solonel. I swear, I want to say, to interest conflict. I used to say that. I worked to Microsoft Electronic for Mitachi for many years. Since beginning of this year, I'm a scientific counselor for Eurofar that we do diagnosis. They do biologic diagnosis. So I'm involved into those two projects. I will ask you questions that have been around the world. It found a therapeutical solution. Could you speak to us about that? This part of your life, or you've been in front of your other doctors, your peers, other doctors in the world. You were saying that hydroxychloroquine was the solution. Could you speak about that to us? Hydroxychloroquine is in a group, molecular, that have been studied in the 80s for their role in the cell. Hydroxychloroquine is a base, weak, not acid, comme la benzene, all the basic products that are small, that come in the cell by diffusion, and they're gonna make concentration into a specific part of the cell where it's acid, and they're gonna change the acidity of the cell from a pH 4.7 pH 4.56, which less acid. So doing that changes the physiology of the cells to fight against the microbe. So I identified that with hydroxychloroquine, also with another equipment in the States. So I've been a specialist in that. So we were able to treat. So I analyzed that. I analyzed this medication. So it's about 30 years that we associate with an antibiotic, but it doesn't kill the bacteria. If we higher a bit the pH, then it kills the bacteria. That's a molecule that I know very well. I practice as a doctor. I prescribe it to my own customers. I save a lot of people with intracellular disease, and I had consult from everywhere in the world, even in Canada too. So if we use it and if we higher up the pH cell, the vacuum into the cell where the microbe is, we change the life of that microbe into the cell. So if bacteria, parasites, virus enter into the cell for the fungocyto or others, the lysosome would come stick to this part. They will get together. They will put enzymes, and it's gonna be active only into the acid pH. So it changed the nature of the process of what's going on. So we have done a Lancet paper on that. We have to evaluate the antiviral activity on sun virus. So, like one of the flu. So when the SRAS came in, we've been use that. So Fauci, I've been speaking about that. It would be the only one with SRAS that it's going to be it, and as well as Korean, Chinese have been testing that too. There was a phenomenon that was not enough unexplicable. There was an antiviral, classical, would be more working on enzymes instead of exchanges, instead of mutation to viruses. So we've been into a general phenomenon that was going on of the capacity of the virus to get out of vacuum that was in. So so if you stop that, you provide the virus to multiply. So that's why we have been using the hydroxyzine, but it was a really known medication. There was billion and billion of prescription of that. I think it was 2006. There was 6 billion prescription of that because there was the reference medication for paludism. So that's why we've been using this for a year, 2 years, to have treatment for the people. So we never had cardiac, we never had any problem with it. Rheumatism will be used also to seal, but others like any antibody disease will be treated with it. That also we can see with SRAS. They could give cardiac disease, but any antibody, we know that medication really know. We've done it. We use it a lot. If we give 600 milligram every day, per day, after a few days, they will give a really good help to neutralize the virus. So that's really basic science. It's really understood. There's nothing mysterious in there. That's only mysterious for those who have never seen. Look at the documentation about it. That's really easy science. So I really react from the first reaction of the Chinese, and they were the only one at the beginning of the pandemic. The way they've been taking care of the first episode in China, there will be only 2 medications, remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine, that they've tested. That's something that they've tested. So we're going to start with the chloroquine because we know that it's doing good. There is no problem, no danger. So that's something that's really there is no improvisation in that. So we've been fast using that. We have asked the authorization to do a test to try it on. So we've done a comparative test. So with some people that were diagnosis, we've done because we had a control group that at the moment there were no tests, so we have to test them ourselves. So we've been looking with them with the test, and we've write down a paper on that, and from that it became like a war about it. So I didn't know that doing science we couldn't bring out so much passion on it. So we are saying that a lot of people against you didn't know nothing about science, and it really touched a lot of people. No, most of the people, they were coming from administration schools, not from the medicine. I would like that you speak to us about a subject that, just to sell. Science is not what we explain into the administration schools. That's the reason why I never been into the scientific board of France. The politicians were doing political decisions that not based on science, but based on a strategical politic, and they were not validated scientifically. There was no elements to bring us to say that the mask in the streets was a good idea. There is no base like the lockdown. There was no reason to do that, no scientific that will be change your life, nothing was science but only politics. It's okay that people do politics, but I didn't want to be a tool of those because there were no scientific. So I was doing this. I didn't want to be linked to those who were talking political decisions not based on science. I never want to do politics. So I'm not going to say any politics. It's not the other person to give my own appreciation of politics or what I think about it. So we're going into a subject that shake up the planet. That's about a vaccine. It's a really wide subject. I would like if you can give you your thought about the efficiency of the vaccine, if you can. You're talking about a COVID vaccine. There too, I allow myself to say that I've been talking. I wrote a book about vaccine 6 years ago. and I wrote about that, and the question about a vaccine that we have to try with, we better not into the situation that we're in or in or not in a binary situation. It's good or not. We have to look at, because some vaccination have been really good. There's at least 10 vaccines that works really well, and they kill disease. So there's some vaccine that I've been involved of 2 of them in France for hepatitis B and others to help out because the ideology changed. So there were New Age people against the vaccine from left. So they're from left right now. So those provide a vaccine. So it changes a lot. And like in California, there's less vaccination because they've been taught not to be vaccinated because the political was directed by the pharmaceuticals. industry, and there was some strategy about that, about hepatic B, but that was a big error. So I've asked to look at the science. They accuse me to be an ally of the pharmaceutical, but it's really to simplify the question. So let's go back on the vaccination. So in some situation where we were really dramatized that everybody was going to die, and in most of the country, except the United States, there was really bad managing of it. So people who died, half of them had 85 and more, 90% were 70s and more. So we were in a disease, a known disease that will attack the aged people, so bring a lot of mortality, very important. So to those people, we need some protection as soon as possible to help them in those seniors' houses. We have to take care of them as fast as possible. We needed protocol to that we could bring 50% less deaths. So we would have to be able to target the point. So the dramatization would say the governments ask, we're not going to test. We don't need the validation that we ask for vaccination. So all this have been really pushed, in particular, by Bill Gates for years. So it would say we need vaccine in 6 months. It's not possible. It's just impossible. We cannot make validation in 6 months. The activity of that never been tested. We never test the conjugate, but this vaccine have been sold into a crazy population that would be like magic, and that will be for everybody, and that's going to be the end of the disease. But if you look at it, it's terrible, because no one admit that there's John Hopkins COVID site would give the information that the vaccine didn't change the situation of the disease. So secondly, of efficiency, we saw rapidly, because we've been testing the people. We've done 2 million tests. Those who we have asked, have you been tested? When they came to a test, have you been vaccinated or no? So rapidly we saw that there were as much people that have been infected, vaccinated or no. So to eliminate the COVID, that we knew that rapidly that it wasn't true. Every time I hear about that we just have to look at England, what's going on in Israel, England. We can look at on John Hopkins that it changes nothing. So after vaccination, COVID would explode instead. So we know well. So we know well that it didn't protect of the disease. The second question is, if we come back to a proposition that arable, that's where the first intention is to that we know for other infectious disease, viral infections, that we don't have any vaccine that could help to save for immunity for a long time. Like for this disease, there are people who've done 2, 3, 4 COVIDs. So we cannot imagine a protecting virus because the disease is not protectable. So we don't have an example disease that we don't have example of that kind of disease that could be safe with a vaccine. We know well, like what's going on with the flu. So, like the flu, it comes back. We cannot save it. So you do a flu, you're going to do the next year or the year after. So there's flu every year, and we have vaccine for grippe. It just slow down a little bit for those who are more at risk. It's going to low down the disease. So those are the less good immunitary answer for that. So it's not really efficient. Again, like the flu vaccine, it has a protection for 2-3 months for the contagiousity. So that's why those who are in direct contact with the people, that's good to be to receive the virus. But this is knowledge. This is scientific. That's what we know. So this vaccine have been done in condition where we cannot evaluate. Going so fast, test on other people, the pregnant woman, the children. You don't have time to test it on the efficient against transmission. So that's really three major things. So the only thing you can test is there more symptomatic forms, more or less, on those who are vaccinated and regarding those who are injected. But still, we cannot make the evaluation, this evaluation, because it hasn't been tested for 6 months. We needed at least 6 months to be tested, and it haven't been tested.
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we continue day one of 3 days in the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario. I'm pleased to announce our next witness who is attending virtually, Catherine Austin-Fitts. Catherine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Catherine, can we begin? I'd like to ask you to state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my full name is Catherine with a C, Catherine Austin Fitts, F as in Frank, ITTS.
And Catherine, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, I want to introduce you, and feel free to fill in after I'm done. It's just the commissioners and many of the people that will be watching your testimony will not understand that you kind of you operate in circles that are very high, and I want to stress that today. Excuse me. Right now, you are in the Netherlands, as I understand it.
Actually, today I'm in Switzerland.
Okay. Well, thank you for correcting me. You are currently president of Solari Incorporated, publisher of the Solari Report, and managing member of Solari Investment Screens, LLC. You have served as managing director and member of the board of directors of the Wall Street Investment Bank, Dillon Read and Company. You were the assistant secretary of housing and federal housing commissioner at the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development in the first Bush administration. My understanding is that the annual originations were roughly 50 to 100 billion of mortgage insurance servicing at the time, $320 billion of mortgage insurance, mortgages and property portfolio analysis and pricing for 63,000 communities. I'm just stressing that you're accustomed to dealing with big numbers and big organizations. You were president of Hamilton Securities Group. You designed and closed over $25 billion of transactions and investments to date, and had led the portfolio investment strategy for $300 billion of financial assets and liabilities. And basically, the point I'm trying to make is you travel in macroeconomic and political circles of the elite political class. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I would say I've certainly functioned in those circles. I would say that I function much more, not so much at the grassroots, but both at high and grassroots levels at the same time now. So I have a very wide breadth.
Right. And it's interesting. We had a witness on before lunch who was stressing the need to find solutions locally, and I thought of you immediately. So when we get to kind of solutions at the end, I'm hoping that you can, share with us perhaps how getting involved at the local level can make a difference. But my understanding, and I'll just ask you to give an explanation, but you basically see the COVID pandemic not as a health event, but as a political and economic event. And can you share with us your thoughts on that?
Yes. So in 2019, the G7 central bankers voted on a plan called the Going Direct Reset. And what we've seen for centuries now is every 75 or 100 years or so, when the currency system gets long in the tooth, you get a reset. And a reset is a reset of sort of the governance and management systems as well as the currency. So think of it as an economic event. And they voted on the Going Direct Reset, and we went into a reset. Now, if you want to do a radical reengineering of how the financial system operates, both in governments and the private sector, obviously you can announce it and try and insist on everybody doing it, but that's not the effective way to implement. And so I think part of what the reset was presented as was a healthcare crisis, which helped to drive and engineer many aspects of that reset, including significant centralization of the economy and much more assertion by the bankers of control of the national government. So I saw the pandemic as really part of an operation to implement that reset.
Okay, so just so that I understand is that basically the COVID pandemic had a purpose that was not a health purpose, but it was to facilitate basically the type of financial reset that we see every 75 to 100 years.
Right, and control system, because what's very unique about the current reset is digital technology now permits for phenomenal central control, and we see the central bankers literally announce that they plan on changing us from a currency system to they're basically talking about ending currencies and converting to a financial transaction control grid that will allow them to make the rules centrally and control centrally by controlling financial transactions. So they are planning, and have said so, that they're planning on essentially ending financial transaction freedom. And the pandemic and whether it helps implement digital IDs or vaccine passports is part of creating that financial transaction control grid.
Now, many in that will be watching your evidence today may not even understand what a digital currency is, and certainly would not understand the ramifications on their freedom and their privacy that a digital currency presents. And I'm wondering if you can give an explanation both of what a digital currency is and then the ramifications for both our freedom and privacy.
Sure, and I have to say I believe everybody in Canada knows what happened to the truckers. So they know what can happen with a digital currency. It's where government, in that case, asserts rules that say certain people can't transact, or certain people can't transact except with limits, or even bank accounts and assets get seized. So we have digital currency now. If you use a credit card, you're using a digital currency. If you make a bank transfer, that is you're using a digital currency. So if you're not using cash, you're probably using digital currency. But what we see is a effort globally to implement something called central bank digital currencies, which, according to the central bankers, will allow them to have much tighter control of individual accounts and set the rules as to how money in an account can be used. They insist that any money in your bank account is not only, it's not your money, it's their, they call it their expression of central bank liability, so they think of it as theirs. And we've seen examples, for example, the nominee for the control of the currency several years ago in the United States had just published an article in the Vanderbilt Law Review saying the great thing about central bank digital currencies, commonly known as CBDCs, is if we're concerned about inflation, you can just freeze everybody's bank account. So one of the issues, the most important issues that comes down or that comes out in your financial transaction is we in the Western world have practiced a policy of taxation with representation. So the bankers may manage the monetary policy, but our legislative representatives manage our tax proceeds and federal and national credit. And now you're talking about creating a financial transaction system where taxes can just be taken out of your account and you can't stop it. So you can have taxation without representation. So you're talking about, think of it, if you're a Canadian, we're all truckers now. You're putting together a system that can police and micromanage what you spend money on. So if they don't want you going more than 5 miles from your home, you can't, your money won't work more than 5 miles from your home. Or if they want to turn off the electricity on your car, or if they want to turn off your bank account, they can, and they can do it centrally.
Right, so without there actually being physical cash, it all being digital, they'll have complete control and basically be able to move us almost into a social credit style system like the Chinese have?
Yes. So now what you do need is you need a smart grid in place. So they need the energy and electrical system components to make that work. And part of that is having satellites. So whether it's the smart grid infrastructure in place or the payment systems and other so transformation of the central banks and the large banks and the Bank of International Settlements, which is the central bank of central banks. So they need both a digital transaction system in place and a smart grid in place, and they've made extraordinary efforts in building that out during the pandemic.
Now, one thing that you and I had discussed earlier is, and so you've indicated that the COVID pandemic is really a political and economic event. But to really, for people to understand that, I think they need to have you explain that there's kind of political systems and kind of what's gone on with the money supply. And certainly, I expect that you'll be speaking to the U.S. experience. But
right. So I'm much more knowledgeable about the U.S. I'm not knowledgeable about Canada. But I think a lot of what's happened in the U.S. is very much influenced and driven what's happening in Canada. So we're neighbors and we influence each other. What happened in the United States in the pandemic is you had an explosion of wealth moving upward. So when we started the pandemic in the United States, or if we go back to 1990, say there were approximately 60 billionaires in the United States. By the start of the pandemic, there were 614. Within, I think, the first 12 months, the number of billionaires grew by 56 billion, and the wealth of the billionaire class grew by over $1 trillion, estimated in the U.S. to be 1.3 trillion. Some of that came from the fact that as part of going direct reset, the central bank injected approximately $5 trillion into the economy. And it was notable the way it was done because it was injected, instead of doing it through the reserve circuit, which is normally the way a central bank would inject money, it injected it directly into the economy. And what that did was that bubbled certain aspects of the economy. At the same time, the pandemic shut down others. So I'm going to grossly oversimplify just to help you understand how this worked conceptually. When I inject an enormous amount of money printed by the central bank into one group of people, and at the same time I shut down all the businesses and the income of another group of people. I think the estimate in the first year was 75 million people lost their jobs. So if I inject a lot of capital available to the big companies and shut down all the small companies, then of course the big companies are in a position to significantly increase their market share by taking it from the small companies and easily being able to pick up assets cheap, because now people whose income has been lost or shut down or limited have reason to sell assets to generate money to survive. So there was one fabulous moment on one of the popular media news shows where Rick Santilli, who covers the financial markets, was complaining that in one shopping mall, all the little businesses were shut down on the theory that it wasn't safe. But meantime, Costco was going gangbusters, and everybody, of course, was going to Costco because all the small businesses were closed. And the other commentator saying, well, yes, that's science. You know, it's science that it's dangerous to be in the small businesses, but it's safe to be in Costco. So you saw a double standard applied to the large publicly traded companies, you know, represented on Wall Street, and small business, and it was devastating. I think in the average after the first 2 years was 34% of U.S. small businesses shut down. In San Francisco, it was as high as 49%. That's an extraordinary number of jobs, because small business is the job engine in the United States. So it set up two classes of characters and advantaged one very much and very much disadvantaged the other. And we saw an enormous shift of market share accordingly.
Right. So we basically saw an incredibly large concentration of wealth at the top. And,
right.
And your position would be is that this was by design, not just some consequence of a health pandemic that hit the economy.
That's what I believe. If you look at all the efforts to implement pandemics in the past, and you look at all the different steps made to plan them out, as well as to centralize control, it's very difficult to come up with a theory of most of the restrictions as relating to health as opposed to relating to re-engineering of the political and economic landscape.
Now, my understanding is you've done some research on, basically how there's a parallel political system in the West, and basically there's not even an accounting of monies in the United States. And you've published there's a 2019 publication on missing money that we're going to make an exhibit in these proceedings. Can you just share with us a little bit about that?
Yes, so I was very concerned when I was Assistant Secretary of Housing with the extent of the mortgage fraud. And I was tasked with trying to clean up the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the mortgage insurance funds there after the S&L crisis and extraordinary losses in the mortgage funds. And I became convinced that there was a form of systemic fraud going on. And when I left the administration, I went to work, having discovered GIS software, I went to work trying to map out how federal credit worked at a county-by-county level. And what I discovered was there was an enormous gap between the official picture of what was happening with federal, whether it's spending or credit, and what was really happening in neighborhoods on the ground. And it caused me to go back and look at the history of what's called the black budget. So from World War II on, we've had in the United States a series of laws and executive orders that make it possible for more and more of the federal budget to be kept on a quasi-secret or completely secret basis. And as that has happened, and also executive orders have made it possible to use those monies to fund corporations doing what used to be thought of as governmental, things that only highly secure military and intelligence could do. So we've made more and more of this secret money accessible to corporations. And what I saw was that that this money and this part of the economy was growing. I initially called it the black budget. And the black budget had grown and grown, and as it grew, more and more laws and regulations were changed to make that legal to do. So, for example, one of the most important inflection points came in 2018 in October. During the Kavanaugh hearings, while everybody was very entertained about the nomination of the background check of our Supreme Court nominee, the House and the Senate, both Republican and Democrat, and the White House, who you thought at the time were fighting with each other, all got together and agreed to a new policy called Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board Statement 56, which basically said as an administrative policy that they could ignore the constitutional provisions, the legal provisions, and the regulatory provisions of financial management law. If you look at our Constitution, there are two aspects of financial management described in the Constitution. One is that no money shall be spent unless it is approved by the people's representatives, the Congress, number one. And number two, after it's spent, there shall be proper financial disclosure. And FASB 56 basically said a small secret group of people by a secret process can move as much of the federal budget and financial statements as they want private and secret, and no one can know what that is. And, so it basically meant non-appropriated money could be spent, and there would be no disclosure. And part of the problem is if you look at how that is extended to corporations who do a large amount of business with the government and banks, so banks and corporations, if you combine that with the classification laws and the and some of the waivers available to private corporations through the government, essentially a vast amount of the U.S. securities market, in my opinion, does not have adequate disclosure to understand what the financial circumstances of those companies or those securities are. So we're really in a situation where progressively since, particularly since starting with World War II, but then a big change, a leap up in the 80s, we've seen less and less financial disclosure and more secrecy. And at this point, it's exceptionally hard for a citizen to understand how their tax dollar is being used or the money that's being borrowed in their name and where it's going. Starting in 1998, I started to track, again, I was tracking the mortgage fraud, the fact that large amounts of money started to go missing from the U.S. federal government. I had been told by one of the largest pension fund investors that in spring of 1997, he said they've given up on the country, they're moving all the money out starting in the fall. And I thought he meant they're reallocating the equity investment in the pension funds to the emerging markets. I didn't understand. He meant, no, literally, we're going to have a financial coup. Because at the beginning of the next fiscal year, which was October 1st, 1997, which is the beginning of the 1998 federal fiscal year, huge amounts of money started to go missing. And it got worse and worse and worse. There was a real effort before 9/11 to get to the bottom of what was happening and stop it. 9/11 changed all of that, and it continued to, money continued to disappear, with the largest amount that we know of disappearing in fiscal 2015, $6.5 trillion. And it was at that point that I was speaking publicly about the fact that the Department of Defense was missing $6.5 trillion in 1 year, which is many times its budget, and a little bit less than 10 times its budget at that point. And Dr. Mark Skidmore, who's a full professor at Michigan State University and does government budgets, heard me and thought I must be making a mistake, went out and checked the financial statements and discovered, no, I was right, and called me and said, what can I do to help? And I said, if you and your students would do a survey, it would help tremendously. So the two agencies where money were going missing was HUD, which was my old housing agency, and the Department of Defense, who has run the pandemic. If you look at who really ran the Operation Warp Speed in the pandemic in the United States, it was the Department of Defense. So he went out and did a survey and discovered that $21 trillion was missing as of 2015. His study was published. It's up on our website. We have a whole website just dedicated to tracking the missing money. At that point, 21 trillion was missing from the federal budget, and interestingly enough, the official number of outstanding Treasury securities on the federal balance sheet at that time was 21 trillion, same amount, which we thought was remarkable. It's up to about $31 trillion, and the federal finances since then have continued to deteriorate. We just saw the interest payments on the federal debt have now risen and are matching and passing the total defense spending for the year.
I'm sorry, what figure was that?
The U.S. interest payments on the debt has now just crossed the total amount of defense spending each year. So with higher interest rates, the interest rate payments are exploding.
And I just want to recap so that the people listening to your testimony can understand some of this. So actually, under the U.S. Constitution, there is not supposed to be money spent by the government without Congress approving the budget, and that there's also then supposed to be accounting of the funds that are spent. So right in the Constitution are requirements basically for elected officials to control the money that's being spent and there to be an accounting to the people. Am I right about that?
Correct.
But that basically so much money has gone into the black budgets or parallel system of government that it's I mean, I just want to call it nosebleed. Like there's just so much money and it's not being accounted for. So no one can actually know what's happening with the finances of the nation.
Right. So I would call it a financial coup d'etat. So that's a change of governance system by, the just do it method. So it's a coup, but it's by financial means. So I liken it to you get fed up with the old system. So you start a new system, you move all the money, the assets into the new system, and you leave the liabilities in the old system. And then, from 1998 on, whenever I would talk with anybody about why the missing money story was so important, I kept saying, look, if the way they deal with the retirement obligations and the healthcare obligations of the society is by not funding them but moving the assets out of the system where the obligations exist, then ultimately, if you don't fully fund your obligations, you're going to have to extend the retirement age, drain or dilute away the benefits with inflation, or depopulate, or some combination. You have to abrogate your contracts, inflate the money away, or lower life expectancy. And if you look at what has been happening since sort of the money started to go missing, if you look at all the policies, I call it in the United States the Great Poisoning, we have seen a steady diminution of the life expectancy, and now that is accelerated during the pandemic. And I hate to sound as I don't mean to sound callous, but if you look at the decisions of how we were going to fund the retirement obligations, if you don't fully fund them financially and you move the assets out in a coup, then it is a mathematical formula that you have to lower retirement age or extend retirement, eligibility or abrogate the contracts.
Right.
It's just a mathematical requirement.
Or depopulate, I think you said.
Yeah, or depopulate. So if you do not fund your obligations, then how are you going to explain to the people that you're going to abrogate them or change them, or that funding retirement obligations, including health care, is a mathematical formula. And if you don't fund it financially, then you need to change them or change the population.
Now, you had spoken, you used the word great poisoning, and you've indicated that started some time ago. Can you just give us some examples of the types of government policies that have made up this great poisoning that you're speaking about?
So in the United States, there's been a steady debasement of the food supply. So food has become steadily less nutritious. Part of this, I think, is a combination of things, whether it's genetically modified food or pesticides. So we've seen a steady deterioration in the quality of the food. We've seen a significant rise in environmental pollution and toxicity. We've seen a deterioration in many parts of the country in the quality of the water and sewer systems. And with it, we've also seen inflation and sort of monetary policy by the central bank squeeze many of the retirees and elderly in a way that I think reduces their quality of life and lowers life expectancy.
Right. There's a correlation between poverty and lower life expectancy.
Correct.
It's interesting. We just had a witness, Denis Rancourt, who is a physicist by trade, but interdisciplinary researcher who, just using excess mortality figures, now I just lost my train of thought. So what were we just discussing?
So Denny, because I've seen several of his presentations recently, and I think they're extraordinary. What he's shown is the really extraordinary rise in all-cause mortality.
Yes.
In many areas of the world, including he's done a breakdown of all the states in the United States.
I recall where I was going is that he was showing a correlation between poverty in the U.S. states and right. Basically excess mortality during the COVID pandemic.
Right.
So, and it's interesting, we had a different witness, Dr. Magda Havas, who was showing with U.S. data a perfect correlation between worse COVID outcomes and high areas of 5G. And she was postulating right. that could be a stressor on the immune system, so another factor.
Yes.
So you're kind of listing these types of things as the great poisoning.
So if you look at what I consider to be the great poisoning, I consider it to be lots of different things. But one of the ways to significantly reduce the population on a slow and steady basis is to increase toxicity levels and lower immune system. And then each person dies of their own individual weakness. But it's really it's almost a pandemic of toxicity. I would say one thing. When I explained to you that the largest pension fund, the president of the largest pension fund in the country said they've given up on the country, they're moving out all the money starting in the fall. I believe what he was referring to was the effort by the financial establishment to get a budget deal in 1995 and their inability to do that. You had a shutdown in a very messy political system. I think that's when they decided that this balance of power between the banks and the Congress, so one house, Congress running the fiscal house, and then the bankers running the monetary house, and that in essence democracy doesn't work. Because in the democratic process, the guy who hands out the most money wins, and it's impossible to get a financially responsible solution. So I think the conclusion was, okay, let's move the assets into a new system. We'll move the liabilities back. Then when we've got the, basically in a position to reset the old, we've protected the assets. Basically the bankers will take control and run both houses. And so it literally is it is a coup d'etat because you are ending national sovereignty and putting the world under a dictatorship of the bankers, so to speak. And I think that was the plan. Now, what's interesting is the deal, the budget deal in 1995 did a crash and burn. It was literally the next month that the predatory lending, took off like a rocket, and the FDA approved OxyContin. And if you look at the extent to which the pill mills and the predatory lending targeted the same neighborhoods, we also saw the private prison effort target the same neighborhoods. I think what I call the great poisoning was off and running, and I think it was intentional.
Right. So at the same time, you see three policies that are very destructive: predatory lending, OxyContin being basically starting the opioid pandemic, and private prisons being established within the United States.
Yes, I have an online book called Dylan Reed and the Aristocracy of Stock Profits about the extraordinary increases of narcotics trafficking in those communities. At the same time, enforcement efforts to round people up and put them in private prison where they would work at low cost for big corporations. So, I describe a whole wave. At that time, it was targeted. And the poor neighborhoods, if you look at what happened to the pandemic, it basically was a way of rolling up a very similar process into the middle and upper middle class. When I was a child, I grew up in an African-American neighborhood in West Philadelphia, and we used to call it the beatdown. And literally what we saw with the pandemic was the beatdown simply move up scale.
Right. So my understanding is that you view the pandemic basically as an exercise in depopulating to cancel the contract to fund pension and health care.
I see the pandemic as an exercise in re-engineering the economy out of small business and concentrated into large corporations, mostly publicly traded companies. So one, a consolidation of business market share and employment under central control, and a consolidation of capital. So whether it's centralization of business market share, centralization of capital, but also enormous centralization of political powers. And unfortunately, it comes with both an extraordinary amount of monetary or central banking largesse combined with extraordinary criminal conduct. For many, many years, if you read my online book, the one I just referred to, Dylan Reed and the Aristocracy of Stock Profits, I'm talking about criminality by Wall Street and Washington that is supported in every county in America. So the corruption is deep. And I've always said crime that pays is crime that stays. And unfortunately, we have now built globally in the financial system an extraordinary dependency on war and on organized crime. And you have way too many people making money from helping other people fail as opposed to making money on helping other people succeed.
Now, the description you just gave about basically economic matters wouldn't speak, that could occur without them having to vaccinate us. They could have done a pandemic, they could have shut down the small businesses and kept the large businesses open without necessarily vaccinating us. What are your thoughts on basically what we consider to be in Canada vaccine mandates and pushing this vaccine?
So I looked at the vaccine mandates from a different point of view because for many years, I worked as an investment advisor, and many of my clients came to me because they had been touched by what I would describe as healthcare fraud, a lot of it associated with vaccinations. So they had had their finances terribly harmed by vaccine injury and the cost of vaccine injury. You can see a vaccine injury in a family can literally wipe out an entire family's, it can wipe out generations of savings. It can be very, very destructive. And I had spent a lot of time researching and trying to understand why we wanted to inject, poisons and why pharmaceutical companies were being allowed to do so much harm with less and less liability over time. And I have come to the conclusion, and this is a personal opinion, Moderna, at one point, the chief financial officer at Moderna described the mRNA technology, because these are not really vaccinations, they're gene therapy. He described the mRNA technology in the Moderna and Pfizer injections as an operating system. And just as the tech billionaires rose to great wealth by putting an operating system in your computer and then getting you to update it regularly with viruses, and then presumably giving the intelligence and military a backdoor so that they could do complete surveillance. This is the basis of much power and much wealth. I truly believe that there is a good possibility that the leadership believes that they can use gene and mRNA technology to literally install an operating system in all of us and use viruses to get us to update them, just like they do on our computer.
Right. So another mechanism of both finances and control, ultimately.
Right. So here's the question: if you've promised throughout the G7 nations, several generations, if you've promised them retirement savings, if you've promised them health care, and they're watching billionaires lead more and more and more luxurious lives, how are you going to inform them that you're going to abrogate your obligations to them, right? And so putting in a system of financial and physical controls, including, using mind control technology to influence how they feel. So when the World Economic Forum says it's 2030 and you have no assets and you're happy, how are they going to make you feel happy when they've stripped you of your assets? Quite a trick. But there is a reason to have complete control. And one of the reasons to have complete control is digital technology allows you to do that. It's very hard for people who feel empathy to fathom that anybody would want that kind of control. But make no mistake about it, the single most financially successful business in the history of the world, in my opinion, is slavery. Slavery is an enormously profitable business and has been. And if you look at the problems that, the risks that came with slavery that caused us to cancel the African slave trade, I think digital technology has solved those risk issues. And I absolutely believe they can load an operating system into our bodies. If you go to Solari, my website at solari.com, and you look at an article, just do a search for CBDCs, and you'll get an article called "I Want to Stop CBDCs, What Can I Do?" And number 11, your number 11 action is bring transparency, and I list 4 or 5 of my favorite videos that show you what the central bankers say about what they're going to do with CBDCs and how much control they have. Because they are saying this openly and explaining it. One of the videos is a speech by Richard Warner, who's the top academic scholar in the world on central banking and banking in Malmo, Sweden in May in 2020, describing one of the top central bankers of Europe, explaining to him that CBDC would be a chip and they would put it in your hand. So they are talking openly about chipping humans to make them both. It solves the problems they ran into before with slavery. So you have a digital ID for everybody who's implanted, and then you can turn their money off and on.
Right, and this is central bankers saying that this is the plan.
This is Richard explaining that a central banker who's one of the top central bankers of Europe telling him this. Now, there's another video that is my favorite. It's 56 seconds. It's Augustine Carstens, who is the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements, which is leading globally the push for BIS all around the world. They have innovation centers that they place all around the world in a partnership with the Fed. What he explains, and this was in October 2020 in an IMF payment panel, the fact that they will be able to make the rules of how you can use your money, and they will be able to control and enforce them centrally.
So basically speaking about what we see as the Chinese social credit system. So if you make the wrong post on the internet, then all of a sudden you can't take the subway to work in the morning type thing.
Correct.
It's interesting, I don't know if you're aware, but when the federal government was seizing people that donated to the truckers, it put an incredible chill on Canadians and their trust on the banks. And I think It's probably done irreparable harm for our international banking sector.
Right. And the same is now happening in the United States, given what's going on with the banks right now.
Now, as bleak as this sounds, my understanding is that you are optimistic. And one of the roles of this inquiry is for the commissioners to come up with positive recommendations on changes that need to be made. And I'm wondering if you can share with us why you're optimistic and the types of things that can be done to try and get our institutions and freedoms back.
So I'm optimistic because if you look, clearly our economy and our financial system need a reset. And one of my favorite performance artists is Tina Turner, and she starts one of her songs saying, "We can do this nice or rough." And I would describe the current reset as rough. And I can see why the people who run the system find it to be safer for them. But I also think there are ways of doing a reset which can be much more market-oriented in solutions and much more decentralizing. The problem with a decentralized reset, although it has the potential to create far more wealth than the current reset, it's going to require our system be governed by meritocracy. And it's going to require transparency. So if you look at the extraordinary secrecy that the governance system on the planet has enjoyed for the last 50 years, that secrecy is going to have to go away. So we need a lot less secrecy and a lot more transparency, and that's going to lead to more meritocracy. So having really studied the economy bottom up, community by community, I know it is possible to do a reset that is much more wealth building and can result in a very human society. So it is possible. What it's going to require is basically rejecting the current reset. And that means if you look at all the centralization that's occurring, the building of the smart grid, the creation of CBDCs, the institution of all the different digital payment system controls, if you look at who is doing that, we're doing that. The people who will end up as the slaves in the digital concentration camp, we're the ones who are building it. And we have the power to stop building it. We have the power to just say no and pull out of the control grid. So we can throw out our smartphones. We can, refuse to adopt the digital ID. If you saw what happened with vaccine passports, there was an extraordinary effort to not comply and to not adopt. So because we're building we're building the digital concentration camp, and we have the power to see where this is going and to stop and pull out. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to come today, because I think what you are doing is so important. You're showing people where this is going. And if every one of us can say, something, I don't want to be in the control grid, and I don't want to help build the control grid, and I'm going to back out. So if you read our article, I want to stop CBDCs, there are lots of things to do. But one of the things we love to recommend is everybody use cash. So let's walk back the digital systems and start to rebuild some health into the analog systems. What we're watching in our networks is an explosion of people using cash and sort of rebalancing and saying, well, wait a minute, a healthy system is part digital and part analog. Let's rebuild and protect the analog because we need both. So that's one thing everybody can do. The other thing you can do is start, everybody reach 10 other people and start talking about local solutions, because a healthy reset rebuilds our decentralized economy. So look around you in your local area. Where are the opportunities to build great relationships with other people and start to build, whether it's food, energy, shelter, alternatives both for bartering real assets, but then also making financial transactions locally without your national currency. And finally, where are the opportunities with your local and regional governance to start protecting sovereignty? If you can't protect it at a national level, there's a great deal you can do at a regional or local level. We have a wonderful new article by Richard Werner called Why Tennessee Should Start a State Sovereign Bank. We have one of the states in the United States, North Dakota, that has a sovereign state bank and protects the citizens and businesses and banks in North Dakota to a much greater degree than any one of the other 49 states. So I would encourage you to take a look at it. We wrote it as if about Tennessee, but it applies to any regional area. So there's a great deal. We have a whole wealth of materials about I do one interview with Senator Frank Nicely of Tennessee on sovereign state banks and protecting financial transaction freedom at the state level. You see several of the states moving to do this. Texas has started a bullion depository. Tennessee has just authorized the treasurer to buy $100 million of precious metals. And anyway, there are hundreds of actions, and we describe them in all of these interviews and in I Want to Stop CBDC's What Can I Do? But I assure you, for everybody listening to this, there are many, many things you can do to protect yourself and your family, because remember, each person who backs out of the control grid and becomes more free makes it easier for the rest of us. So start with you and your family, and start by protecting yourself from the incremental steps. And just remember, one of my favorite quotes is from Bobby Kennedy, who says, nobody ever stopped tyranny by complying.
Now, so just so that I'm sure that I've understood you correctly, so there's a section at Solari.com, what can you do, that basically lists these things. But some of the things that you've suggested are basically, let's get out of the control grid. So start operating with cash as an example. Basically create local networks of wealth. And then also find out at the local level basically how you can take control of things. I know one thing that's happening in Canada is the rural municipalities are basically imposing strict control of how many animals you can have, and that you have to basically put a fence around your grain barrel and crazy things, and it's actually having the positive effect of getting rural people enraged and finally involved in their local government. And that's the type of thing you're speaking about, is we can no longer sit back and not be involved in our local governments and try and find local financial institutions that are independent. So in the province I'm at in Alberta, there is in Calgary one that it's gold and silver backed, for example. And this is the type of thing that you're talking about, is get out of the control grid.
Well, here's the thing. We're watching the middle of the road is going away. And you have the most powerful people in the world who want to centralize complete control. And throughout society, they have allies who see it in their best interest to help them. And then we have other people who are busy. They're raising kids. They're running businesses. They don't have time for politics. And now what they're starting to realize is, wait a minute, I can't stay in the middle of the road. The road is, it's parting, and I've got to go with freedom, or I've got to go with slavery. Which is it going to be? And I am going to have to get involved, because this is going to be trench warfare, at our local and regional governments and national governments. And we need to find our allies and do everything we can to protect our freedom.
Thank you. I'm going to just ask you one more question, and then I'll turn you over to the commissioners. But you had indicated that you were thinking that a decentralized economy has much more opportunity to create more wealth than a centralized economy. And I'm just wondering if you can explain your thoughts on why that is.
Sure. So if we had an economy where we were simply trying to optimize economic performance, some things would be centralized and some things would be decentralized. So it's not an either or. But if you look at many of the economies around the world, but certainly at the United States economy, a lot is centralized in a way that is not economic. And you see this primarily through the use of the federal credit and budget. So I would regularly find neighborhoods where, for example, HUD was spending $250,000 per unit to build public housing, but $50,000 could rehab a defaulted property in the HUD foreclosure property. And if you simply took 5 of the defaulted properties and rebuilt them, you could have 5 homes for the price of 1. Or we were doing something in a community, we were paying somebody essentially what would cost us $55,000 a year to have them in HUD housing on food stamps and welfare, but in fact, we could teleport jobs, digitally into that community and have them working as taxpayers for relatively minor investment in their education. And so we were paying people to not work while we were paying contractors in Washington $125 per hour to do things that somebody in that community would love to do and could be trained to do at $20 to $25 an hour. So you had these enormous arbitrages where it would be highly economic to decentralize, but the problem was that centralization was great for throwing contracts into large companies, which helped their stock go up, and that helped political contributions, or simply facilitated central control. So if you go throughout, for example, in the United States, the federal credit and the federal budgets, what you'll find is there's extraordinary opportunities, particularly given the blessings of technology, to decentralize, to make things much more economic. But again, that means I just have to share one story. When I was Assistant Secretary of Housing, we had been asked, I'd been asked to bring in some of the people who'd been working on housing policy, who were sort of leaders in the industry, and they were meeting with the new secretary and some of his assistants. And finally, one of is Jim Rouse, wonderful housing developer who started the Enterprise Foundation, turned and said to the secretary, he said, "But you're Republicans, I thought you wanted to decentralize. Why are you proposing all highly centralized solutions?" And one of the assistants said to him, "Yeah, well, we're here now." Meaning, if we control the money centrally, then we have more political power.
That speaks volumes. So,
well, one of the great solutions for all of us is if we could have financial statements. Everybody who buys a publicly traded stock is required to get an annual report or financial statement saying, here's what we did with your money. If we could have financial statements, and there's no reason why we can't other than secrecy and how desirable and profitable it is, if we could have financial statements for the areas for which we vote for political representation. So in America, if I could have I could have a financial statement that showed all the sources and uses, essentially financial statements for government taxes and expenditures contiguous to my congressional district or contiguous to where I vote for county representation. To hold our representatives accountable, we need to see how the money worked contiguous to the area that we vote for. And there's no reason we can't have that other than, of course, it would end a lot of the secrecy. But if you could make it available, the opportunity to improve and re-engineer the money for a much more environmentally healthy world. I mean, make no mistake about it, whatever our environmental problems, the number one cause of our environmental problems is a debt-based fiat currency. Now, a well-managed fiat currency can be fine, but the debt is a killer, and we've run the monetary policy in a way that is destined to destroy the environment. And so the idea that putting on more controls solves the environmental problems is ridiculous. That's just another excuse for more central control. If you want to solve our environmental problems, end the secrecy and start making governmental disclosure available and kill the debt system and move to an equity system. And you will, not only will you solve our environmental problems, but you'll make money solving our environmental problems.
Okay. Catherine, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners to see if they have questions, and they do have questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. When you were talking about the government reducing population in order to reduce their financial obligations, when you were talking about that, I was thinking about what's going on in the United States and Canada from an immigration standpoint. Canada is now emigrating about 1 million people a year into a country of 38 million. If that was the United States, it would be 10 million. I don't know what the numbers are in the United States. And the United States has an open border, and we don't know how many people are coming across, millions. How does that how does that square with the seeming policy to reduce obligations when they're bringing in millions of people, very often unskilled people, into the country? How does that work into that strategy?
So those people are not the people that they have retirement obligations to necessarily. So, you have to look at it on a person-by-person scale, but if you have a person who has a pension fund and certain kinds of insurance policies and obligations for lifetime health care and also has the right to vote, you are replacing them with someone, particularly if they're young, who you haven't had to educate and is ready to go to work in a variety of ways, and for which you have significantly less liabilities. So as a matter of solving a series of different problems, it's a very different profile than the person whose life expectancy is diminishing.
Taking that answer and listening to one of the other testimonies we had this morning, they were talking about, the actions during the COVID pandemic, the actions of the governments, the vaccines, had killed millions and millions of people. When I listen to that, and I listen to what we're talking about now about replacement of entire populations, and when I listen to what you were talking about a little earlier, and what you were saying was that the government was picking winners and losers and essentially eliminating small business and centralizing power and giant corporations monopolizing it, aren't we talking about fascism? When the government colludes with big business, they eliminate areas of the population, they murder millions of people, potentially, at least according to some of our testimonies. Isn't that what we're talking about, global fascism?
So we are talking about global fascism. I think that is correct, except when I think of fascism, I think of, examples of fascism historically. And if you look at the powers that the fascists had, so for example in World War II, or the communists in China, they did not begin to have the invasive technology that this group has. So some people call it a technocracy, and a technocracy is implementing control at a much more invasive level. So I call entrainment technology and subliminal programming a form of mind control technology. The ability to do surveillance on people's thoughts and inside their homes with all the different surveillance systems. So we're talking about something much more high-tech and invasive. Fascism, you use force to control people physically. Now you're talking about using invasive technology to brainwash them in ways, that was inconceivable 20 years ago. So I think of this as something far worse than fascism. I mean, I literally believe where they're going is slavery.
What history do we like? What happens to populations historically, and particularly in the 20th century? What happened to populations of civilians when these types of systems took over countries?
So there's a wonderful chart, and I have it. Trying to remember where I have it linked. I have it linked several places on my website. But if you go, there's a wonderful group in the United States called Jews for the Preservation of the Ownership of Firearms, and they have a genocide chart on their website. You can, I'm sure if you go to their website and do a search for genocide, you'll find it. And it shows you throughout history the many, many times they were able to basically confiscate the guns or achieve gun control, and then the genocide that followed. Mm-hmm. And I would, and there's an author who studied a lot of genocide named Rummel, who I would recommend to you. But what you find is when you can implement these extraordinary central controls, you then get impoverishment and genocide. And I just was watching, I don't know if you've seen it, there's a scandal in the United States. It was a story broken by several people, but I think one of them was 60 Minutes, about the fact that the largest private equity firm owns a company that does cleaning of slaughterhouses and is using young children who they appear to be illegal immigrants, but they're using 13, 14-year-olds to clean slaughterhouses, including at night, in a way that's sort of burning their hands because of the acid and cleaning products, and the kids are falling asleep in school and being reported by the teachers. And they're basically using child labor in a way that looks to me almost like slave labor. And this is a practice that's going on in the United States, and it's clearly an institutionalized practice, by a company owned by the largest private equity firm in the country, in the world. So this is, I hate to say this is darker than just fascism.
Yeah. I mean, we see there's a number of other things going on in Canada that you may or may not be aware of either. State-sponsored euthanasia is here in Canada.
Yes, I've seen some of the information about that, and somebody just sent me one of the songs that's promoting it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when we were still in lockdown in Canada, and many of us could not travel, the Canadian government announced the highest quarterly rate of emigration into this country since World War II. So all of these things are, is there I guess my question is, and I'm thinking out loud here because you really made me think about a lot of things, but is there any limit to the atrocities that a government with overarching power and control, particularly of a hypnotized mass, is there any limit historically to what they'll do?
Yes, but that limit is coming off thanks to technology.
Yes.
So the digital technology is giving them powers that they've never had before, and the invasive technology like mRNA and the other kinds of biotech technologies. So, but I will say, first of all, I'm a Christian and I believe there's a spiritual component to this. But I also believe that one of the reasons that things have gotten so bad is for many decades. So I first started to warn people in 1998. So it's basically 25 years that I've been working on warning people, and it's only been recently, in the last year or two, that I'm starting to see very capable professional people, the kind of people who have the skills to do something about this, finally recognize how absolutely psychopathic the current secret governance system is. And I used to have a wonderful pastor who'd say, if we can face it, God can fix it. And I assure you, because there's so many of us who are building the control grid, we have the power to do something about this and really change the trajectory and move this into a completely different reset. But it requires enough people facing it and facing it and saying, something? Because I never worry about where these guys are going, because I'm not going to live in that world. I'm going to die fighting for a human civilization. I don't want to live in their world. And, that was the decision I made in 1998, and I'm perfectly happy with it, and you can see why. But you don't want to live in their world either. And so I think it's time for as many of us as possible to dedicate ourselves to building a human civilization, because there's no point. People always say to me, well, what are the chances we can win? And I say, well, if we go with the flow, we have zero chance. If we commit to building a human civilization, I don't know if the chance is 1% or 50%, but it's better than zero. So I think there's a tremendous advantage in facing how absolutely dark we have allowed it to get, and then proceed to say, okay, where do we go? Because if you look at how centralized this is, there are very, very, it's what the English poet said, they are few and we are many.
Yeah. Thank you for your wisdom and perspective.
And there are further questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very, I would say, lucid analysis of the whole situation we're in. You still want to provide us with some hope, and my understanding is you based it on the awareness that some people are growing to really appreciate the dire situation we're in, and we have to get our act together and build community and try for sovereignty at whole level. But the world being what it is and the technology being so powerful, as you pointed out, one would hope that at some higher level we create some powerful institution for resistance. And I'm old enough to have seen the assassination of John Kennedy and Robert Kennedy live on TV. At the time I was a kid, I didn't know what it meant. And it seems that the United States and the world have not completely come to terms with the meaning of these tragic events. And I'm wondering why now, if through maybe Robert Kennedy Jr., the spirit of the American freedom and that has made this country such a great country could actually attract enough support from the population in order to make a difference at that level. So what is your thought on that?
So I would say two things, and then let me talk about RFK's campaign. If you study the economy, one of the reasons for my profound optimism is words cannot express to you how expensive tyranny is. Our economy is so poor compared to what it could be if we were free to just optimize economically. So the wealth potential of freedom combined with new technology, if we get the risk management right, is extraordinary. And, you know, centralizing this way is very, very destructive of wealth. And I'm an investment banker. I love to create wealth. And the opportunity, the thought of building a society where you could let that wealth really grow and happen is very exciting to me. So I know I have a sort of mathematically conceptual understanding of what is possible in terms of wealth creation. And that's one of my reasons for optimism. Tyranny is just fantastically expensive, as is secrecy. I mean, it's very profitable for the billionaires, but it's very wealth destructing. The other thing is, I think the closer and closer the people running the centralized systems get, the more and more they're going to risk killing each other. It's the only thing I can say. You're not creating a culture, you're creating a very psychopathic culture, and it's not the kind of culture that holds together through thick and thin over long periods of time. My favorite Bible story is the story of Gideon, and if you come to Soleria, I have a great interview with Thomas Meyer about the story of Gideon, and it's a story where Gideon and his army attack that throw the Midianites out of Israel, and the Midianites are so hateful and suspicious and so competitive they kill each other. And so I'm not so convinced we're going to win as the people trying to centralize control are going to end up kind of killing each other. I think that RFK's candidacy in the United States can do extraordinary things. So I'm very hopeful, because I think it can resurrect the excitement and the love for the kind of values that you were talking about. He has a great book called American Values about his family values, and he does do a good job, I think, of trying to live according to those values and teach them. So that's one thing. I think he also has done, he and his colleagues, because he has a very deep and very talented team, I think they can do a lot to help people understand what's going on and why it doesn't have to be this way. So just as a way of bringing transparency, it can be very powerful. He has built many workarounds, the corporate media, over the last 10 years. And now we're seeing the market share shift out of the corporate media and into those workarounds. And so if you look at his market penetration just through media, it's extraordinary and I think will be very good. Now, where does that go as a political matter? I don't know, but simply at a minimum, bringing the kind of transparency and reminding us of the potential that we have if we resurrect our values and we don't let the lawlessness cause us to lose our love, has the potential to make an incredible contribution. If you look at the polls, it already has. And it's completely shifting the narrative to a real conversation about real problems and real corruption and real lawlessness and what are we all going to do about it. So, you know, I think it's going to be at a minimum, it's going to be a very positive contribution. And among other things, we'll finally face the fact of what happened, you know, in the 60s, there were 4 assassinations that basically shut down a lot of political discourse in the United States. And going back and looking at what happened and healing from those, I think would be incredibly valuable to the American people.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a comment and then I have a quick question. For the last 3 years, a number of businesses in Canada have been shut down by oppressive government legislation and mandates and lockdown measures. And many of those people who ran those businesses have lost their life savings, their family investment for years. And now, 3 years later, we have Canada Revenue, the equivalent of IRS in the States, sending demand letters for taxes that the CRA has assessed them and says that they owe, and yet they don't have a business. Their business was shut down. So I'm just kind of thinking about that in the context of what you have said here, and I'm just wondering, in terms of fighting back, something that Canadians can do. A week and a half ago, CRA, Canada Revenue Agency, said that they're not going to accept any checks. So I'm going to assume that if everybody in Canada sent checks next year when they're filing their income tax, that would be a way of fighting back in terms of peaceful civil disobedience. But my question is, you have really great ideas, and I love the idea of building a local community and networking with one another. But I'm just wondering, how do we filter that down to our education system where our students are being taught everything but how to work within a community and to strive for the best that they can be?
So what you've brought up is the importance of the taxation system. If you go to Solari, we have at ourmoney.solari.com/taxation. My general counsel and I wrote a very long piece on the fact that we're going to have to find a way to re-engineer our taxes. If we continue to pay taxes to governments that send out IRS agents to, you know, target the people who've been destroyed by their mandates, you know, there are no solutions. If we continue to fund school boards that destroy, you know, the educational opportunities for our kids, that can never work. So the question is, how do we, within jurisdictions, whether regional or local, assert control of the taxes and make sure the tax money is spent in both lawful ways but also productive ways? And that's the toughest nut we have to crack. And it takes real organization at the local level and at the regional level to do it. But that's what we're going to have to do. Now, there are many tactics that we can use short of organizing. One of the things we propose is organizing escrows to make sure our money is spent lawfully. But short of that, there are other ways to do it. I always tell everybody who's trying to deal with their local school board to think of this as asymmetrical warfare, and instead of trying to debate with them on the issue upon which you've gotten involved over, just simply do an audit and find out, you know, where they're breaking the rules on the money and go there. There are all sorts of ways to get power and leverage over a local government institution if it's not obeying the law. But it takes real work, and that's the challenge. But I don't see any way. I would really encourage anybody who's interested in these very important questions to go to ourmoney.solari.com/taxation and look at our analysis of what can be done. Now, it's U.S.-centric, but you'll be able to translate some of those ideas into ideas for, for Canada. I would also say there's a wonderful book called Harvest of Rage by an author named Joel Dyer that describes the same exact game that they did to the farmers in the United States after the 1980 sort of Volcker slam on the economy. And he describes the same thing. They got these businesses to take on all sorts of debt, then they pulled their subsidies, they had a recession, then they default on their debt, and then they send the IRS in to go after them on taxes for writing down the indebtedness. It was the same exact game. And what's important is a broad-based coalition of citizens realize that these business owners have been targeted, and this is not a legitimate enforcement. This is what we call it's an operation, and we need to organize to help protect them.
Thank you very much.
And there be no further questions. Catherine, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for coming and assisting us today. Your testimony has been very helpful.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all your efforts. Just remember, transparency can make an enormous, enormous difference. So what you're doing is very important, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to know you and be part of it. So you have a wonderful day.
You too. Before we move to the next witness, I'll just indicate there was a commissioner question earlier today about whether or not a summons had been sent to anyone at Statistics Canada. And commissioners, a summons was sent to Anil Arora, and she is the chief statistician for Stats Canada. And my understanding is that we have not received any confirmation that she would attend. But there are still 2 days left in Ottawa, so we'll wait and see.
Our next witness is Dr. Stephen Malthouse, and I see him on the screen. So hello, Dr. Malthouse. There, you're on our screen as well. If you could give us your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll do an oath with you.
Stephen Malthouse, Stephen Malthouse.
And do you promise that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You've been active in all sorts of ways. I think you've been a practitioner on Vancouver Island. Before we get into that, we've just heard Dr. Catherine Austin Fitz give us a talk. I understand that you have just come back from Europe, where you have attended many functions over there. So I think it would be very appropriate if you could give us at least a small snapshot of what you're seeing over in Europe. And I'll leave it to you to either do it after your main testimony or do it now. But I think we'd find that very interesting.
Well, this was the third International COVID Summit, which was held in Brussels, in Belgium, and it was a 3-day conference. Doctors, experts of every field were invited from around the world to attend, and it was really focused around a presentation in the European Union, which occurred on day 2, in which 30 physicians and experts of other fields all spoke to the European Parliament, to the members there, but it was live streamed out to the world. And in fact, my understanding is that there were more views of that live stream than had ever happened in the European Parliament in its history. And what it was designed to do was to really present the whole COVID story from beginning to end. There were no holds barred. By that I mean that the speakers were invited to tell it as it is, and it was coming from personal experience and expertise and knowledge of the science, and it told quite a different story than what we're hearing as the general narrative about COVID-19 and what happened. So really, it was an attempt to tell the truth and get it out there. The conference was 3 days long. The first day was in fact a closed session among doctors from and again experts from all over the world. We had quite a few coming from Canada, and the topics range from anything from the science of COVID to vaccinations to geoengineering. Many topics were discussed, and we had some lively discussions among the people that were attending. It was a lot of fun, and then the third day was dedicated to the media. So there was the opportunity for media to ask questions, to have individual interviews with the speakers, the people that were attendees, and we had 3 panels at that time. And interesting enough, those 3 panels, which each contained about eight people at the front table, were very engaging in the sort of how would you say working over different topics, including how to prevent this from happening again. So it was an excellent opportunity in many ways for doctors and epidemiologists, scientists, experts in many fields of life to come together to meet each other and to work over things, but also to try to get the word out through the European Parliament and to let those members in the Parliament themselves know what I would say the real scientific community knows about what's happened in the last 3 years.
Perhaps I'll just stop for 2 seconds, just say, do the commissioners have any questions for Dr. Malthouse relating to that? If not, we'll move on to his presentation. Okay, thank you. The 2 groups that I think you've been associated with, or perhaps even had a hand in starting, were called Educate Before You Vax, and also Justice for the Vaxxed. So I think on that note, you have a presentation, I know, with slides, so I'm going to let you launch into it and proceed.
Thank you very much. Well, first I'd like to perhaps introduce myself, because many people may not know me. I'm a family physician from the west coast of Canada. I've been in practice in medicine for 45 years in Canada, and I've worked in many different situations. I've worked in urban, rural situations. I've worked in emergency departments. I've done some palliative care. I've done some overseas research, particularly in the field of pediatrics. And I do have a special interest in integrative medicine, which is the sort of seamless a combination of both conventional and alternative medicine. I was a founding president of the Canadian Integrative Medicine Association, and also during these last 3 years was a founding president of the Canada Health Alliance, which is a group of practitioners across Canada, including also volunteers. We have about 5,000 members. And the Canada Health Alliance's mandate is really to help create a better medical system in Canada. I've worked here on Denman Island, which is a small island off the coast of Canada, for about 13 years. And I took a sabbatical in January 2020. And I didn't really realize what was coming our way. But I soon found out, and like most doctors, I was planning on being called back to work in some capacity, expecting a tsunami of death and suffering from the COVID-19 illness, which was coming out of China. But it didn't take long before we realized that that was not going to be the case exactly. But before that, even in the early days, in February, actually in March and April, it became clear that our public health was not doing all that they could, in particularly with regard to vitamin D, that we should have supplements to vitamin D for all our long-term care facilities. And in fact, Canadians should be taking vitamin D to prevent respiratory illness, which is what we thought COVID was. And so I sent letters up to different places trying to get some attention to the fact that we could give people vitamin D and we could reduce the risks of infection. Also looking at what was coming out of China, we had vitamin C being used intravenously, so I called around to our local hospital and a few other people to see if, in fact, we had stocks of vitamin C for intravenous use in the hospitals, which we didn't. I made some inquiries about vitamin D. In fact, I sent a letter to our public health and long-term care with evidence, the research on vitamin D and respiratory illnesses and how vitamin D supplements, at least to attain a healthy level of vitamin D in the blood, could be beneficial. That was ignored. In fact, it was the message was passed up the line, and essentially they laughed at it, saying that people in the Comox Valley, doctors, or people in the Comox Valley, not just doctors, think that vitamins can cure everything. So that's where that ended. I'm also at the time was the president of the Canadian Integrated Medicine Association, or CIMA, and if I could share my screen, I'll show you a few things which I think you'll find interesting. There, and I hope you can see this. I'll just there we go. So when we saw this coming in May, this Canadian Integrated Medicine Association, we created a statement policy on this, and I put it up here because it showed that vitamin D, which we subsequently learned it was very helpful for treating COVID, at least preventing it from becoming serious. We knew this way in advance, and we put this out as not just a policy, but we put out a media press release. And there was no pickup of this in the media whatsoever, which was not entirely surprising, because it was still considered alternative medicine. But the evidence in this for deficiencies in people's nutrition was documented, and with studies and so forth. And I think if we had done this in the early days, we would have prevented a lot of the problems that came along. So as the evidence became more and more clear that all these public health policies that were being pushed on us were not really valid, they were not based on any science, and that would include masking, social distancing, isolation, asymptomatic spread of a disease, all these things, plus the subsequent effects of the policies that were being mandated, such as were causing overdoses and suicides, increasing. We were seeing the psychological effects on people, but particularly on children who were supposed to mask themselves so they didn't kill their grandparents. I mean, we started seeing this, and so I actually wrote some material in our local newspaper called The Grapevine, and telling it how it was, and trying to get some community meetings together so we could discuss these things. As you may know, across country, whether you were living in whatever province you were in, or even if you were traveling in a car across the country, the number of people that were allowed to congregate in one location varied from province to province, and this just did not make any sense. And so I tried to get the people together on Denman Island, where I live, to talk in an outside situation. And as soon as I put an invitation into our local newspaper for this, I found that I was getting a call from the college, from Dr. Podester, who was in charge of the complaints. And he said, yeah, you can do it, but you got to be careful. You don't say you're representing the college, that sort of thing. And he'd already had 2 complaints just from my insert into the local newspaper. Anyway, so we had 2 meetings. It was quite interesting, and a lot of people had questions. We tried to answer as many of them as we could. Before I come to this, I'd just like to say that we also had some things put in by public health into our local newspaper, which were really not based on any science whatsoever. One was that the vaccines were going to, which were coming along, were going to put us back into good health and protect this virus from spreading, and we were going to return to normal, and they were safe and effective. None of that had been shown, of course, in any of the studies, which, as I'm sure everybody in the audience knows, were abbreviated and lacked appropriate animal studies. So when I put this sort of thing out, I also wrote, when I saw this in our local newspaper, I wrote a letter saying that this doesn't make sense. It's not based on anything. And in response to that, I had 15 doctors, not all of them even actually worked on their island, but on the 2 islands, ours, Denman Island and Hornby Island nearby me, write a letter saying to the thing, essentially saying that all 15 of them did not agree with me. Essentially, that was all the doctors other than me on the island. And that they themselves were waiting to get their shot when it came around. And they trusted the CDC and Dr. Bonnie Henry, who is our public health officer, chief public health officer here in British Columbia, that they trusted her and they thought that the vaccine was going to get us all back to normal. And of course, and that it was the best way of preventing spread. Of course, you know, a vaccine that does not prevent transmission cannot get herd immunity at all. But so time went on, and then we had masking in the summer, and then I wrote this letter in October 2020 to Dr. Bonnie Henry, our Chief Public Health Officer, saying, but at that time we knew quite clearly that all the measures that they've been using were fraudulent. In other words, when I say fraudulent, I mean they were not based on any real science. And I wrote this letter to her, pointing out the evidence that contradicted all her policies, and this was in October 20, and that's when the proverbial, you know what, hit the fan, and I started getting complaints from the college, trying to you know, ask me to defend what I had said, and that I shouldn't be speaking about a colleague like this, and so on. I thought it was a pleasant letter, but it just really asked her to reverse her policies because none of them were based on science. And that's kind of how it started for me in terms of the way my career went. We did some further things after that. I think that letter was important because I got a lot of things back from people saying that it actually validated what they were thinking, despite everyone telling them they were crazy. And I think for that point, it really did some good in that I got quite a few letters like that. But also after that, a group of people on the island, Vancouver Island, decided to send out my letter to Bonnie Henry with a cover letter from me, saying that, and it was sent out to about, I think maybe a third of the doctors in British Columbia, mostly in the lower mainland of British Columbia. And it really, the cover letter said to doctors that if you think something's a bit fishy here, please reach out and contact me. And some did. Is how I met quite a few really good doctors, including Dr. Hoff, Dr. Kindy, and many others, in fact, who I'll talk about later when I talk about our tours that we did. But I just wanted to read you a letter that I got back from one of my colleagues. This is from a Dr. Michael Vance, who I believe lives in the Okanagan in British Columbia. And this is what he said after he received a copy of that letter for me. I think this will give you maybe an impression of the pushback that we had from our own colleagues. He said, "Dear attention, Dr. Malthouse, Mr. Malthouse," he didn't call me doctor. "First of all, please not refer to me as your colleague ever again. Secondly, I will be lodging a formal complaint to the CPSBC, which is the College of Physicians and Surgeons of British Columbia, and state that you constitute a danger to the public. I've also begun to reach out to the rest of my colleagues to do the same. I know you are close to retiring. Thank heavens for that. So this may not matter to you, but it is my professional duty." And then he went on to give me a psychological assessment of why I was doing this. He said, "You have traveled along in this life looking for validation and respect, and my guess is that it never quite came to you. My suspicion that you've always been a bit inadequate, probably stemming from childhood experiences or inadequacies as a young adult. You're near the end of your cure, and one night I imagine you sitting down to rest, and you suddenly get divine inspiration and hope that you can change the course of your mediocrity. You wanted to change the world, or your world at least, and make a difference for once. You imagined that a letter reflecting YouTube videos, blogs, and alternative media sources to a person who actually has authority and respect, i.e. Dr. Henry, would change her mind, and if not hers, your letter would influence the public enough that it would change something about our COVID-19 response. But then, when nothing happened, you followed up with a letter to your colleagues with the same wishful thinking that finally this time you will be able to make an impact in this world and make a name for yourself. Alas, it would be so hilarious if this was not a comedy sketch. If this was in a comedy sketch, if it weren't so sad." It goes on in that sort of vein, but I think this gives a sort of an impression of how this letter and to Dr. Henry had an effect on other doctors in our province. So I would say that, you know, this is an evidence that these doctors are not doing their homework. In fact, they're not doing the proper research. They've all been come to believe that any vaccine is safe and effective no matter what, so they don't do their homework, and they're just following the guidelines without thinking it through. But it also shows like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction that doctors had towards their colleagues who were stepping out and speaking up about what they found to be inaccurate in the science that that the public health people were calling upon to make their decisions. Other things that I got involved in creating these Canadian Doctors Speak Out videos. I think this was the first time that any doctors put out a video here in Canada, where there were quite a few of us on these videos, and we really each took a part in talking about how COVID is not something you need to be frightened of. Here's a way to treat it, prevent it. And then when it came to the injections, particularly when they were going after our children with injections and masks and isolation, we spoke out against that. I think I was the first person in British Columbia with my letter to Dr. Henry to actually stand up and say that things were going awry and public health was a danger to its own citizens. And of course, there were lots of things happening. The college called me up as soon, and I had to have an interview with them. I had the Canadian Medical Protective Association, which is kind of like our insurance for most doctors against malpractice. I asked them to help me out, but I did not find that their lawyers were actually aggressive enough. By that I mean they seemed to know all the secretaries at the college by first names, and if you know what that means. And so I ended up essentially letting them go and hiring Rocco Galati. Many of you may be familiar with him. He's a lawyer based in Toronto, and we actually had our a few minutes with the college. Normally, they invite a doctor to come to the college to have an interview to explain what they've been doing, and really, it's a bit like being led out over the quicksand unless you know what you're doing. And when we had our 10-minute visit, which was supposed to be longer, of course, but we asked it to be recorded, the college said we don't record these meetings. And the reason they gave is the doctors don't like it, which I found hard to believe. Mr. Galati, who was representing me, said that, well, even, the highest courts in the land say that with today's technology, there's no excuse for not recording these meetings. They said, well, we're not going to record it, and you're not cooperating. We said, we're here, we're cooperating. We just want it recorded. And they said, well, we have nothing further to say, and we were done. And I think that's a good example of a lawyer showing his teeth. And then after that, I had no further meetings with the college. Although things are still being in process, I did have to put in a suit against them regarding free speech, because as you know, both colleges were, Ontario College and the British Columbia College were both saying that doctors could not speak against public health at risk of having their licenses revoked. And of course, there were hit pieces as well against me and some of my colleagues in the press. Personally, I feel it was good advertising for what we were trying to get out to the public, because there's no other way of getting things out through the mainstream media. And in fact, I was debanked by the RBC, Royal Bank of Canada. The reason was unknown. In fact, they would not tell me the reason, but they gave me 2 months to take all my accounts out of the Royal Bank of Canada, the RBC. Excuse me. I have a bit of a cold. That's why I'm not in Ottawa. I would have preferred to be there to be able to testify in person, but it wasn't meant to be. I just wanted to, then there came a time where they were starting to push these vaccinations, these COVID shots, down onto our children, taking it down as far as 5-year-olds. And we knew that it was going to go down to the 6-month-olds. We could see that in the wind. It was pretty obvious, those of us that were searching to look. But this is what Bonnie Henry said. She said, I'm not able to quite read it here on my screen because it's blocked. Give me 1 second here. Like all COVID-19, this is verbatim, like all COVID-19 vaccines in Canada, vaccines for children are free, safe, and effective. When you get your child vaccinated, you protect them from severe illness from COVID-19 and reduce the spread and infection in your community. Well, this was completely against what all the science showed. If we look at the children, we call them children between 0 and 19, and in fact, only 15 children had died during the entire pandemic, so-called pandemic, because there was no increased all-cause mortality during 2020. It wasn't until the vaccinations, so-called COVID shots, were rolled out that we started seeing the death toll mount and the amount of suffering and adverse events from those shots were causing so much harm. But before that, there was no pandemic, and in fact, children were they could not hardly even find any children that didn't have serious comorbidities or pre-existing medical conditions that had died with a positive PCR test, which we all knew by that time was completely fraudulent, because the number of cycle thresholds that they had used for this was about between 40 and 45 right across the country, and we know that anything above 25 was not going to give you accurate results. So we had so many false positive testing that it completely made the test useless. But even the founder of the test, even the person that created the test, stated before he died in 2019 that this test was not designed to diagnose viral illnesses. But as you can see from this chart here, that the number of children that died across Canada with a positive PCR test was so small that statistically it was zero. Also, we knew that this was not a safe shot. If we look at this, there were more injuries. This is just 2021 after the COVID jab was rolled out. As we started to see this incredible increase in deaths reported to the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System in the United States, which really only collects between probably about 1%, maybe a little bit more, maybe up to 5% of the injuries that are caused by the vaccinations. And look at this rise in vaccine injuries. So we knew it wasn't safe, and yet so safe and effective really was kind of going out the window. And we'd already known about all these young adults who have been killed by the shots. And so we felt that something needed to be done about this. So what I did is I kind of thought we needed to get on the road. And so I spoke to Carrie Simpson of Canadian Voters Association, who helped to organize a series of doctors' tours. And we went ahead and did 6 tours, 3 tours to talk about the vaccines in children, and 3 tours to talk about the vaccine injuries which had already occurred and for which people were being gaslit. And this is a map of the places that we went in our tours. We went to about 30 cities, some of them a couple of times. And this is what we spoke about in the first part of the touring. We started in December of 2021, going out there, and it was a little cold in a lot of places. You know, some places were really pleasant, and these are some of my colleagues that joined us on the tour. And this is an example of some of the places we stood outside in -8 degrees temperature and talked to the public. But the public also came. They were desperate for information. They would come and stay for 2 to 3 hours outside in the freezing cold, standing there listening to us talk. And you've got to hand it to them. That's Canadian spirit for you. We had a lot of people who were out there supporting us. We actually had a bunch of trucks that gave us a little convoy on a couple of occasions, in fact, into the towns and so on. So as we were talking to the audiences, we noticed that over a bit of time, the audience started changing. Not so much changing as we started noticing the questions were starting to change a little bit, because more and more people were having had the shots, and they were wondering how they could take care of them, themselves or their family members who had been injured. And they also had, they seemed to be grieving of deaths of many people in their family. We had one young woman who spoke, who was crying in front of the audience, telling us that she'd had 6 family members who had died from the shot. It seems that some communities have been more affected than others. I should just mention that, you know, getting into hot water was pretty easy for doctors, and I just want to put a shout out to those doctors that came on this tour, because most of them, they knew what was going to happen to them if they joined us out there speaking to the public. But we knew that the government was not doing the job. They were not doing what they're supposed to do, and the college was fighting, you know, persecuting doctors who spoke out, as if they were, instead of protecting the public, they seemed intent on harming the public by not allowing them to be informed and to make informed decisions about what they were going to do for their health. informed consent was really impossible if you don't know what the contents of the vaccine are, because not knowing that, you can't really make a proper judgment whether to get it or not. So everyone was being coerced into getting these shots, or they were being, I would say brainwashed is a good term, but at least, how would you say, misinformed to the extent that they thought these shots were good for them, good for their families, and would protect other people. So we started seeing this come up pretty soon, after we had started our first tour. So we changed the tour, and in September 22, we decided to go out and try to give some hope to people, and also to tell them that they were not wrong, that they actually had their injuries were stemming from this COVID shot. Because many people would get the shot, then they would go to their family doctor, and they would say, no, it's not the vaccine. The vaccine's safe and effective. And then they would be told, I don't know what's wrong with you. Go home and let's see what happens later. If they tried to get referrals to a neurologist, for example, for a neurological injury, sometimes when they heard that it occurred after the vaccine had been given to the patient, they would not be accepted into the specialist's list. And it's as though nobody wanted to touch this hot potato of vaccine injury. And still, the slogan of safe and effective was being bandied about by our public health. So what we did is we rebranded a big bus like this, Justice for the Vaccinated. And we started going to the different communities. This is our team here, the first team anyway, and then the team changed as we went along. We had this on the back of the bus. The bus really became like a museum, I would say, or a tribute to people who had the shot and those that had died. We put posters on it like this, and people were asked to come and sign on behalf of people they knew or family members, or they themselves if they had been injured after the COVID shot. And when we started driving along with this between communities, we noticed we get lots of thumbs up from other drivers. People would start honking their horns to us. Even truck drivers would give us a toot. We became quite known. Whenever we pulled into a parking lot, or people would come to the bus to talk to us and about what had happened to them and to tell their stories, because they were finding that there's no place else that they could do that. And this is Dr. Hoff. I'm sure many of you know him. Dr. Hoff, who was on most of the tours with me. We're putting up pictures of people who have been injured severely or died from having had the COVID shots. And this is Carrie Simpson. I think she needs a special shout out, because she was one of the main organizers of this through Canadian Voters Association. And without her, we would not have been able to do these tours. But you can see we had packed audiences everywhere we went, pretty much as the word got out. The bus became covered in signatures and stories, and we had a lot to tell people. We had a lot to tell them. And we had the opportunity. We spoke for 2 to 3 hours usually per night. We spoke every night. And we had lots of discussion afterwards. People would come up. I think Dr. Hoff used to drag him out of the venue in the end, because he had so many people who wanted to ask him questions. And we also had guests come. We had different people, doctors speak. We had doctors in the audience, but often they would not want to be recognized, and they might come in and leave early. But we did have some doctors locally who spoke up, and you recognize Dr. William Mackus there on the right. And there's also a woman there right next to the sign who came up and spoke as a vaccine-injured person and told her story. And we had people come on the stage who would tell us what had happened to them after they'd been given the COVID-19 shot, and the injuries they had sustained, and what their experience was when they went to talk to their doctors about it. How many of them were just told to go home and suck it up, or it wasn't the vaccine, and I don't know what's wrong with you, and it's all in your head, which was a common story. And as I mentioned, we had lots of people come and attend. And I just wanted to show a little brief video here. Hopefully it will work. We'll see.
How many people here And I'm gonna ask you to do something, you have to think about this one. If you know one person that is vaccine injured, just put one hand up. If you know more than one, put two hands up. Keep them up. We need to send a very clear message to Hawaii and Army. Thank you.
So that was it. That was, I'm not sure you could hear the video very well, but those were people who knew one or more people that had been injured by the COVID shots. And a lot of people had two hands up. And because of that, our audience were getting quite large. And before that question, we also asked how many people knew someone who'd been injured or died from COVID itself. And there was only a few hands that were put up in the audience. So it was becoming very obvious that the COVID shot was much worse than the disease itself. And we traveled all over the place. As they went to 30 different locations. We had quite a time on the bus. It was tiring. Here's a little picture of our support squad trying to get revived. And no, that's not an intravenous line running across there. But it was a tiring. We went to someplace every night and to put on this presentation. This is the last, just as we were ready to finish up we finished up our fifth tour, 3 for the educate before you vaccinate, and 2 of the justice for the vaccinated. Because you see, the justice for the vaccinated was the idea that everybody was a victim, whether you were vaccinated or unvaccinated, and our enemy was not each other. We were trying to bring people together and to give them solutions, but the first step is they had to recognize that they were a victim, whether they'd been vaxxed or not, and that their enemy was somebody else. It was the government and public health that it seemed really intent, as far as I can tell, on trying to kill and maim people, and still seem to be intent on doing that. That's my personal opinion. But then we heard that in Regina they were going to have the Grey Cup, and we thought this was a great opportunity for us to go to Regina and to talk to people about something which was athlete collapse after having the COVID shots. And you can see that after the shots were rolled out in 2021, December 2020 and onward, actually, that a lot of athletes around the world had dropped dead suddenly on the field, and no one was really paying attention to this. And this was true for little kids as well, and children were dying as well on the fields. People were dying in football practice, all over the show. And in fact, my license was suspended in March 2022, and the reason it was suspended by my college was because I was writing vaccine and mask exemptions, and for people across Canada, and allegedly attempting to bypass public health policies. Well, the public health policies were such that unless you had 2 shots from 2 different manufacturers and had near-death experiences from both, you would not be exempt. It was pretty much like that. And if you had an allergy to one of the ingredients, even an anaphylactic reaction, in other words, to something like polyethylene glycol or PEG, then doctors were informed that we were to send you on an urgent basis to an allergist. And that allergist was supposed to assess you and determine whether you could have the shot or not. And invariably, they assessed you that yes, you could. They would send you back to the doctor and say, yeah, go ahead and give the shot, but divide it into 5 parts and give 5 different little shots of the same substance. And stand by with adrenaline just in case. So, I have no regrets in signing those exemptions. In fact, they think there may be a small hockey league that was created in Ontario because of those. And I'm actually quite proud that I probably saved some lives, particularly when kids were forced to get these shots just to go out and play sports. And you know what it's like for teenagers. They want to be part of the crowd, or even even teens who are, looking to make some athletic endeavor their career. I feel proud that actually I was able to protect them to some extent. But we decided, hey, we're going to go to the Grey Cup. And so we got the bus rolling, and we headed out from Vancouver. We were joined by the team as we went along, and as you know, there were actually was a bit prophetic. We went out there to protect, to tell people about athletes dropping dead. And subsequently, we did see Damar Hamlin of the Buffalo Bills, who did die twice on the field and was resuscitated. And it's interesting when they interviewed him as to what his doctors told him the cause of it was. He said, that's something I want to stay away from. In other words, he was not willing to discuss the reason that his heart stopped beating. And I'm just going to show you a little video because this kind of perhaps tells you a little bit of kind of how we approach this issue.
Me too. No, but your football's looking a little strange. What do you mean? It looks okay to me. No. This looks a bit swollen, I'd say. Well, I never noticed any difference. Let's compare. Yeah. Well, what do you think? Wait a minute. I think my football has got biofootball.
Footballitis. Did it get a jab? Yeah, it had.
Just going to play that again.
Hey, Steve. Hi, Charles. How are you doing? I'm doing well. What are you? I'm just playing a bit of football. Me too. No, but your football's looking a little strange. What do you mean? It looks okay to me. No. This looks a bit swollen, I'd say. Well, I never noticed any difference. Let's compare. Yeah, look. Well, what do you think? Wait a minute. I think my football has got myofootballitis. Did it get a jab? Yeah, it had 2 COVID-19 jabs and a booster. No wonder it's swollen. Yeah. Wow, I never knew that. And, it's amazing how you can play football and you don't even know you got a swollen one. That is very dangerous. Well, I think we should tell some people about this. I think we should. You know what? We're doing this little skit because we're showing how people can get inflamed hearts after the COVID-19 shot and not even know about it. And it's kind of like the football as an analogy. Those COVID-19 shots cause inflammation of the heart, or myocarditis, pericarditis, and more than 50% of the people that get it don't even know they have the disease going on in their body. And that's very dangerous because that inflammation, that swelling of the heart causes scarring in the heart. And when they get out on the field and the adrenaline and the noradrenaline is going, it puts them into a fatal arrhythmia and they drop dead. Yes. And you know what? The ones that die, even when they try to resuscitate them, more than 75% cannot be resuscitated because of the severity of the disease in their hearts. And the thing is, they don't even know it. And you didn't even know that your ball was swollen? I had no idea. Well, I'm not going to get another one of those boosters. I don't think you should. I'm glad you woken up. Yeah. Thanks, Charles. Okay. Nice to see you. Thanks, ciao. Steve. Yeah, take care. Here we go. Ready?
Perhaps that's a good time to stop and ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Okay.
Questions, anyone? Okay. Sorry, Dr. Malthus, is there anything you wanted to wrap up with before I interrupted you? And
I'd like to just say a couple more things to wrap up. First of all, I want to thank the doctors. In fact, I want to name them, the doctors that came on the tour. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit over time here, but I think this is important. I wanted to thank Dr. Hoff, Dr. Charles Hoff, Dr. Daniel Nagase, Dr. Anna Kindi, Dr. Rachel Maurice, Dr. Sophia Bayfield, Dr. Kevin Slater, Dr. Biz Bastian, Dr. Eric Payne, and Dr. William Mackus, who all presented on our tours. And also our organizers, Carrie Simpson, Shelley Semler, Denise Pierce, Elizabeth Chapman, and Chris Fleck. I also want to thank the communities and the hosts that organized our events and put us up. It took a lot of effort. I want to thank the pastors because many of them opened their churches to us, particularly in the beginning when we weren't allowed to congregate anywhere. And we had a lot of public health people trying to shut down the venues, phoning them up and threatening them. And I want to thank those people that gave testimony. I just let it be known that those doctors that talked on our tour, they knew what they were getting into. In other words, they knew the risk that the colleges would be after them, and that they were willing to risk their livelihoods to be able to speak out on behalf of their patients. And what else? I just wanted to say just briefly that really, as there were two pandemics, there was the fake pandemic, which is really the PSYOP, and then there was a real one, which was caused by the public health issues. Similarly, there are really two wars going on here, and one is the The war that we see on the surface, which is we're being attacked in many different fields at the full court press, whether it's food or whether it's the shots or whether it's lockdowns or finances, religion, education in our schools. But also there's an inner battle too. And that inner battle is really what we call an integrity test. It's where people are being asked to stand up. And I just hope that I just want to speak to my colleagues, other doctors that know what's going on and haven't really stood up for their patients. I just want to say that when your opportunity comes, I hope that you take it and not choose to sit down and rather that you choose to stand up. Thank you very much for having me.
On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you for your testimony and for all that you've done with your colleagues. Thank you.
Our next witness is attending virtually, Sheila Lewis. Sheila, can you hear me? If you can, I can't hear you because your mic is muted. And now I can see you. And can you talk just so I can see you? Oh, there we go. There we go. So, Sheila, thanks for joining us. I'd like to start by asking if you could state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
My full name is Sheila Annette Lewis, and my first name is spelled S-H-E-I-L-A, last name Lewis, L-E-W-I-S.
And Sheila, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. So help me God.
Now, Sheila, I have to explain to people that you and I need to proceed with caution because you're under a court order, aren't you?
Correct.
In fact, you're basically under a gag order.
Correct.
So you can't mention the name of an organ that you're going to not mention but kind of talk about today. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you can't mention the names of doctors.
Correct.
And you can't mention the location of hospitals.
Correct. Or the name of the hospital.
Right. Or the location too, right? Or it's
Correct.
the name. Yeah. So we have to be very careful because actually you and I could be violating that order if we don't. But I want to be
Correct.
clear in when you're giving your testimony that basically you have truthful information about your health condition and what specific treatments you need, but you are under a court order preventing you from telling your whole story with us.
Correct.
Now, can you tell us, as best you understand it, how this court order came about, basically gagging you from speaking about some things?
One of the doctors in the transplant team in the lower courts, the first court case I had, mentioned and stated to the judge that she had received, I guess, a threatening email. I didn't see it. She didn't have it to show the court, I guess. But anyway, she stated she had got a threatening email and she was scared for her life, I guess, as she stated. And I guess they asked the courts to put a gag order to hide their names and location and what we mentioned against me in order to protect them.
How many doctors are involved in this lawsuit?
I believe there's 5 or 6.
Okay, so 1 out of 5 claims to have received an email that's not produced to you or the court, and there's a gag order covering all 5?
Correct.
So, without violating the order, and I'm going to lead you a little bit, and just so that the people watching your testimony understand, leading is where the question kind of suggests the answer. And so we're just doing that so that we don't inadvertently violate the court order. It's a severe restriction on Sheila's ability to testify, but we don't want to violate the court order. So you have a life-threatening condition.
Yes, I do.
When did that develop?
It started in June of 2019 when I found out.
Okay. And because of this life-threatening condition, you were told that you needed something. Well, don't mention the organ, but tell us what you needed.
I needed a transplant.
Okay.
And a double organ transplant. That's what I needed.
Okay. And I will just indicate for the commissioners that a copy of the court order has been entered as Exhibit OT5. So when you need an organ transplant, how do you get on the list?
By doing a very thorough series of tests from head to toe. And when they say head to toe, believe me, it's head to toe. There's a lot of testing. They go through, they test all your organs to make sure they're healthy and in good working order. They test everything, your bones, your blood, your bone density, your CT scans. They do everything you can imagine. They test to make sure that you will pass and be able to get through this organ transplant, which usually takes, they said, 8 to 10 hours for this transplant.
Okay, and
by the time you finish.
I just want to make sure that I understand. So you basically have to go through an entire range of tests, basically to make sure that your other organs are all good and you're strong enough so that you, survive the surgery, and then also, it wouldn't be a waste of time. You would survive it.
And your heart is a big one, too. They test that, make sure there's no blockage. You got to go into day surgery for that. If there's a blockage, they have to put a stent in. And like I was told, if there is blockage, I probably wouldn't get the transplant. I had absolutely no blockage, and they said my heart is very strong. So, I was really, really happy when I heard that. I went through a lot of testing, a lot of, I redid all the vaccinations as well, my childhood vaccinations.
And how long did this testing take?
The testing for my organs and whatnot, and to make sure my body was in very healthy condition. It took pretty much the year. Time they did them all, spread them out, and did everything. It took a long time.
Okay, so you basically went through a year of testing to be able to qualify to get on the organ transplant list, and the testing went well.
Very well, yes, very well.
Okay. So now, did you smoke, drink, or do any drugs or anything like that?
I've never done drugs in my life. I've never drank. I think maybe when I was 16 or something like that, I drank like beer or something, and I didn't like the taste of it, and I tasted. I think back then it was like Kelly's wine or something, and it was absolutely ferocious. So that kind of just threw me right off the alcohol. And then I had alcohol in my past, so not by me. And that put a big damper on it. So I just never get into the alcohol. Then I had children. I dedicated my life to my kids and my work and whatever. And smoking, yes, I did. I smoked cigarettes, but I quit smoking in 2015.
Okay.
So I was just tired of smoking, didn't want to do it anymore. So I just quit 2015.
So my understanding is that you were considered to be a very good candidate for transplant.
Yes, they told me I was an ideal. That's the word they used. One of the doctors looked at me in one of the meetings that I had with them, and I was pretty near said the location in Alberta here. She had mentioned that I was a deal candidate for a transplant, and they said they actually looked forward to transplanting me because I was in such good health, other than the organ that I need. And they said they couldn't wait to get it done. I was happy. I was so excited. I mean, it meant if I got the transplant and, you know, a gift of life that I was going to live possibly and further my life and go on. And I was really happy.
Now, my understanding is that in going through this process to get on the organ transplant list, they wanted to know if you had basically completed your childhood vaccination schedule.
Yes, they did. They couldn't find my records.
Okay, so tell us what happened, because that was one of the requirements. So tell us what happened and what you did.
So they couldn't find my vaccination records from a child. So they called me up and told me I would have to get all my childhood vaccinations. And I'm, oh my gosh, that's a lot of vaccinations again. And they said, yes, but it needs to be done if you want the transplant. And I said, oh, definitely. So I said, well, just schedule them up and get them to call me and I'll go get them done. And that's exactly what I did, but it took a year. It took a full year. I remember we started it in January. I believe it was January 2021. And in December, I got the very last, there was one needle that took there was 3 parts to it. Something telling me it's a hepatitis B, maybe, or one of them. I think hepatitis C or hepatitis B. But anyway, I got the last one in December of that year. So, because they had to span them out every 3 months, 7 months. So it took a year to get all my vaccination as from a childhood again. So I got them all done.
Right. So my understanding is you were vaccinated as a child, but because
Yes,
they
I
couldn't
was.
find the records of that, you consented to go through all those vaccinations again.
Yeah, because I wanted my transplant.
Right. Okay. Now, then the COVID vaccine came along, and can you tell us what occurred with the COVID vaccine?
COVID vaccine, COVID-19, they had told me that they called me up one day and they said it was just after it was rolled out, and they said they would have to have a meeting because at that point they weren't sure if transplant patients needed to get COVID.
Can I back you up and just ask you kind of the position you took towards whether you were willing to get the vaccine and why you made the decision that you did?
Well, that goes with what they said to me when I get in the office.
Okay.
So when they called me up and they told me they would have to sit around a table and make a decision whether transplanted patients that needed organ transplants would need to get this COVID vaccine. So I said, okay. So in a couple of weeks, they called me back and they said I would have to get it. So when I was in the office, the next visit in the office, I asked one of the doctors, he's actually the top doctor that I see a lot, or seen a lot of. And I asked him, I said, when he spoke about I would have to get it if I wanted to continue on with a transplant. And I said, how safe is this vaccine? And he looked at me and he didn't even blink. He said, 100% safe. I said, there's no data. Hasn't even been out very long. There's nothing on it. We don't know anything about it. How could it be 100% safe? He said, it's 100% safe. He said he bet his life on it. I said, okay. So I went home and I thought about it. I told him I'd get back to him. But when I got back to him, I got searching in the meantime online. There wasn't a whole lot out about it. And I just kept putting it off and putting it off. And the more I put it off, the more I found out, and the more I didn't feel good about it. It was just a gut feeling. Just something, I don't know, because I've never ever said no. I wanted this transplant so bad. I've never said no to them. It was a hard, hard decision. It was either, well, you either take it or you're going to die. And that's basically what it come down to. And I knew it was no good. They didn't even do the testing on it. They stopped all testing. It's supposed to go through a series of tests, and not only that, a vaccine takes years to come up with a vaccine, a safe and effective vaccine. They certainly didn't take years unless it was done long before.
Okay, so you had looked into it, and you, first of all, you became suspicious when the head doctor just assured you 100% safe, and that made you suspicious. And then as you looked into it more, you became more concerned. What happened? So they're telling you that you need this to stay on the list, and you weren't willing to do it. So what happened?
I kind of guess at one point I said, yeah, I'll take it, because I was terrified not to get the transplant. And then I wouldn't go get it. And then when he called again, he said, in a couple of weeks, did you make your decision? And I said, I just can't take it. It's not safe. I know it's not. And there's so much coming out now. And I was at the point then when Pfizer was told by the Supreme Court of Canada that they couldn't hide the secrets for 75 years, or the data for 75 years that they wanted to, that they would have to do a dump every month. And that's when it started coming out, and I was researching the heck out of it all, and that's when I started finding things out, and I just said, there's no way. And then in the lower courts, but I guess that's down after. I won't get into that yet.
Right.
But anyway, yeah.
So what? They weren't willing to bend at all.
No, not at all. It's either I take it or I die. That's exactly what they told me.
Okay. Now, was basically the problem is if you refused to take it, they would take you off the list?
Correct. They said no transplant.
Okay. Now, this is an important question. So tell us, what happens if you're taken off the list?
When I'm taken off the list, I go to status 0. And what happens when you get on the list first? You go to status 1. That's the first step of getting on the list. They called me. They said, I'm on the list. It was like heaven opened up. I was so happy when they told me that. Then they put me down to put me up to status 2. Status 2 is the highest you go on a donor list. And it means that you progressed and you need one right away, a transplant, as soon as possible. So when they take you off the list, they take you from status 2 to the top of the tier, right down to the bottom, which means 0, and you're inactive. They are no longer looking for an organ for you.
Now, do you know, is it possible to really get back on the list again once you're taken off?
It is if you're at status 0. But it's not if they remove you altogether. And the only reason I'm not moved, in a sense, is because I have court action, like going through court.
Right, okay. So, before we go into the court proceedings, because they just made these rules themselves, right? This wasn't a provincial rule,
Correct.
This was just a local hospital rule. Am I right about that?
As far as they tell me, yes.
Okay, and am I also right that some hospitals don't require hospitalization for organ transplants?
Correct. There's only 2 major cities in Canada, and that's Alberta and Toronto, that perform the organ transplant that I need.
Okay.
The other hospitals perform other transplants, but not the organ that I need.
Okay.
I was told by my transplant doctors in 2019 or 20, early 20, that there's only 2 hospitals that does it, and that's Toronto and Alberta.
Okay, so you're now facing a life and death situation, because if they take you off the list and you go to a 0, likely you're going to die. Am I correct about that?
Yes, I'm at 0 now. I have been for a long time, 2 years.
So, but you started court proceedings to try and get your ranking back. Am I right about that?
Correct, 2 years ago, yes.
Okay, so your life basically depends on the court proceedings.
Correct.
Okay, so my understanding is the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms basically stepped in to help you.
Thank goodness, yes.
Okay, do you recall your lawyer's name?
Allison Payovich.
Okay, and Allison actually...
Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, Allison. I know you're watching, but forgive me if I said your last name wrong.
Right, I think it might be Kojak, right?
Yeah.
Right, and Allison was a volunteer at a Red Deer hearing, so NCI knows Allison. So the JCCF basically stepped in to help you, likely without charge. Am I right about that?
That is very correct, yes.
Okay, and I just bring that up for those watching because it's important to support groups like that.
Yes.
So so that people like you have a chance.
Yes. They gather donations in order to help people like myself and other people that need legal proceedings, needs a lawyer. So they step in and help, and society donates to the JCCF in order for them to do this, to help people like me.
Right, because you didn't have the resources to hire a lawyer yourself.
No, definitely not. It costs a lot of money.
Okay, and my understanding is you brought a constitutional case, basically arguing. I haven't looked at the pleadings, but I know you would have argued your Section 7 right for, life, liberty, and security of the person, amongst other things. So you guys brought a constitutional argument. What happened in the court of now King's Bench?
Basically, what it come down to was that they went with the Bill of Rights, and they agreed with the doctors that I should get the vaccine in order to get a transplant. And they also agreed with the doctors to put a gag order on me. And I lost.
Okay.
It didn't matter. It was no longer my choice, my body. I lost, plain and simple. They went with the charter.
Okay, so you're basically going to court saying my life depends on this transplant, and the only reason they're saying I can't do it is because I won't take a vaccine, and you would have been pointing out that the vaccine is very new, and the court basically said, too bad, you can literally, the effect is you can die or take the vaccine. Am I right about that? Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
And if you took the vaccine, you still would be at 0 and have to work your way back up.
No, they would reinstate me. They would have to reinstate me to status 2.
Now, it's the lower court that then also issued the gag order. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your life depends on this, so you did the only thing you could do. You appealed.
That's correct.
Okay. What happened in the Alberta Court of Appeal?
Pretty much the same thing, but the appeal, in the Court of Appeals, they had stated, the judges had stated that they didn't know if they could or should intervene. That's what was stated in a medical procedure from the lower courts. So they stayed with the decision that the lower courts made and dismissed, but kept the gag order in place.
Okay, so your life depends on them actually looking at this on the merits, and the Alberta Court of Appeal would have known that, am I right?
Correct.
But rather than choose to look at it on the merits, they said, well, we shouldn't interfere, and just upheld the lower court's decision.
That's right.
How did you feel about that?
I really had a lot of hope in the appeal courts. I really did, the Court of Appeals, I guess. I was hoping upon hope that somebody had a heart and some kind I was going to say brain, but it's some kind of compassion or something, but I guess not. It's either, I was angry, I was very angry, but I also was angry when I seen the Minister of Health from Alberta, when the decision come down from the Court of Appeals, the Minister of Health stated on Twitter that he agreed with the Court of Appeals decision to stay with the charter for the doctors and say I had to get the vaccine if I wanted the transplant. So Jason Copping agreed with him. So I was really angry about it all. I was hurt. I was scared. I didn't know what my next move was. All I wanted to do was to live. I didn't want to hurt anybody, and I didn't want to go to court. I've never went to court in my life. All I wanted to do was be able to breathe. And I did everything that the doctors asked me to do. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
And then some. I did everything in my power to do what I was supposed to do. And I didn't drink, and I didn't smoke, and I didn't do drugs, and I took all my vaccinations. And I ate healthy. I've lost some weight. I didn't need to lose hardly any. They said I didn't need to lose any. But, you know, I did my exercises. I went to the programs. I did everything. All I want to do is live. I want to see my grandbabies raised. But it's not going to happen now. They just won't bend. For no reason at all. They won't bend. It doesn't matter what I do or how hard I try, or if I have natural immunity. It doesn't matter. They just won't bend.
So even if you had natural immunity, they...
Which I do.
Oh, so you've been tested. You've already had COVID, and you have natural immunity, and they still will not bend.
That's correct. They wouldn't do the test. I asked the head doctor in the transplant team to do a natural immunity test on me twice. And he refused. He said they don't do it anymore. And I said, well, can you just file the paperwork with the lab, the requisition? Like, and I'll pay for it, I'll do whatever. And he said, I'll see what I can do. So I waited again. And in a couple of weeks, he did a Zoom call with me. And I asked him about it. He said, no, we don't do it anymore. I said, okay. So then a lady I know, her name is Tanya Rowlands. She's a wonderful lady from BC. She knew who Stephen Pellick was. He is one who does the natural immunity test from Connects. And she got a hold of him. He reached out to me. Long story short, he sent me the test. We did the test. I sent it back in. They did the testing 3 weeks later, come back, that I have high, he said extreme antibodies to COVID-19. So yes, I've had COVID twice. But I
just want to make sure I understand. So you have been tested. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that you have had COVID, you beat COVID, you have natural immunity, you have antibodies to COVID in your blood.
Extreme high levels. He said more so than most people. That's what he said on the report. And he said I should not ever to get a vaccine because I have such extreme high levels of antibodies to COVID-19. He said I should never get the COVID-19 vaccine of any kind because of the millions and millions of nanoparticles that will go through my cells and damage my cells. He said it would do a lot of damage to me. And another scientist told me about a spike protein in the vaccine that will do a lot of damage as well, because I already have damaged, the printer said I already have a damaged organ.
Now, how long does this gag order last?
As far as I know, I don't really know a lot about the gag order, but I know it lasts until I'm gone, I guess. I can never ever mention.
Okay, so it goes on until you're dead, or something else happens at a different court, because you've done the only
Pretty
thing.
much. I guess if I have a new case with a different lawyer altogether and a different case altogether, I guess the new lawyer wouldn't have the gag order on him. But I have the gag order on me until I guess I'm gone.
So, because your life depends on it, my understanding is you have applied for leave to the Supreme Court of Canada.
Yes.
And my understanding is that the Court of Appeal, all 3 judges ruled against you?
Yes, all 3.
So you don't have a right to appeal. You have to actually ask the Supreme Court of Canada if they would accept your case.
Correct. And that's the process we're now. And I guess my lawyer had mentioned to me last evening that they are looking at the case now, but have not made a decision.
Okay, so you guys have applied for leave to the Supreme Court of Canada, and you have not yet heard from the court whether or not they will choose to hear your case?
No, not yet.
And if they don't choose to hear your case, that's the end, isn't it?
That's the end. Then I'm taking off the list altogether. And if, like you mentioned before, if I'm taking off the list altogether, I'll never get back on because they won't put me back on.
Okay, so they've left you on the list solely because you have court proceedings going. But if the Supreme Court of Canada refuses to hear your appeal, you will be taken off the transplant list. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And what is your life expectancy right now without the transplant?
It ain't long. It's not long now. I'm on about 25 liters per minute of oxygen. I have 3 machines, oxygen machines going. Each one is at 10. I wear 2 hoses 90% of the time. If I go to just walk a few steps, go to do the dishes, I have to have a face mask on with a bag that holds oxygen, so I can press it every so often to get a little bit extra. I can never finish a pan of dishes or whatever. I can't cook anymore. Can't make a bed. I really can't do anything anymore. I'm sorry. You just feel useless.
Don't be sorry.
It's like you're just here, and there's nothing. It's like nothing nobody can do to help you. When you can't breathe, it's one of the most scariest things in the world. When you can't breathe. If you laugh, you lose your oxygen. And if you cry, you lose your oxygen.
And if you move, you lose your oxygen. So you have to be void of emotion of any kind because you're scared to lose that oxygen. And it's an awful way to be. An awful way to be. Because one time when you laughed, or you cried, or you reached out for a hug, you could do all the things. But you no longer can do it. Because you're going to not be able to breathe if you do. So help me God, that all I wanted was just a transplant. I was hoping to get the gift of life and be blessed to get one. I didn't do anything wrong. I just couldn't take that vaccine because it was going to do a lot more damage. And I know it was going to when the scientists or the science tells you that it's going to. Why take it? It's going to do you in before the transplant's going to do you in. So at least without the vaccine, you got to live a little bit longer. But with the vaccine, you're not going to at all. The science tells us that. Because my organ's already critically damaged. And the vaccine is going to do the rest in. So why take it?
Well, we sure appreciate you sharing with us, Sheila, so that we can understand what you've gone through. How has this been for your family?
It's really hard. It's really hard on my boys, especially, because they're the ones that see it every day. They go through it every day with me. They rearrange their life. So one of them could be at home at all the time, one in the daytime, one in the evening. They do everything. They've learned to do dishes and cook, make beds, everything I can't do. They vacuum, they scrub. They're actually wonderful, wonderful, wonderful young men. And for them to go through every day and watch me, because basically what they're doing is watching me die. And it's got to be tough. And they never say anything. And they never complain. And they never, give up, and they never get angry. They're there 100% of the time for me. And what better children can you ask for than that? Unfortunately, I didn't have any girls. I had all boys. I had 4 boys. And they're great boys. I'm blessed in that area. Anybody that has children, hang on tight. And don't forget to tell them that you love them every day, because they're pretty precious people. Because you never know when the day is going to come that you can't. So make sure you hang on tight to them.
Sheila, before I ask the commissioners if they have any questions, is there anything else you would like to say?
Yeah. These doctors, there's no reason why they can't give me the transplant. There's none. I have natural immunity, very high levels of natural immunity. As I stated, there's no reason why they can't. Natural immunity is much better than any vaccine ever out there. So there's no, to me, and it's just my opinion only,
There's no other reason, and everybody has stated, scientists, there's doctors that state it in courts, there's, you know, the doctor that does the testing for natural immunity, they've all stated, I cannot have this vaccine. So what's stopping them? Your guess is as good as mine. But there's something evil in this world, or in this country even, that's happening. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me, and I'm sorry if you don't. But for the love of God, look at the science. But these doctors, for whatever reason, they won't bend. And I pleaded with them, and I've asked them to please give me this transplant, or at least try to look for the organ that I need. And I always said they were great people. They really were. They were great doctors. And what happened, I don't know, surrounding this vaccine. I have lots of questions, but there's no reason why they won't give it, so why won't they? There's no science surrounding the fact that they won't give it to me. There's something else wrong here. And it comes from the top, and I know it does. I mean, doctors are losing, and nurses are losing their license if they speak out about it. I mean, when does that ever happen in history? You know, something's wrong and something's got to be fixed fast. There's a lot of people dying, and it's not just me. I'm not the only one that was refused a transplant because they chose not to get a vaccine. There's a lot of people in Canada, and I always said I was fighting for them because they deserve to get their transplant just as much as I do. Whether doesn't matter what organ it is. Dear God, there's a lot of people that need help. And I feel for every one of them. Because I know what I'm going through, and they're going through the same damn thing. They need help. They need a lot of prayers. Whatever these doctors are doing, you're evil. There's no other word for it. You're evil. To let people die for no reason. I always thought a doctor took their oath, the Hippocratic oath, do no harm. Well, there's an awful lot of harms going on. And I'm going to plead with you, please. Please, for the love of God, give people their transplants. They're not asking for anything else. They just want the gift of life. If it's there and it's possible, please give it. I don't want to die. God help me. I am so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
One thing I said I wasn't going to do was this when I come on. But I guess when you talk about it, emotions unfortunately get in the way.
Well, we appreciate your honesty. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Sheila, you have a purpose. And as difficult as this may seem right now, you are standing in the gap for every other Canadian who is experiencing the same and standing up and fighting for justice and compassion in our country. Your testimony is a reminder that our government has forgotten how to govern. Your testimony is a reminder that our courts have lost their way in terms of justice. I don't know if you heard the woman here, but she's in the audience, and she said that we are praying for you in the name of the Lord Jesus, and we are. Keep looking up. And know that your testimony has given us a further purpose at the National Citizens Inquiry to continue to share the real-life experiences of Canadians. You matter. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And thank you for your prayers.
Sheila, there aren't any more questions, and the room is full, and there's people watching you live online. And I think I could safely say that every Canadian watching is very ashamed to be a Canadian right now. And on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for testifying, and you will be in our prayers.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the National Citizens Inquiry, Sean. And thank you for everything you guys have done. I appreciate it. And stay safe. Go home and hug your family.
You can't see, but there's a standing ovation for you, Sheila.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks again, Sheila.
God bless the people in Canada.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Kristen Nagel, and I think I have you on my screen. Kristen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. I was also told to say my name up here. I'm Wayne Lenhart. So just as long as the commissioners don't make me take an oath. Anyway, if you could say your name, please, Kristen, and spell it for us, and then I'll make you take an oath.
Sure. It's Kristen Nagel, Kristennagle.
And do you promise that the testimony you'll give will be the whole truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
Okay. Just to do a quick intro, you got your nursing degree in 2006, and your nursing license, and you've been a nurse ever since. And things are going fine. One item that should be mentioned is that in 2018, interesting facts, the nurses union actually won a challenge to the wearing of masks during your employment, to the point
Yes.
you didn't have to do that anymore, which is kind of interesting as to what they did when COVID came along. So could you perhaps pick it up at 2018 and tell us what happened after that?
Sure. It was several years of fighting with our unions fought for us. And it was because during flu season, from November till April, if you did not receive the flu shot, you would have to wear a mask throughout your whole shift, whether you had symptoms or not. And so we fought for years, and finally in 2018, through our nurses union, we won. And the union proved that the masks were discriminatory and did not stop transmission of viruses. And we no longer had to wear a mask during flu season if we did not receive the flu shot.
So 2 years later, what happened?
2 years later, I was shocked to see when they mandated the masks, not just masks, but now goggles for virus, that we had to wear throughout our entire 12-hour shift. We were handed 4 masks total for the shift to rotate through, and everyone complied. After years of fighting to not have to wear a mask for this very purpose, right on the unit, everyone was back to putting on masks, and this time, no end in sight.
Okay. So what happened in your employment as the mandates came into force, which would have been, 2020, 2021, and there? Just perhaps give us a timeline as you go.
Yeah, so March 2020 is when really things kind of got really heavy, I think, around the world in Ontario and in the workplace where I was working. I worked as a neonatal intensive care nurse. And yes, we had to wear the PPE, so the masks, the goggles, and a lot of restrictions were put in place on visitors. And working in a neonatal intensive care unit, we have premature babies that are 23 weeks old. And sometimes they're in our unit up to 100 days or more. Parents had to wear a mask the entire time they were with their baby at their bedside. And we know from the 1960s still face experiment that that's detrimental for a baby's development for anyone. Parents were also, only one parent was allowed at the bedside in 24 hours. A premature baby is a very scary, detrimental time. And they had to take on all that information by themselves and be alone and isolated at the bedside. They weren't allowed to share that with a partner. If a mother had to have a C-section, even though there was a whole bunch of personnel in the room, the husband was not allowed to be in the room with his wife during the C-section. He was not allowed to witness the birth of his baby or support his wife. If the mother was put under general anesthetic, both parents missed the birth of their baby. And sometimes we would have antenatal mothers and pregnant women that were in high risk, that were there for weeks, if not months at a time. They were only allowed one individual that entire time. They had to choose one individual that could come in and out of the hospital to see them, to visit them. And so that would mean going, without seeing family, friends, loved ones, sometimes even their own children for that time. So it was quite sad what was happening. I was speaking out about it. I'm also a holistic nutritionist and a mother myself. And I was seeing the harms that was happening. And being a holistic nutritionist, I knew that there was preventative measures. There's things that you could do. You could, there's vitamin D and C and, a whole bunch of things you can do through nutrition and things like that on a holistic approach. So I was speaking out about this to my colleagues. I was living life normally outside of work. I was not living in fear because I knew that the measures that they had in place, the lockdowns, the masks, the isolation, were actually causing more harm than good. My colleagues did not like that I was living my life this way and would put in complaints about me to management, to saying that I was not wearing proper PPE. Because when I was sitting at a desk by myself, I'd put the goggles on my head to do charting. So I could see. Apparently, that was scary for them. So I ended up being suspended from work in November of 2020 for being insubordinate, for not wearing proper PPE. During that time, prior to that, I had spoken out in September of 2020 at City Hall as a delegate about the harms of masks on children. After doing that, I received a flood of emails from parents about how their children were coping, which they were not. Through this, remember, it was the schools were shut down, they closed down the playgrounds, they closed programs and activities and completely isolated children. And I was getting floods of emails from parents, some as young as 6 years old, talking about how they hate their life and they were using parents' credit cards to try and pretend to cut their wrists. And So I continue to speak out, and I'm feeling very emotional from that last testimony. It just reminded me of why we're speaking out as well for the children and for all Canadians. And I ended up hosting a Freedom Rally in my hometown in November of 2020. And the CBC News picked up on that and completely defamed me. It was LHSC, NICU nurse Kristen Nagel puts premature babies in danger. Said I was a reckless nurse, and of course you can just imagine the slander that came from that. My entire reputation and character was destroyed in my community. I was put under indefinite suspension at this time and then placed under investigation by the College of Nurses of Ontario. By this point, it was a 600-page disclosure of social media posts, things I had said, talks, and then reports from colleagues and people in my community that had written in about me, knowing after I'd spoke at City Hall in the rally. So from then, no longer working under investigation, I found another nurse, Sarah Junian, who was speaking out in Toronto. Her and I connected with 6 other nurses from the United States. We formed Global Frontline Nurses, and we traveled to Washington, D.C. in 2021 to speak at a Health and Freedom rally at the Supreme Court. This just so happened to be January 6th. I will admit that I was politically naive, and we just wanted to share what we were seeing, the harms that were happening from lockdowns and public health measures, and what I was seeing in the community with children. We just wanted to do what nurses do, which is advocate for the public and to protect them. So when we flew home from Washington, D.C., Sarah and I were both deemed domestic terrorists for the storming and rioting of the Capitol. We were terminated from our jobs, and we were internationally defamed at this point. We received incredible amount of hate through social media, through other avenues that could reach us, and it was quite, it was a really hard, dark time. The RCMP even came to our house to ask about our involvement in the storming and rioting of the Capitol. I had nursing colleges teaching their students about me, about accountability and what not to do. Don't do what Chris Nagel did and storm and riot the Capitol. So it was, it was pretty dark. However, after all the hate, a bunch of love and support came in, and many from nurses from around the world supporting us and wanting to speak out. But I think what a lot of people don't realize that in December 16th, 2020, the College of Nurses of Ontario put out a statement saying that nurses were not allowed to speak out about masks, social distancing, anti-vaccination, or anything to do with public health measures, or they will be reprimanded and their license revoked. So this silenced nurses from speaking out and coming out and saying what they saw wrong. And so we got this flood of support come in, anonymous, and so we decided to host a press release, January 25th of 2021. It was the first virtual press release that we had nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals come in, and we got testimonies from all across Canada, from nurses and PSWs and healthcare professionals about what they saw happening in 2020 and 21, the start of it. Empty hospitals, the emergencies not busy, very slow, and then the harms that were happening to elderly patients. And I should say that even in my unit, they told our respiratory therapists that they would have to float down to adult ICU, and because it was going to get so busy that they were going to need the extra help, and they never left our unit. They never had to float down because the ICU never got busy. They closed down an entire gynecology wing outside our unit as well for COVID overflow, and we did not see one single patient on that floor. It just remained empty the whole time. So that was after January 6th, where we were defamed, and we created Canadian Frontline Nurses. We kept going. Another nurse, Crystal Pitter, she was the first one to be defamed in the media, and was put under investigation as well, and terminated from her job. We held a rally, a protest in front of the College of Nurses of Ontario to let them know that they would not silence us, we would not be bullied, we would not be scared from protecting the public and doing our job, which is advocating and protecting and doing what was right. So we held a rally on April 14th of 2021. Sorry, she was doing good. She slept throughout the whole testimonies. I'm trying to kind of continue on as best as I can here, so I'm sitting on the floor.
Oh, take your time.
So we held that rally in front of the College of Nurses. It was the first ever regulatory body protest to take place.
You got to participate with the truckers, I think, at some point, did you not?
Yes, yes, we did. After we spoke across Canada, we held bringing awareness to what was happening all throughout 2021. We held the national hospital rallies September 1st and September 13th, which was all across Canada. It was in support of healthcare workers about the mandates because it was jab or job. So we wanted to bring awareness to what was happening to the healthcare workers and that many were going to be terminated, and tens of thousands across Canada had been, whether it was termination, sick leave, mental health, or early retirement. So yes, after the hospital rallies, we were again defamed, put under another investigation. So 3 investigations by our college at this point. We were defamed by the media. This time, we actually were concerned for our lives and our children's. We were doxxed. The threats were quite vile at this point, and even threatening our children. They said that, we all across Canada, it was the same statement, that we interfered with ambulance access, we stopped cancer treatments from happening, and we assaulted healthcare workers, which was not the case because we were there in support of healthcare workers. So yes, after that, you're right. I was involved. We had a Canadian Frontline Nurses truck there, and I was there personally every day at the convoy, boots on the ground, interviewing truckers, people that were there, listening to their stories about why they came, what brought them there, what motivated them. And I was there right till the very end when the police finally removed all the peaceful protesters from the streets. I myself was pushed down to the ground by an officer at that time. Canadian Frontline Nurses and myself, we did put forward a lawsuit at that time too. We were the first one to put forward a case against the federal government for wrongfully invoking the Emergency Measures Act.
I suppose the pinnacle for all of this was when you attended the rally at the Capitol in the U.S.
Absolutely.
And then you were labeled a domestic terrorist, and you had a visit from a couple of RCMP, if I recall our discussion.
Yes.
And did anything come of that?
It did not, because there was no involvement, so there was nothing to come of it.
So, as far as your job goes, you basically have had no income from 2020. Am I correct? Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. And you were terminated in early 2021 for that incident in Washington, D.C. So have you gotten any tickets along the way for this activity of yours?
Yes, I received 11 summons throughout 2021, as well as one $880 fine. The summons were for going against the Reopening Act of Ontario, speaking at protests and rallies. One of them so happened to be Easter service Mass, April 25th, 2021. I was attending the Church of God in Elmer, and that case, that someone has since gone to trial, and I was found guilty and fined $10,000 plus court costs of $2,500 for attending church at that time. We are appealing it. The judge would not allow the appeal to go forward without the fine being paid, so I have to pay the full amount of the fine before the appeal will be heard. Four other of those events are going to trial, so they're still pending 4 trials coming up. And then, yes, we have 3 ongoing lawsuits with our Canadian Frontline Nurses organization, which are quite large.
Okay. I think I'm going to stop at that point and ask the commissioners if they would like to explore anything by questions. Yes, Ken?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
When I was listening to your testimony, and obviously it's still very much in my mind, the previous person's testimony.
Yes.
And I think you said that the CBC had done an attack piece on you, various media groups did, and then you were getting threats. You were getting hate email and threats. Did no court intervene on your behalf and issue a gag order to the CBC or to any of the media outlets that slandered you? And I ask that question because in listening to Ms. Lewis's testimony, one of her doctors claimed that they got one piece of email, which is a hate email, but didn't produce it in court, and yet she got the protection of a gag order. So did you get the protection of our courts against this hate mail or this threatening mail you got?
No, and at one point I was scared, especially after the hospital rallies, because they painted us. They actually stated people believed that we had blood on our hands, that we, hurt people, and I did actually think people were going to come after us. They posted our home addresses. They told people to show up, and it became scary about where I could go in public and where it would feel safe to go out, where I'd be welcomed or not. But interesting enough, we did put out, unfortunately I did not have a legal team when CBC put out that hit piece, that original one about me in 2020. But we did have a legal team in 21 with the hospital rallies. And we did put out a libel defamation lawsuit against Canadian Nurses Association as well as Together News Media. And they turned it against us. They used the SLAPP motion, the anti-SLAPP, and they put that against us, and we lost. So it worked in their favor to protect their voice and not ours.
Were you surprised when the RCMP showed up on your doorstep? I'm assuming you thought they were there for your protection and they were accusing you of terrorism, or is that what they were accusing you of?
Yes, because they had reports that we were domestic terrorists and we were involved in the Capitol event, and so they were investigating who we were. And yes, I was surprised. I have two young boys at that time. They would have been 5 and 2, I think, and yeah, we were all there together, and it was scary and very off-putting, absolutely.
So you've obviously before, well, perhaps I should, but obviously right now you're making it known that you've been threatened and you've got hate mail and people are threatening you and you're afraid. Do you expect that the law enforcement will come to protect you and offer you protection?
I don't expect that of them, no. I used to have an officer that would, I got to know his first name, and he'd knock on our door 8 in the morning to hand me my summons that I got throughout 21. And after what I experienced in Ottawa, with the looking directly at some of the officers in their eyes and filming them, I was very close to them. I don't expect to have the same protection. No, I don't expect that.
How much confidence do you now have in our legal system?
Very little at this point. Very little. I have seen like with even my one appeal, I'm trying not to say too much about our current legal cases. The one appeal, we put in an application for the appeal to be heard without the fine being paid. The Crown prosecutor suggested I pay $5,000. My lawyer suggested $500, and the judge came back and said he wanted all of it paid, the full amount, so the $12,500 before the appeal will be heard. So going above and beyond what the Crown wanted. So I'm losing faith daily in the legal system and the right for nurses to protect and do their job as well. And that's another point, sorry, I would like to make, that the College of Nurses of Ontario is still disciplining many of us. There's a case going on right now with Sarah Junian where she's in disciplinary hearing with the regulatory body, and this is about social media posts that were put up, and we're fighting because it's under Canadian Frontline Nurses as well. We're fighting to get nurses back their voice because they've been silenced. We're supposed to be the last line of defense for the public. We're supposed to stand up to doctors. We're supposed to ask questions. We're supposed to critically think. This is what we're trained to do. And they've taken that away. And if nurses can't speak out, if nurses can't advocate for you, then I don't know who will anymore in that system.
Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions from the commissioners? I think that's a no. So on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to thank you very much for giving us your testimony today, and good luck with the tickets in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Next up, we have Madison Peak. So Madison, if you could give us your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll do an oath with you.
My name is Madison Peak, MADISONPEAKE.
And do you promise that the evidence you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Okay. Okay, a little bit of background. You're 21 now, and you've just gotten your degree this year, a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. But you were at Nipissing College when the mandates came out, and you were still working on that degree. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Maybe I'll just let you start and tell me what developed as the mandates came into force.
Sure.
I think that would have been in, what, 2020, 21?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
Tell us what happened, and I'll bother you if I need to.
Okay. So in 2020, I was 19 years old when the pandemic when the pandemic started. I was 19 years old. I have 3 younger siblings, and I'm testifying today to speak on behalf of my family in terms of the psychological turmoil that we were under throughout the past few years. So at 19, I was home alone when the pandemic was declared.
The vaccine mandate didn't come in right away, but it did come in for students at some point. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would have been forced to take the vaccine, but you applied for an exemption, correct?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes. So my post-secondary institution required that all students be vaccinated to be on campus. I immediately applied for an exemption under religious reasons. And I felt really guilty about even doing that because I knew that so many others were not being accommodated. I still don't know to this day why I was granted the accommodation, but I was granted the exemption, while many others weren't. My institution constantly put out emails that were...
Yeah. Your exemption was on religious grounds, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. And although you were concerned you wouldn't get it, they did give it to you at some point, did they not?
They did.
But also your mother and father were employed, so what was happening to them?
Yeah, my father worked for a private company full-time from home. His company put into place a mandate that all employees be vaccinated regardless of where they were working. He was told he should apply for an exemption. He did, and it was denied. He applied for the same religious exemption that I had applied with to my post-secondary institution. And so he was left from November of 2021 to March of 2022, wondering if he would be let off. But in the end, he wasn't. Okay. Our whole family was struggling at that point with severe mental health issues. This was the first time my siblings and I had to face, possible financial issues. And especially I'd like to speak to what happened with my mom. So she was able to keep her job, but she underwent a severe mental break in January 2022.
Yeah. And there are three younger siblings as well as you in the family, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So my mother had a major anxiety attack.
Did anyone end up on medication during all of this stress?
Yeah, I ended up on anxiety antidepressants, and my mother, she was dysfunctional at this point because she was concerned for her kids in the face of the mandates. So I escorted her to the doctor. I really didn't know what to do. We tried telehealth. We ended up fighting to get her in an in-person appointment at our family doctor. And at that point, she was prescribed medication and also given leave from work for 2 months.
And you dropped out for a semester, correct? So you could look after the parts of the family?
Yeah, I made the decision at that point that I needed to drop out, so I withdrew from my courses for that term.
What about church services? What can you tell us there?
So part of the complication mentally for all of us, our faith community was stripped away. As many people were, we were barred from attending our church. My teen brothers weren't able to play badminton at the club anymore. My younger sister and my brother were no longer welcome at the volunteer symphony locally because they were unvaccinated. And just without these community supports, we all were just crumbling, and we still describe it to this day as some of the darkest times, our darkest days. The only thing that brought us through it was that our family unit was very strong. My youngest, one of my brothers, at 17 lost 30 pounds at this time, and I ended up taking him to the doctor to assess his mental health.
And for a good while there, it looked as if your father was going to lose his job, although it turned out he didn't. But if that had happened, it would have been pretty catastrophic for the family, correct?
Yeah, we weren't sure what we were going to do. Earlier on in the pandemic, we were debating whether at least the breadwinners should get vaccinated. The culture at school was so intense in terms of pushing